Alberta, our home and native land. True patriot love in all of us can blend. Car t'embrasse et porter le pays, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let the doors be open, que l'on ouvre les portes. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The Honourable Member for Brampton Centre. We'll go on to the Honourable Member for Sackville, Preston, Chiswick Cook.
Mr. Sangha is back online now.
Okay, then we'll. Oh, wait a minute. To the Honourable Member. Okay, one moment. We'll start right from the beginning again. We seem to have had a technical problem. The Honourable Member for Brampton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I'm unable to hear anything.
Can you hear me?
It would seem that they cannot hear you on Zoom.
Okay. We seem to have a bit of a technical issue.
We do hear you, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, you can hear me. Okay. So we'll try one more time from the top. The Honourable Member for Brampton Centre. Okay, we'll go to the next in line, then we'll come back to Brampton Centre after. The Honourable Member for Sackville, Preston, Chiswick Cook, who cannot hear me.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Black History Month continues, I would like to recognize the hard work and resilience of the Black Cultural Centre for Nova Scotia during COVID-19. Led by Russell Gross, the Executive Director, the Centre has been finding innovative ways to continue to work to protect, to preserve, and to promote the history of African Nova Scotian communities. The Centre has been there to lend a hand to other African Nova Scotian-led organizations and help them adjust to COVID-19 and thrive in the digital environment. The Centre is working towards being designated as a national museum, and I'm proud to help them achieve this goal in any way I can. Throughout my time as Member of Parliament for Sackville, Preston, Chiswick Cook, it has been inspiring to see the incredible impact the Centre has had on the African Nova Scotian communities, and I cannot wait to see what they can do in the national scene and see our Prime Minister there to cut the ribbon on opening day. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Huron, Bruce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Huron County lost one of its great residents February 8th. Graham Craig was a lifelong resident on his Century Farm in Walton. His first passion in life was music. Graham entertained many people singing and playing guitar at numerous events. He was a graduate of Ridgetown College and had a very successful career with United Breeders and McKillop Insurance. Graham was a federal returning officer for Huron Bruce for 5 elections. He ran as a Liberal candidate in 1979 and 80 and was trustee and chair on the Huron County Board of Education for 12 years. Graham did a term as the president of the Ontario Plowmen's Association. He was the chair of the 1999 Plowing Match in Dashwood and was the current treasurer in the Canadian Plowing Match. He made a positive impact on everyone he knew. Condolences to Graham's family, wife Helen, Michael, Shannon, and Dave. Rest in peace, Graham, on a life well lived. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, today is I Read Canadian Day. This year, more than ever, we've turned to reading as a way to escape, to learn, and to experience new ideas. I love reading to our 4 grandkids remotely, to Michael and Anna in Guelph, and to Jack and our new granddaughter Frankie in Toronto. Started by Guelph author Eric Walters as a collaboration between the Canadian Children's Book Centre, the Canadian Society of Children's Authors, Illustrators and Performers, and the Ontario Library Association, and this year joined by Communication Jeunesse and Canadian School Libraries, will reach many more readers in both our official languages. Today, we challenge all Canadians to read for 15 minutes, whether it's English, French, or Indigenous languages, to your young ones around you, to show your ongoing support to our wonderfully talented Canadian authors and illustrators. Use the hashtag #IReadCanadian and share in the love of reading Canadian stories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, we are familiar with the idea that our local media are in a crisis due to the web giants, yet the federal government isn't doing anything. Today, Quebec publishers are asking Ottawa to set right the imbalance between the web giants and local media. We need to do something to support creators. If journalists didn't work so hard, there would be nothing to share on social media. There wouldn't be any Facebook or Google or Twitter. If we lose local media, Mr. Speaker, we will lose a pillar of our civic and democratic life. Ottawa must take action to protect our local media and to make sure that their work ultimately benefits them. Ottawa needs to make the web giants to pay taxes, and they need to take that money and use it for a fund for our media and culture. We must take action, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. You are on mute. Mr. Speaker, in 1976, I was welcomed to Canada by a pioneer of the Lebanese community, George El-Khoury. 3 weeks ago, we lost him. He was an extraordinary, generous person. He gave so much to Canadians of Lebanese origin. He contributed to growth in jobs and investments with the Middle East. And he also helped various young people with their education. He would help people who needed it, regardless of their faith or their national origin. In fact, it's thanks to him that I was able to register for my first 2 years at university. I would like to offer my most sincere condolences to his wife, Thérèse, his daughters, Sylvana, Denise, and Barbara, and his sons, Maroun and Michel. Rest in peace, Mr. El-Khoury. His life will inspire other Lebanese Canadians.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
The Honourable Member for Brampton Centre.
Yes.
I believe you're on mute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm a proud Sikh by birth. Like Sikhs in Canada, I'm not a Khalistani extremist or a sympathizer. However, there are few Sikhs in Canada as well as in this House. On December 13, 2018, Minister of Public Safety removed religious Sikh word from the terrorist threat to Canada report 2018, and the Sikh community was grateful. But few unsatisfied Sikh MPs stood against their own government, used all the tools in their with their ulterior motive, and pressurized the government and got removed the Khalistani extremism out of the report. Their hidden agenda was to camouflage all the names from long time linked to the movement, even their own near and dear ones. Security of Canada is a paramount, but they compromised it. Shame on their part to pander extremism in Canada. History will not forgive them. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
L'honorable député de Charbot, Haute-Saint-Charles. Oh, we have a point of order. The Honourable Member for Scarborough...
Rouge Park.
Rouge Park, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I think the last SO31 is out of line with respect to the decorum that's expected of this House. A number of comments that was made by the previous speaker that clearly impinged on the reputation of many of our members, and I take particular offense to it, and I would like to ask for the record that the SO31 be struck from the records of this House.
Okay, I just want to point out that normally the chair doesn't take points of order during SO31s, but it will be something that we will review and see where it goes from there. L'honorable député de Charlebourg-Haute-Saint.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I recently introduced in the House of Commons Motion M63, which requests the government to recognize the urgency of adopting legislative measures to fight sexual exploitation of minors and better protect our children. In my former role as Shadow Minister for Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness, I worked with Quebec elected officials in order to support them in the changes that they were requesting to the criminal code. And I will continue to support Deputy Premier of Quebec, Geneviève Guilbeault, in this matter. I would now ask the federal government to make this a priority so that our youth who are being sexually exploited not end up being simply statistics in a report. It is past time to protect our children.
Avant de continuer,
Before moving on, I would like to remind everyone to make sure you're on mute.
Mic's on mute if you are not speaking. L'honorable député de Gatineau.
The honourable member for Gatineau.
Mr. Speaker, on February 15th, 1965, Canada's red and white maple leaf flag was raised for the very first time on Parliament Hill. On the same day in 1996, National Flag Day of Canada was declared. Monsieur le Président, il y a 56 ans.
Mr. Speaker, 56 years ago, 10,000 spectators enthusiastically applauded while Gaëtan Secours, a young RCMP officer of 26, while Gaëtan Secours raised the new flag of Canada for the first time on Peace Tower on Parliament Hill. In celebration of National Flag of Canada Day and in recognition of Mr. Secours' years of service and to commemorate the inauguration ceremony of the Canadian flag, Mr. Secours will receive the flag that fluttered at the top of Peace Tower on that day.
The part of Mr. Secours' unique history and also those of all Canadians. Our national flag is a symbol that unites us all and reflects the shared values we hold so dear: equality, diversity, and inclusion. Thank you, Mr. Secours. Merci, Monsieur Secours, et bonne journée du drapeau national du Canada.
L'honorable député d'Orléans.
Monsieur le Président,
the honourable member for Orléans.
The petition calling on the federal government to collaborate with the provinces and territories to establish a pan-Canadian action plan to end overdose deaths and overdose injuries. With a death taking place roughly every 2 hours and a death toll of 15,400 people in the last 4 years alone, the opioid crisis is one of the deadliest public health emergencies of our lifetime. Canadians in every corner of our country are affected by this crisis, and it is being made even worse by the ongoing pandemic. The petition was organized by Catherine Steinhoff, an activist with Moms Stop the Arm, and a mother who lost her son Simon to the crisis, and was signed by citizens across the city of Ottawa, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank her for her tireless advocacy for action on this issue. Merci.
The honourable member for South Surrey, White Rocks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Less than 1%. That's how many Canadians have received their second dose of COVID-19 vaccine. 42nd. That's where Canada ranks on the world stage in terms of vaccines administered per capita. This is not the Team Canada I know. This means more loved ones sick and more restrictions keeping us apart. It means more difficulty for the many sectors that continue to struggle. From the White Rock Promenade to the shops at Morgan Crossing, businesses in my riding are hurting. In January, the unemployment rate in BC hit 8%, up 3.4% from a year ago. Access to vaccines would help us all get back to our friends, family, and work. It would help new businesses like the Etc. Breakfast Cafe in Surrey thrive. We need to get the vaccine rollout right in order to secure jobs and secure our economic future. Mr. Speaker, I'll leave you with one final number, 701, the number of days since the last federal budget. Thank you.
The honourable member for Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to mark the commencement of the Lunar New Year by recognizing the Spring Festival in China, Solal in Korea, and the Tet Festival in Vietnam. Many across our country have been marking the arrival of the Year of the Ox, a symbol of honesty, hard work, and perseverance. Indeed, fitting qualities to guide us all in the year ahead. Lunar New Year, Mr. Speaker, is an opportunity for many Canadians to reflect on the immense and extraordinary challenges of the past year, and to focus our gaze on ushering in new beginnings. It's also a time to connect with the elderly, relatives, and friends. On behalf of my riding of Willowdale, Mr. Speaker, I wish all those marking this festive occasion a year filled with good health, but also much happiness and success. While most have graciously avoided gatherings this year, I have no doubt that we will more than make up for it by celebrating bigger and brighter next year. Gong Hei Fat Choi, Gonshi Gonshi, Shinyen Kwai Le, Sehe Bok Mani Pasadeo.
The honourable member for Kenora.
Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank all of the frontline workers across the riding of Kenora and all of Northwestern Ontario who have stepped up to keep us safe during this pandemic. As we approach the one-year mark of COVID-19 lockdowns, we are all greatly appreciative of their work and their sacrifice. They have truly done an amazing job. Unfortunately, the federal government has not done their job to ensure that these workers have the tools they need to combat the virus. Their failure to procure vaccines, distribute rapid tests, and provide clear information has hindered Canada's response to this crisis. As we move into the spring, it is my hope that all Canadians who want a vaccine will have access in a timely manner. It is something that our Conservative team will continue to fight for because we know a robust vaccine plan is key to overcoming COVID-19 once and for all and getting our economy back on track. Mr. Speaker, our mission is to secure vaccines, to secure jobs, and secure our future.
The honourable member for Mission Metzke Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, this government's newest housing program gave $500 million to big cities, but left Canada's small and medium-sized municipalities, nonprofits, and Indigenous governing bodies to compete for the rest. Many of these communities simply lack the capacity to submit an application during normal operations, never mind the current circumstances. A disproportionate numbers of these communities are rural, remote, Indigenous, or all three. There are communities like Lillooet, BC, which put forward an application but had it disqualified. Urban centers should not automatically be first in line for government services. Once vibrant small communities are emptied out as vulnerable people leave their hometowns in search of housing and other supports. We know that housing is an essential component of our economic recovery and necessary to secure our future. Canada's Conservatives have heard and are heeding the calls to improve the national housing strategy. We are focused on increasing affordable rental stock, improving fairness in the mortgage market, and ensuring the current generation is not left behind. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
The community continues to march yearly on February 14th to honor the lives of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and to demand action and justice. This year is the 30th anniversary of the Memorial March. It truly shows that the issues faced by Indigenous women and girls are not new, but are part of Canada's colonial history. Issues of housing, food, and income security have all become exponentially more precarious. Systemic racism in the healthcare system is real, and violence against women is on a steep rise. The pandemic is precisely why we need bold, urgent action to implement the calls to justice from the National Inquiry. There is no time to waste. To start implementing safe and affordable housing for all, universal pharmacare and childcare, and culturally aware and trauma-informed support services is just a short list of actions that would make an immediate difference. No more delays, no more inaction, no more stolen sisters. We need justice for missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls now.
L'honorable député de Mont...
The honourable member for Montarville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with great sadness that we learn that on the 18th of January, Mr. Yvon Major, mayor of the town of Saint-Julie for more than 10 years, passed away. He started in municipal politics as a councillor in 1984. He became mayor in October 1993, and he remained mayor until 2005. He also became prefect of the County La Jemeraye in 2000. I had the great pleasure, when I first arrived in this house, of knowing him throughout the entirety of his mandate as mayor of Saint-Julie. He was well known as an affable, available, energetic, conscientious, and visionary person. The county regional municipality owes various pieces of progress to him, including rolling bins for recycling and household waste. Thank you very much, Mr. Major. We already miss you. The honourable member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, it has now been 800 days since the two Michaels were detained by the Chinese authorities. They have been languishing behind bars for 800 days, while our Prime Minister keeps saying that it's a priority to set them free. But as we've seen, those are just words. In reality, this Prime Minister seems to be weak and ineffective on various levels in his relations with China. The Conservative Party is asking for action. Action to free our Canadians, as well as to prevent the 2022 Olympic Games from being held in China. Our party is asking that Canada requests that the International Olympic Committee move the Games, as Brian Mulroney did in 1985. Just for once, we want this Liberal Prime Minister to show leadership. We want him to stand up and defend human rights. On behalf of Canada, on behalf of Canadians, and on behalf of the two Michaels.
L'honorable...
The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle.
Mr. Speaker, Black History Month is commemorated in many ways across Canada. This year, in light of the Black Lives Matter movement and the fight against systemic racism, we are seeing a call to action as well. In my riding, Black community leaders joined me in meeting with the Minister of Justice to discuss the issue of police profiling and discrimination, while members of our Youth Council produced an educational video entitled Youth Translate Racism.
In the video, youth from the riding from various different communities talked about racism. Mr. Speaker, I was deeply touched by what they said. Hearing from them gives me hope for a more inclusive world. I would also like to thank once again my colleague for La Salle et Mar Verdun, who took the time to answer questions from representatives of the Table de Concertation de la Communauté Noire de Châteauguay. Thank you.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is out of step with the Biden administration on China. The Prime Minister is out of step with our Five Eyes allies on China. The Prime Minister is even out of step with his own caucus on China. And the experienced Liberal Finance Chair says that he needs to wake up and smell the roses. Will the Prime Minister wake up and remove Canada from the Asian Infrastructure Bank?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, over the past number of years, we've always been very clear with China where we disagreed on human rights, where we have real concerns about the treatment of the Uyghurs in Xinjiang, about the situation in Hong Kong. We've continued to express our concern and demonstrate our solidarity with the two Michaels and expect that they be returned home from arbitrary detention, while at the same time we continue to work with partners around the world on holding China to account and improving opportunities for our workers and businesses across the country and around the world. These are things we will continue to work on, including tomorrow in our virtual G7 meeting.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, we lost 213,000 jobs in January, most of them in Ontario and Quebec. That's 213,000 families looking for a paycheck amidst a pandemic. The Prime Minister is funding the Asian Infrastructure Bank, while his Liberal, insider-friendly Canadian Infrastructure Bank has completed 0 projects in Canada. When will the Prime Minister start prioritizing Canadian workers?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as a part of the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, Canada joins countries such as Australia, France, Germany, India, Italy, South Korea, and the UK in promoting growth around the world. But indeed, Mr. Speaker, when the Leader of the Opposition brings up support for workers, let me point out that the Conservative Party has consistently said we've done too much. When we gave 380,000 unique applicants for the sickness benefit the support, where we supported the wage subsidy with over 5 million jobs, over $64 billion in support for workers. We've had Canadians' backs, and we will continue to.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday experts spent hours telling committee about the conflicts of interest, the late planning, and the end run around Canadian manufacturers that defined this government's vaccine plan. By the end of last week, 2 million Americans a day were being vaccinated. We need 2 million Canadians a week to get vaccinated to meet the Prime Minister's vaunted September deadline. Why are Canadians paying the price for this Prime Minister's planning failures?
Honourable Prime Minister.
On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, from the very beginning, we valued the work of scientific and industry experts volunteering their time to ensure sound, evidence-based decisions during the pandemic on the Vaccine Task Force, which has a robust conflict of interest process in place and goes above and beyond the practices of other volunteer external advisory bodies. We have moved forward on procuring vaccines for Canadians. In the coming weeks, we will be receiving millions of vaccines. We're going to hit our March deadlines, and all Canadians will be vaccinated by September.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the talent to produce vaccines does exist in Canada. It's a fact. Unfortunately, the Liberal government ignored Quebec companies like Solstar Pharma, preferred instead a partnership with a Chinese state entity. Why did the government abandon Canadian companies and embrace Chinese state companies instead? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, since the very beginning, we have been relying on the experts who have provided us with expertise on investments here in Canada to promote the biomanufacturing industry. We have made investments like Medicago in Quebec, just up to $170 million. Covax Pharma, $4.0 million. Another company in Saskatchewan, Vancouver, another company in Ottawa, Precision Nanosystems, Immunovaccine Systems in Dartmouth, and others. We are investing in domestic production. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. The Prime Minister continues to repeat that there will be many vaccines delivered in March and many others before September. It sounds great, but can the Prime Minister tell us how many Canadians will be vaccinated next week? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to say that this week we will receive more than 400,000 vaccines from Pfizer. They are arriving in the provinces and territories as we speak. We know that there will be some delays in the vaccine deliveries, but of the 1.2 million vaccines delivered, approximately 90% has been delivered into Canadians' arms by the provinces and territories. We will continue to put the vaccines in the arms of Canadians. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Instead of the federal government, Quebec will invest the money in Laval's Infectious Disease Research Centre for a vaccine that could save lives. It prefers instead giving hundreds of millions of dollars to outside foreign companies. He said he was advised by experts on these decisions. I would like the Prime Minister to tell the House what the committee told him to exclude an international vaccine expert, the University of Laval, the Right Honourable Prime Minister. I'm very pleased to set the record straight for my honourable colleague and say that in February, Mr. Kobinger received a federal subsidy of $1 million for research in the rapid research against coronavirus investments. We are here to invest in science across the country and have been for the past 5 years and since the beginning of the pandemic. The honourable member for Beloeil-Chambly. Well, people are not stupid. They asked for $2 million. They were told no. The Prime Minister is refusing to tell Quebecers what was said to exclude the University of Laval. This will have an impact on health and safety and perhaps even on people's lives. Rather, there are contracts with multinational companies for the delivery of vaccines, but this is a failure. Why is the Prime Minister behaving like a king who has to give accounts to no one and does things in secret? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. We hear the frustration in the voice of the Bloc leader. He sees the federal government investing in Quebecers and investing in Canadians and being present in the lives of people, as we have done from the very beginning. We've been there to support Quebec families, Quebec workers, Quebec researchers and scientists. We will be there for all Canadians, as we have been from the beginning. Yes, to invest in promising science, but also to support families. And my God, the Bloc leader wants to call people stupid because he's so frustrated that we're delivering for Quebecers. The honourable member for Burnaby South. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. New variants of COVID are spreading more rapidly, and this is a bigger threat to people. People are worried it's not time for an election. So today, can the Prime Minister commit to not calling an election during the pandemic, yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, since the beginning of the pandemic, our priority here in the House and elsewhere in the work that the government does has been to help Canadians, to pass legislation to support Canadian seniors, young people, and that is what we are doing, along with the partnership of many members in the House on all sides. So the reality is that at present we see delays caused by the Conservative Party when it comes to the measures that I know that they want Canadians to get. And we will continue to try to work with the opposition members to deliver for Canadians as long as we can.
Member for Burnaby South.
The Prime Minister told his party to get ready for a spring election. All the while, the new variants of COVID-19 are spreading like wildfire. We've seen the effect of the new variant in Newfoundland and Labrador, where people are getting sick and they're afraid to vote, and it's meant that they've had to delay the election. I have committed that I will not trigger an election while we are fighting this pandemic. Will the Prime Minister commit today in this chamber that he will not call an election while we are fighting this pandemic, yes or no?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we know well that in a minority parliament, the government doesn't have the sole power to decide when we go into an election. The opposition members have a role to play, both in providing confidence for the House, but also by being able to function appropriately to deliver the help to Canadians that Canadians so seriously need. We will continue to stay focused on delivering for Canadians, delivering vaccines, over 6 million vaccines by the end of March, tens of millions of vaccines into the spring, and every Canadian vaccinated by September. That is our focus. That's what we'll stay concentrating on.
The honourable member for Carleton.
834,100. That's the number of paychecks that are missing in Canada. It's the number of families sitting teary-eyed around the kitchen table trying to figure out how they're going to fund their future. And while the Deputy Prime Minister has congratulated Conservatives for supporting income programs for those same families, those families need jobs back in order to secure their future. With unemployment a third higher than the G7 average, when will those families have their paychecks back?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, from the beginning of this pandemic, we made a simple and straightforward promise to Canadians that we would have their backs, regardless of how long it took, regardless of what it took. And that's why we delivered the CERB to 8 million Canadians, even while Conservative politicians, like the member from Carleton, were saying we were doing too much, too fast, and, oh, you shouldn't be helping workers. You got to help businesses faster than workers. Sorry. We were there for Canadians. We continue to be there for Canadians. And we know the best way to get the economy to come roaring back is to create opportunities for Canadians.
The honourable member for Carleton.
What the Prime Minister has just said is false. In fact, his Deputy Prime Minister thanked the Conservatives for supporting that assistance. But it just shows how out of touch he is, that he thinks that families can go on living forever off a measly $2,000 check from the government. They don't have multi-million-dollar trust funds like he does. They want jobs. Like workers in other countries, where unemployment is significantly lower than it is here. So why is it, Mr. Speaker, that workers abroad get paychecks while ours here at home just get credit card debts?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, among others, the IMF has recognized that Canada's approach to supporting workers, to supporting businesses, to supporting communities through this pandemic has left us better positioned to come roaring back once this pandemic is over. We had to do the things that were necessary to protect Canadians during this pandemic, and as a government, we were there to support those families. We know we are all looking forward to getting back to work right across the country, but the fact is we need to continue to be there to support them while we get through this pandemic, and this government will continue to do so regardless of what the Conservatives say.
The honourable member for Carleton.
What the IMF actually did is cut Canada's growth projection for this year by a third, not to mention that we're falling behind the rest of the world on jobs. In fact, the G7 average is 6%, the US 6.3%, the EU 7.5%, Canada 9.4%. They all have COVID too, but they're getting their jobs back. Isn't it clear that for Canadians to regain their jobs, this Prime Minister will have to lose his?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this crisis demanded targeted, time-limited support to keep people and businesses afloat, and that's exactly what this government chose to do. The IMF report indeed found that Canada's strong and decisive actions at the onset of the pandemic, quote, provided crucial support to the economy and the functioning of financial markets and helped protect lives and livelihoods, and that Canada's strong history of prudent policymaking afforded it the policy space to respond forcefully to the crisis and avert much steeper declines in economic activity and employment. We were there for Canadians. We will continue to support them through this pandemic.
Honourable.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, while the Liberals are looking in every corner of the world to find a supply of vaccines, we could have made one directly here at home at the Laval University's Infectious Disease Research Centre. This is the only Canadian team to have developed an Ebola vaccine, and it made it to the approval stage in just a few short weeks. With crumbs, they developed an effective prototype for animals against COVID-19. Why did the federal government not make vaccine R&D in Canada a priority? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we did invest in Canadian production. We invested in Canadian science, not only during the pandemic, but for the past 5 years since the former Conservative government had underinvested in science. In fact, we had offered and given Mr. Covinger a federal subsidy of $1 million in the beginning of the pandemic for his research, for rapid research on the coronavirus. And we will continue to invest in Canadians. We will continue to deliver for Canadians. The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that the Prime Minister put his money on China to develop a vaccine instead of supporting local developers. Ultimately, we lost the deal with China. We lost our intellectual property, and the government has wound up behind in negotiations when it came time to make former federal MP Frank Baylis a priority. There was no problem. Is the Prime Minister surprised to be outsmarted by China? The Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we made investments across the country at the same time as we signed contracts with international companies in order to ensure that Canadians would get the vaccine. And our plan is working. And we will have more than 6 million vaccines by the end of March. We will have vaccinated everybody by September of this year. At the same time, we have invested in domestic capacity, be it Medicago in Quebec, Glycovax in Montreal, Variation Biotech in Ottawa, Abcelera in Vancouver, Civimco in Burnaby, Vital Intervac in Saskatchewan. We are here to invest in domestic production as well. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Lafleur. Mr. Speaker, the government can keep saying as often as it likes that Canada will get 6 million doses of the vaccine by March 31st. It's already behind schedule. 6 million is just a fraction of what we need. People are dying because of mismanagement and a lack of vaccine supply. How many lives will be lost because of this government's incompetence? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, in the beginning of December, the members of the Conservative Party were saying that billions of people around the world were going to get vaccinated before a Canadian would get their first dose. It's completely false. We have seen, on the contrary, that Canada has been among the first 2 or 3 countries in the world to vaccinate their citizens with vaccines that are safe and effective. We are here to deliver vaccines to Canadians. We are in line to receive 6 million doses by the end of March, as we promised since November, and we will vaccinate everybody by the end of September. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, at the beginning of the pandemic, the government needed to take urgent action. That's why in March all the parties gave the Prime Minister the power to get $2.5 billion to spend on research to develop vaccine development. They gave $1 million to the Laval University team. With that $1 million, they discovered a potential vaccine. They asked for $2 million more to test it. They asked the government this. It's 1/1000th of what was invested in vaccines. 1/1000th, and they said no. Why? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we quickly understood from the very beginning of the pandemic that we had to invest in domestic production and ensure that we updated our facilities, and that's what we did. In fact, we have already taken important measures before the pandemic began. During our first term, we gave Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada the ability to invest in life sciences. Since the beginning of the pandemic, we have accelerated our investments significantly by making major investments in production capacity, like in Medicago and the National Research Council in Montreal. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. He didn't have the right sheet. It didn't correspond at all. The Prime Minister refused to invest $2 billion to develop a potential Quebec vaccine. If he had invested in time, perhaps Canada wouldn't be 52nd in the world when it comes to the vaccination rate. If it had invested in time, we wouldn't have to take vaccines that were meant for developing countries. If it had invested in time, it wouldn't have to get down on its knees to ask India for vaccines. Perhaps we would have gotten Quebecers vaccinated last month. The government of Quebec yesterday gave the $2 million. It did the federal government's job. Is he not a little bit embarrassed by this situation? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, our responsibility as a government is to listen to the experts, the scientists, and authorities to make recommendations on the best investments. It is taxpayers' money. Taxpayers are expecting us to make these investments in the best possible way. We have a lot of scientific excellence in this country, but we need to determine which one could most quickly give us a vaccine, who will get to the end. This is what our experts are doing, and we are listening to them, and we trust them in the investments that we have made with the taxpayers' money.
For Portage-Lisker.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister doesn't even pretend to support Canadian energy, and his lackluster approach is proof. 14 states in the U.S. have taken the federal government to court over the XL cancellation. Democrats and Republicans alike have called for the decision to be reversed. But our own Prime Minister, he's silent. He hasn't even bothered to reach out to any of these possible allies. Why is the Prime Minister always mailing it in with zero engagement, zero energy, and zero passion when it comes to protecting Canada's energy security?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on the contrary, we have been consistent in our support for Canadian energy workers and for Keystone XL. We continuously advocated for this project to our counterparts in the United States. On my most recent phone call with the President, I raised Keystone XL again. We are disappointed, but we acknowledge the President's decision to fulfill his election campaign promise. We continue to be the single largest supplier of energy to the United States, contributing to U.S. energy security and economic competitiveness. We will continue to work hand in hand with the new administration to ensure we're creating good jobs for Canadians and opportunities for energy for all.
Honourable Member for Portage-Lisgar.
Well, the Prime Minister failed miserably on Keystone XL. We expected a little more effort from him on Line 5. After all, there are 30,000 jobs in Ontario and Quebec at stake. So it would be nice if the Prime Minister passionately advocated for them, but it doesn't seem he's going to. No calls to the governors of Michigan or Wisconsin or to the cabinet secretaries responsible for these projects. So what is it? Is the Prime Minister going to actually pick up the phone, or is he going to continue this half-hearted, do-nothing approach to securing Canadian energy jobs?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I understand well that the Conservative Party of Canada has a job to do of throwing random accusations at the government to see what sticks. It's been doing that for the past number of years while we've been busy at work standing up for Canadians against what was at certain times a very difficult American administration. We stood up for jobs on NAFTA. We stood up for aluminum and steel workers. We continue to stand up to protect our supply management. We continue to protect our cultural industries. And now we work hand in hand with a new administration that is serious about tackling climate change and creating good jobs across the continent. We will continue to work with the Americans, and we will take no lessons from the Conservative parties on how to do that.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Just before the holiday season, the Liberals sent out over 440,000 letters to CERB recipients, warning them they may have to repay up to $14,000. This bad news came following the worst economic downturn in nearly a century, so talk about kicking someone when they're down, Mr. Speaker. For months, Conservatives were raising the alarm on poor CERB eligibility communications, but the Liberals ignored the concerns of our constituents and instead told Canadians the upcoming tax season would be tough. Yeah, well, no kidding. How many self-employed Canadians are going bankrupt by this government's failure to face up to the problems with CERB repayments?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
See, here's the situation the Conservatives find themselves in, Mr. Speaker. They, at the same time as they say, oh no, the Liberals have invested too much in Canadians. They've been too much there to support workers, too much there to support seniors, to support youth. We've done far too much in terms of spending on Canadians to get them through this pandemic. But at the same time, they say, oh, you should have done more. You should have done more. You should have done more. They're completely incoherent, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we were guided by a very straightforward principle. Support Canadians as long as possible, as much as necessary, and that's exactly what we've been doing.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, the fact remains the Prime Minister is leaving thousands and thousands of Canadians behind. For example, those who aren't eligible for EI are being directed to apply for the new CERB, CRB. However, technical issues at the Canada Revenue Agency are automatically rejecting their applications. A Winnipeg couple with a newborn baby is dealing with this disaster. We've heard of the same from a single mother in Vaughan, Ontario. A year into this pandemic, Canadians are being made more and more aware of this Prime Minister's incompetence. Can the Prime Minister provide a date as to when the EI CRB issue will be resolved?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, from the very beginning of this pandemic, we faced unprecedented hardship and situations across the country, and this government stepped up with CERB supports for over 8 million Canadians, with wage subsidies that made a huge difference in businesses across the country, with direct support for small businesses, with investments in shelters and homeless support programs, with investments to fight gender-based violence, which is on the rise in this pandemic. We have been there to support students, to support seniors. We will continue to be there to support people. And yes, as the member points out, there's more to do, and we'll do that too.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, an APTN report showed us that the government knew violence against the Sibega-Ngati Nation was likely to happen before they launched their moderate livelihood fishery, and yet the Liberals did nothing. They allowed lives to be threatened and only showed concern after these acts of terror took place. This is textbook systemic racism, and Indigenous fishers don't need more symbolic gestures from the Liberals. They need leaders who will keep them safe. Can the Prime Minister tell us why this government stood by when Mi'kmaq fishers needed him to step up?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, we've been working with Indigenous leaders in Nova Scotia and indeed across the country on advancing their rights and on recognizing them, on moving forward on reconciliation, and on supporting them. We deeply condemn and regret the actions of a few in Nova Scotia, and that's why we are there to continue to support and move forward to build a better future for the Mi'kmaq and for everyone across the country.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today our community is mourning another life lost to a fire that broke out in an encampment. This government's failure to uphold the right to affordable, accessible social housing is costing lives. In fact, a PBO report released last week noted that 9,000 Indigenous households are in core housing need and investments are critical. This federal government needs to step up and act now before more lives are lost. Will the Prime Minister commit to making immediate and substantial new investments to address the housing crisis in Winnipeg before more people die?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, over the past years, we have stepped up significantly with a $40 billion national housing strategy, a Housing First program to combat homelessness, supports for people living with addictions, and investments in Indigenous communities, including investments for urban Indigenous peoples facing challenges. We continue to be there. We look forward to continuing to work on rapid housing initiatives, on local municipal initiatives to build more housing. We are there as a partner to support vulnerable Canadians through this difficult time and into the coming years.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, as a family physician, I know gun violence is a public health issue that affects cities and small towns across Canada. Last month alone, there were 3 fatal gang shootings over 3 nights in Vancouver. We must end the gun violence and criminal activity. In 2019, we passed a bill expanding background checks for prospective gun buyers. Last year, we banned arms that were made for soldiers in war. So will the Prime Minister tell this House what next steps the government is taking to end this violence and death?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre for this important question and for her many years of public health advocacy. While the Conservatives make promises to the gun lobby to weaken gun control, we are taking action to keep Canadians safe. Just yesterday, we introduced legislation that targets gun violence and criminal activity, addresses intimate partner violence, self-harm, and online hate. As the Canadian Doctors for Protection from Guns has declared, this is a comprehensive bill that, if enacted, will save lives.
L'honorable député de Nova.
The Honourable Member for West Nova.
Mr. Speaker, it's been a year since I first raised concerns of the fisheries crisis in West Nova with the Minister of Fisheries. And we all know how bad events played out due to her inaction. Spring fishing is just around the corner, and although the Minister says that she's been holding discussions with stakeholders, no official agreements have yet been made. Will the Prime Minister ask the Minister to take on her responsibility and ensure Indigenous and non-Indigenous fishers in Nova Scotia that they will not have to relive another season of insecurity, fear, and violence?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I thank the member opposite for giving me the opportunity to highlight the extraordinary work Minister of Fisheries is doing in resolving this issue, moving forward on the moderate livelihood for Mi'kmaq fishers and ensuring the commercial fishers in Nova Scotia and in Atlantic Canada continue to benefit from a strong future for their communities as well. We know that this is a situation that has been in place for many decades, but it it is time to recognize those rights that have been identified for many years but not fulfilled. This is what we are working on now and hope to resolve soon.
The honourable member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Mr. Speaker, yet again, we are given more dither, delay, and denial from this Prime Minister. Canadians are realizing more each day that they have yet again walked to the far side of a disappointing decision by entrusting this Liberal government to deal with the challenges of these times. The fact of the matter is that this government has demonstrated a pattern of neglect and lack of communication. The Atlantic fishing crisis is just one example of how this government has failed on numerous occasions to keep stakeholders informed and a part of the process. When will the Prime Minister do his job and look out for the livelihoods of all Canadians, including those in the fishing sectors?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, over the past 5 years, we have demonstrated what a government that is focused on Canadians actually can deliver for Canadians. Whether it was lifting 1 million people out of poverty, whether it was creating 1 million new jobs. These are the kinds of things we worked on. And then the pandemic hit, and we had an opportunity and demonstrated the ability to be there for Canadians. We made a simple promise that we would support Canadians as much as it took, as long as it took to get through this pandemic. That's exactly what we're doing. We're doing it for fishers in the Atlantic. We're doing it for farmers on the prairies. We're doing it for community members in the north. We're doing it for all Canadians.
The honourable member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Mr. Speaker, things aren't good on the West Coast either. Canadians that depend on fisheries have been let down by the minister. Investments across all sectors are being shelved because of uncertainty and instability. The minister's rejection of viable, science-based proposals is keeping Canadians off the water. Even Indigenous food, social and ceremonial harvest rights have been undermined by the minister's decisions and failures. When will the Prime Minister direct his minister to start working with the fisheries sector to rebuild fisheries and restore access for all Canadians?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as the grandson of a proud Minister of Fisheries and Oceans in this House many years ago, I can tell you that we continue as a government to be deeply committed to supporting fishers right across the country. Whether it's on the West Coast or the East Coast, the work that the Minister of Fisheries is doing with them, not just to solve the challenges of today, but to ensure a vibrant fishery industry for decades to come, given the scientific advancements, given the various climate challenges we're facing. We know there needs to be a strong future for our oceans, and that is something that we're working on hand in hand with communities right across the country.
The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Mr. Speaker, the BC fishing community have expressed that if the Minister of Fisheries continues to ignore sound science, the impact of our angling families will be devastating. Her own department's data shows that many rivers are showing strong returns and 100% closure of the fishery isn't required. From the recent Public Fishery Alliance open letter to the minister, failure to do so reinforces the common view that science-based fisheries management and your mandate letter from the Prime Minister are not guiding your actions. Will the Prime Minister step in now and demand that the minister listen to the concerns of our BC fishing community? Yes or no?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, science and evidence must always underpin the decisions taken by any government. That was something that we knew and we heard very clearly from Canadians when we took over from a Conservative government that used to put policy ahead of science every single time. We base our decisions on science, and that's why we defer to the experts across the country in making recommendations on how to best preserve our fishers and their livelihoods for the present and for decades to come. That's the work we will continue to do with Indigenous fishers, with commercial fishermen, fishers, and indeed with people from coast to coast to coast.
L'honorable député d'Avignon.
The honourable member for Avignon-la-Métis-Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is gutless when it comes to assault weapons. He has completely abdicated responsibility by creating an optional buyback program, because that's what it really is, an optional program based on an optional ban on assault weapons. The government is relying entirely on the honor system with owners. How can the Prime Minister claim to have banned assault weapons when he's leaving up to 200,000 of them out there in the community? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, allow me to be crystal clear. Since last spring, it has been illegal to own or use or sell or purchase or transfer or bequeath assault rifles, military-style weapons all across Canada. That's something we promised and delivered on. Now we are putting in place steps to provide fair compensation to all those who have purchased those weapons legally and can no longer use them because they are now banned. The Honourable Member for Avignon-Lamétis-Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, it's not a ban. It's a suggestion. People are still allowed to have assault weapons. The only thing that's changed is that now they have the option of selling them to the government. Need I remind you, we're not talking about hunting rifles or harassing hunters. We're talking about military-style weapons like the ones used in massacres, like the École Polytechnique shooting. The Prime Minister also promised the families and survivors of École Polytechnique that he would ban assault weapons. Does he realize he's now betraying them? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't like the member to mislead the House and Canadians. We've tried to be crystal clear. It is now illegal to use anywhere in Canada, including in your basement or your backyard, these military-style assault weapons. It's a legal ban. It's an official ban. It is done. Those weapons are banned. Now we're giving people the opportunity, if they've purchased these weapons legally, to sell them back to the government because now they simply cannot be used for any purpose. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, another Liberal snow job this morning announcing the imminent arrival of, get this, modernization of our 2 official languages. A document, not legislation, but a document that would protect French. Meanwhile, our leader has been crystal clear on the issue of both official languages and protecting French everywhere in Canada. Our leader has promised to table legislation within 100 days of becoming Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, my question is simple. I hope the Prime Minister will attempt to answer it. When are we going to see the bill to modernize the official languages, which all the stakeholder organizations have been calling for a long time? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, for a number of years, we've been strengthening protections for both official languages all across the country. We will keep up the good work with the modernization of the Official Languages Act. And the Conservatives are suddenly trying to hold themselves out to be the great champions of official languages. Maybe they could answer this. Would they commit today to appoint only judges to the Supreme Court who are capable of speaking French? Yes or no? The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister only serves up blah, blah, blah. In recent months, the Auditor General, the response was only in English, and there are many senior officials and organizations who can only speak English. And federally regulated workplaces, there are officials who only speak English. There are officials who just don't simply want to speak French. So we're sick and tired of this, Mr. Speaker. We have concrete proposals. We're waiting for the legislation. Can you at least give us a date instead of all the empty rhetoric? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I think we can see that the member opposite is a bit touchy about the question I asked him, because even if he wants to try to portray his party as being serious about protecting French, he cannot show this very basic commitment to choosing only judges for the Supreme Court of Canada who are bilingual. That's a promise we made as a government. The Conservatives simply can't make the same promise. Why do they not want bilingualism in Canada? The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, the last organization of the Official Languages Act was done by Prime Minister Brian Mulroney. After 5 years of inaction and empty rhetoric, the Liberal government has done nothing. When is the Prime Minister going to break from his silence and agree to modernize the Official Languages Act? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are moving forward with our modernization of the Official Languages Act as promised. But in the past 5 years, official languages minority communities have known full well how much we've been there to defend them, how much we've done to defend French and English all across the country. We will continue to do that. But here's another opportunity for the Leader of the Opposition to say yes. He's only going to choose bilingual judges for the Supreme Court to demonstrate his commitment. But unfortunately, he's saying nothing on that subject. He doesn't really want to protect French. He just wants to play petty politics. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Charlemagne. Mr. Speaker, earlier this week, I met with representatives of the roundtable of women's groups in my riding to discuss the huge challenges women are facing and the organizations who have been serving them since the start of the pandemic. Last week, the Minister for Women and Gender Equality and Rural Economic Development announced a new program to support these women and organizations. Can the Prime Minister give us an overview of this recovery plan, the feminist recovery plan? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Longueuil-Charlemagne for her question. In order for Canada to recover from this pandemic, Canadian women need to be able to live and work in safety. That's why we announced our $100 million Feminist Recovery and Response Fund to support regional and national efforts to end violence against women and girls, to improve the economic security of women and boost the role of women and girls in decision-making. The Honourable Member for Wellington-Halton Hills. Mr. Speaker, the Chinese government is committing genocide against the Uyghurs and violating an international treaty by threatening 300,000 Canadians living in Hong Kong and engaging in other acts of warmongering in the region, particularly the Indo-Pacific region. Given this, is the government going to take a firm stand? Will they, at minimum, refuse to send a representative to the opening ceremony of the 2022 Beijing Olympic Games? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are going to continue to defend with resolve and firmness our interests abroad. Our Olympic athletes build bridges between peoples and nations, and they deserve our support when they take part in international competitions. We will continue to work with the Olympic and Paralympic committees, as well as all sports organizations, to support our athletes in the run-up to the next games, and we will continue to defend and support our values and human rights.
Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, specifically on the issue of genocide, the Prime Minister's excuse is that he says there needs to be another on-the-ground investigation. But if the Prime Minister could see a violent crime through his neighbor's window, I don't think he would just knock at the door and ask to be invited in to investigate. We already have satellite imagery, survivor testimony, numerous expert reports, recognition by the Biden administration, the unanimous statement of the All-Party Subcommittee on International Human Rights, and the public support of numerous Liberal MPs. The victims have spoken. The Prime Minister should believe them. Why the continuing denial?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we will always advocate and stand up for human rights around the world. Canada is deeply concerned by reports of human rights violations in China against the Uyghurs and other ethnic minorities. In October, Canada, along with 39 other countries at the UN, expressed its grave concerns regarding the situation in Xinjiang. This is why we've repeatedly called for an international investigation in response to allegations of genocide.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister said the word genocide was a loaded term. 2 secretaries of state knew that, and they said it anyway. Irwin Cotler knew that, and he said it anyway. Many Liberal MPs know that and say it anyway. A 105-page report filed with the UK court describes in detail a campaign of enslavement, torture, rape, enforced sterilization, and persecution. If that's not a genocide, what more evidence does this Prime Minister need?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, Canada is deeply concerned by reports of human rights violations in China against the Uyghurs and other ethnic minorities. We've continued to work with the international community on pushing for better answers, on following up on these reports, and on making determinations around the seriousness of these acts. We recognize that we have many partners who've already identified this as a genocide, and we will continue to work with them and others as we move forward in the right way for Canadians and indeed for people around the world.
The Honourable Member for Moncton Riverview, Dieppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government has stepped up and has taken concrete action to help support and protect Canadians since the very beginning of this pandemic. Canadians are worried about the second wave and the new variants and want to see their loved ones vaccinated as soon as possible. Can the Prime Minister provide an update to this House on our vaccination procurement efforts? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to thank the MP for Moncton Riverview Dieppe for all her hard work. Last week, I was happy to announce that we are now on track to receive 84 million doses of Pfizer and Moderna by the end of September. Enough doses to ensure that every Canadian who wants to get vaccinated has the opportunity to do so. This week, we're on schedule to receive our single largest Pfizer shipment to date. We promised a total of 6 million vaccines by the end of March. That's exactly what we will be delivering.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
The workers at Cesco, a company in Edmonton Strathcona, have been locked out by their employer since June. And instead of negotiating, that same employer was able to access federal dollars through the wage subsidy program to hire scab labor. Last week, these workers were locked out in -40 weather, while scabs collected their paychecks, paid for by this government. I wrote to the Minister of Finance over a month ago, and I have heard nothing back. When will the Liberals fix the wage subsidy program to ensure workers aren't the ones left out in the cold?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, from the very beginning, we knew we needed to step up to be there for Canadians, and that's exactly what we did. Within weeks, we delivered the CERB, and a few weeks later, the wage subsidy to support Canadians right across the country. We did that because all parties worked together to get this legislation through in exceptional circumstances and to be there for Canadians who needed it. Since that moment, we've continued to refine and improve the system to make sure that no Canadians are falling through the cracks, and we continue to know that there are many, many Canadians across the country who continue to need support. We will be there for them. As I said from the beginning, we will be there for Canadians as long as it takes, whatever it takes.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have for question period today. C'est tout le temps que nous avons aujourd'hui. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, a point of order. Inaudible for the interpreter.
J'ai bien commencé, mais vous êtes en sourdine.
We could hear you when you started, but then it was on mute.
Que ça devrait être mieux comme ça.
Merci.
The Honourable Member on a point of order. Thank you very much. After negotiations between the parties, I believe you will find consent for the adoption of the following motion. Given that the interpreters' working conditions have deteriorated since the beginning of the pandemic, which affects their capacity to provide high-quality service in both official languages, which is an essential service for our work, that the House expresses concern for the health and safety of all the interpreters and requests urgently that Public Works and Government Services Canada and the House administration take a precautionary approach to set exposure levels to potentially dangerous sound produced by video conference platforms like Zoom.
Alors que tous ceux qui se
That all those opposed to the honourable members moving the motion, please say nay.
D'accord.
Very well. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those against the motion, please say nay.
Adopté.
So carried.
Le député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, I believe you will find that if you seek it, there is unanimous consent on the following motion. That this House congratulate Farah Libey, the Montreal engineer who will be coordinating the Ingenuity vessels operations in the Mars mission, which will be reaching Mars tomorrow to look for traces of microbial life. That this House wishes her the very best in this adventure, which will leave its traces in history. That all those against the honourable members moving the motion, please say nay.
D'accord.
Very well. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All of those against the motion, please say nay.
Adopté.
So carried.
L'honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member.
The honourable member for Drummond. There has been consultation between the parties, and I believe if you seek it, you will find that there is unanimous consent on the following motion. That the House underscores the important contribution of our media and journalists and recognize that they contribute to democratic debate, that this House recognize the inequity between web giants and our media when it comes to publicity or advertising income on various digital platforms, and that it asks the government to take action urgently in order to create a regulatory system that will ensure that revenues are shared fairly. Thanks to the content and IP of Quebec and Canadian media.
All those opposed to what the honourable motion member is proposing will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will say nay.
Oh, nous avons un non.
We have a nay. We do not have unanimous consent.
Go. Okay, the points of order will be taken after the votes. Okay. Okay, very good. The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did bring up this point of order right after the SO 31 made by the member for Brampton Centre. I'd like to, and then at that point you had indicated that it was not the appropriate time. Therefore, I'd like to raise that point of order again and ask that that SO 31 statement be stricken from the records because it impinged on the reputation of many of our members. It was rather inflammatory, and I know that this is a place of debate, but it surpassed any acceptable decorum in a house like this. It directly affected the morale of many members, and frankly, Mr. Speaker, it's language that should never be accepted in this House. And therefore, I'd like to, you may not need to rule on it now, but I would like to ask that you take it under consideration and come back to the House. And I ask that you do strike from the record the SO 31 that was delivered by the member for Brampton Centre.
On that point of order, the honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent.
Mr. Speaker, this is not the part of the member to decide what is right or what is wrong. You have the right to say what you're saying is not correct. Please erase what you have to say. This is your power, not the power of each and every member individually. Ce à quoi nous avons assisté aujourd'hui,
what we heard today was a statement by a member in a time called Standing Order 31. That is a time when members of the House may take a minute of time to express their opinion on a particular subject. There is nothing in the rules that states that a member may not say something that does or has to say something that agrees with government policy. We must preserve this right, Mr. Speaker. The statement made by the member is his statement to make. It is his right, no matter what his words were. If he went too far, it is your duty to call him to order, but not the duty of any member in the House. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, tomorrow morning, no one will be able to speak in this House whatsoever. I want to thank the other members. Oh, no, we have another point of order. The honourable member for Kingston to the Island.
Speaker, I would just encourage you to take the opportunity to reflect on this, in particular some of the comments raised by the opposition House Leader. There are indeed rules that are set out with regard to SO 31s. I know that at times some of those rules have been stretched. Perhaps this is an opportunity for you to go back, reflect on this, and come back with a ruling to this House. But in regards to his comment about other members not having the ability to raise these points of order. That is absolutely false. It is actually the responsibility of members, when they believe that a procedural error has been made, to call that to the attention of the chair, and that is exactly what we saw happen today.
Good. I want to thank the honourable members for their interventions. I will look into it and take this under advisement and return to the chamber if necessary.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
For Calgary Nose Hill Health, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, Foreign Affairs, and the honourable member for Bow River, Veterans Affairs. It being 3:25, pursuant to order made Monday, January 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-220 under private members' business. Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members.
La liste des députés.
The list of members voting by video conference has now been established for use by the table. The question is the following one.
Seconded by Mr. Viss, moved that Bill C-220, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, Compassionate Care Leave, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. We will start with the sponsor of the bill, the honourable member for, the honourable clerk.
Videoconference, Mr. General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support this bill.
Mr. General, cool.
We will now proceed to members participating in person, starting with the sixth row. All those at my left in favour of the motion will please rise. All those in the fifth row at my left.
Mr. Loeb.
Mr. Loeb.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
À ma quatrième rangée.
Fourth row at my left.
À la troisième.
Third row at my left.
Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Monsieur Champoux.
Mr. Champoux.
Ms. Matheson.
Second row on my left.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
First
Madame
row
Michaud.
on my left.
Madame Michaud.
Sorry.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Commençant par la
Starting with the sixth row, all those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Cinquième rangée.
Fifth row at my right.
McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Fourth row on my right. Third row on my right.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row at my right.
Première.
First row at my right.
Starting with the sixth row, all those on my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row on my left. Quatrième.
Fourth row at my left.
Troisième.
Third row at my left.
Second row at my left. First row at my left. Starting with the sixth row, all those on my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row on my right. Fourth row on my right. Troisième.
Third row at my right. Second row at my right.
Ma droite. Premier rang.
First row at my right.
We will now call on members who are participating by video conference one by one in alphabetical order and by party based on the list at the table. After you have been called, indicate whether you vote for or against the motion. Please ensure your camera is turned on at all times and your microphone is turned on only when voting. Members of the Liberal Party.
Mr. Alghabra.
Speaker, in favor.
Mr. Alghabra, 4 pour.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Amos, pour 4.
Ms. Anand.
En faveur.
Ms. Anand, pour 4.
Mr. Anandasangari.
In favor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Anandasangari, 4 pour.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur le Président, en faveur.
Monsieur Arsenault, pour 4.
Mr. Aria.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Aria, 4 pour.
Mr. Badaway.
In favor.
Mr. Badaway, 4 pour.
Mr. Bagnell.
La motion. Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Bagnell, pour 4.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Baines, 4 pour.
Mr. Baker.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Baker, pour 4.
Mr. Baptiste.
I vote in favor.
4 pour.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of this motion.
Mr. Beach, 4 pour.
Madame Bendayan.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur.
Madame Bendayan, pour 4.
Ms. Bennett.
In favor.
Ms. Bennett, 4 pour.
Madame Bessette.
Je vote pour.
Madame Bessette, pour 4.
Madame Bibeau.
Je vote pour.
Madame Bibeau, pour 4.
Mr. Biddle.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Biddle, can I get you to repeat, please? The camera didn't kick in.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Thank you.
Mr. Biddle, 4 pour.
Mr. Blair.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Blair, 4 pour.
Mr. Blois.
In favor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Blois, 4 pour.
Mr. Bertina.
In favor of the motion.
Mr. Bertina, 4 pour.
Madame Brière.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Madame Brière, pour 4.
Mr. Carr.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Carr, 4 pour.
Mr. Casey.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Casey, pour 4.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Ms. Chager, 4 pour.
Monsieur Champagne.
Pour, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Champagne, pour 4.
Mr. Chen.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur.
Mr. Chen, pour 4.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Cormier, pour 4.
Ms. Dabruson.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Bruson, 4 pour.
Ms. Damoff.
In favor.
Ms. Damoff, 4 pour.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Dollywall, 4 pour.
Ms. Dillon.
Je vote en faveur de la motion, Monsieur le
Ms. Dillon,
Président.
4 pour.
Mr. Dong.
I vote for, Speaker. Thank you.
Mr. Dong, 4 pour.
Monsieur Drouin.
En faveur.
Mr. Drouin, pour 4.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Dubourg, pour 4.
Monsieur Duclos.
Je vote.
Est-ce que vous pouvez répéter? Il y a eu quelqu'un.
Please repeat. There was a sound issue.
Avec plaisir, je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Duclos, pour 4.
Mr. Duguid.
Pour, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Duguid, pour 4.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Zerowitz, 4 pour.
Mr. Easter.
I vote in favor of the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Easter, 4 pour.
Mr. Assassi.
I vote in favor, Mr. Speaker.
Assassi, 4 pour.
Monsieur El Khoury. Monsieur El Khoury. Mr. Ellis.
I vote in favor of the motion.
4 pour.
Mr. Erskine-Smith.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Erskine-Smith, 4 pour.
Monsieur Fergus.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Fergus, 4 pour.
Mr. Fillmore.
En faveur de la motion.
Mr. Fillmore, pour 4.
Mr. Finnegan.
En faveur, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Finnegan, pour 4.
Mr. Fisher.
I vote in favor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Fisher, 4 pour.
Mr. Fonseca.
In favor.
Mr. Fonseca, 4 pour.
Mr. Fragiscados.
In favor.
Mr. Fragiscados, 4 pour.
Mr. Fraser.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Fraser, 4 pour.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion, but I just wanted to say I was having some trouble with my camera. I assume that you can see me now. I could see and hear everyone at the beginning, but I did have some trouble with my camera at the beginning.
We can see you loud and clear, and we have registered your vote. Thank you.
Ms. Freeland, 4 pour.
Ms. Fry.
De la motion.
Fry, pour 4.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Garneau, 4 pour.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Ms. Gould, 4 pour.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur.
Mr. Guilbeault, pour 4.
Ms. Haidou. Ms. Haidou. Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Hardy, 4 pour.
Mr. Holland.
In favor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Holland, 4 pour.
Mr. Hausfather.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Hausfather, 4 pour.
Mr. Hussein.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Hussein, pour 4.
Ms. Hutchings.
Je vote en faveur, Monsieur le Président.
Ms. Hutchings, pour 4.
Monsieur Iacono.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor, but I just want you to note that I had some internet problems and I reconnected. So I did hear you call in the members, and then I lost connection and reconnected.
Iacono, 4 pour.
Ms. Yen.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur.
Ms. Yen, pour 4.
Ms. Jazek.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Jazek, 4 pour.
Madame Joly.
Je vote en faveur, Monsieur le Président. Merci.
Madame Joly, pour 4.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mrs. Jordan, 4 pour.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Johari, 4 pour.
Mr. Kellaway.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Kellaway, 4 pour.
Ms. Khalid.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Khalid, 4 pour.
Ms. Kara.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Kara, can I get you to repeat? The camera didn't kick in.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Kara, 4 pour.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Koutrakis, 4 pour.
Mr. Kuzmerchek.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Kuzmerchek, 4 pour.
Madame Lalonde.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Lalonde, pour 4.
Ms. Lambropoulos.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Lambropoulos, pour 4.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Lametti, pour 4.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Lamoureux, 4 pour.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Latanzio, 4 pour.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Je suis pour la motion.
Lauzon pour 4.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Leblanc pour 4.
Madame Leboutillier.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Madame Leboutillier pour 4.
Monsieur Lightbond.
Je vote pour la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Lightbound pour 4.
Mr. Long.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Long pour 4.
Mr. Longfield.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Longfield 4 pour.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga 4 pour.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan 4 pour.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau pour 4.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Speaker, I'll vote in favor.
Mr. Maloney 4 pour.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Martinez Parada pour 4.
Mr. May Cambridge.
I vote in favor of the motion.
May Cambridge 4 pour.
Mr. McDonald.
Je vote en favor.
Mr. McDonald pour 4.
Mr. McGinty.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. McGinty 4 pour.
Mr. McKay.
En faveur.
Mr. McKay, can I get you to repeat? The camera didn't kick in.
In favor.
Thank you.
Mr. McKay 4 pour.
Ms. McKenna. Ms. McKenna.
I vote in favor. Can you hear me?
Ms. McKenna 4 pour.
Thank you.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam pour 4.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories 4 pour.
Mr. Mendicino.
In favor.
Mendicino 4 pour.
Monsieur Miller.
Je vote pour.
Mr. Miller pour 4.
Ms. Monsef.
Je vote en faveur.
Ms. Monsef pour 4.
Mr. Morrissey.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Morrissey pour 4.
Ms. Murray.
Je vote pour.
Ms. Murray pour 4.
Ms. Ing.
Je vote pour la motion.
Ing pour 4.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
O'Connell 4 pour.
Mr. Oliphant.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Oliphant 4 pour.
Mr. O'Regan. Mr. O'Regan. Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
En faveur.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor pour 4.
Mr. Pulaski.
I vote for the motion.
Pulaski 4 pour.
Ms. Qualtrough.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Qualtrough 4 pour.
Mr. Reagan.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Reagan 4 pour.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Robillard pour 4.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Rodriguez pour 4.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Rogers 4 pour.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mrs. Romanado pour 4.
Ms. Sahota, Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Sahota, Brampton North 4 pour.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Saini 4 pour.
Mr. Sajan.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Sajan 4 pour.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Sachs 4 pour.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Sanson pour 4.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Sarai 4 pour.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Scarpaleggia 4 pour.
Monsieur Shifke. Monsieur Schiffke. Mrs. Schult.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mrs. Schult, 4 pour.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur.
Serré, pour 4.
Ms. Groh.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Groh, 4 pour.
Madame Shanahan.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Madame Shanahan, pour 4.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Sheehan, 4 pour.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East, 4 pour.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Sidhu Brampton South, 4 pour.
Mr. Sims. Mr. Sims.
In favor.
Mr. Sims, 4 pour.
Mr. Sorbara.
I vote in favor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Sorbara, 4 pour.
Mr. Spengeman.
Je suis en faveur de la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Spengeman, pour 4.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Ms. Tassi, 4 pour.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Je vote en faveur.
Monsieur Trudeau, pour 4.
Mr. Turnbull.
Je vote en faveur.
Mr. Turnbull, pour 4.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur.
Van Bynen, pour 4.
Mr. Vancouverden.
In favor.
Mr. Vancouverden, 4 pour.
Monsieur Vandal.
In favor.
Mr. Vandal, 4 pour.
Mr. Vaughan. Mr. Vaughan.
I vote in favor. Excuse me.
Mr. Vaughan, 4 pour.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Virani, 4 pour.
Mr. Weiler.
In favor. Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Weiler, 4 pour.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Wilkinson, pour 4.
Ms. Yip.
Je vote pour la motion.
Ms. Yip, pour 4.
Ms. Young.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Young, 4 pour.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Zahid, 4 pour.
Ms. Zahn.
Je vote en faveur, Monsieur le Président.
Ms. Zahn, pour 4.
Monsieur Zubiri.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Zubiri, pour 4.
Members of the Conservative Party.
Mr. Abultaif.
I congratulate my honorable colleague from Edmonton Riverbend for this bill, and I vote yes.
Mr. Abultaif, pour 4.
Mr. Aitchison.
I vote yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Aitchison, 4 pour.
Mr. Albus.
I'm in favor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Albus, 4 pour.
Ms. Alislev.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Alislev, 4 pour.
Mr. Allison.
I support the motion.
Mr. Allison, 4 pour.
Mr. Arnold.
I vote in favor of this motion.
Mr. Arnold, 4 pour.
Mr. Baldinelli.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Baldinelli, 4 pour.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Speaker, I support this motion.
Mr. Barlow, 4 pour.
Mr. Barrett.
I vote yay in favor.
Mr. Barrett, 4 pour.
Mr. Benzen.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Benzen, 4 pour.
Ms. Bergen.
I vote yes.
Ms. Bergen, 4 pour.
Monsieur Berthold.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Berthold, pour 4.
Mr. Bazan.
Mark me down as yay.
Mr. Bazan, 4 pour.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis, pour 4.
Mrs. Block.
I vote for.
Mrs. Block, 4 pour.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Bragdon, 4 pour.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Brassard, 4 pour.
Mr. Carey.
4.
Mr. Carey, 4 pour.
Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu. Mr. Chong.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Chong, 4 pour.
Mr. Cumming.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Cumming, 4 pour.
Mr. Dalton.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Dalton, pour 4.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Ms. Dancho, 4 pour.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Davidson, 4 pour.
Monsieur D'Entremont.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. D'Entremont, pour 4.
Mr. Diot.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Diot, 4 pour.
Mr. Doherty. Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion. Attaboy, Matty.
Mr. Doherty, 4 pour.
Mr. Doddle.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Dowdle, 4 pour.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Dreeshen, 4 pour.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas Salgangary.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas Southgate, pour 4.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Epp, 4 pour.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster.
I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster, 4 pour.
Mr. Falk, Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Falk, Provencher, 4 pour.
Miss Findlay, South Surrey, White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Miss Finley, South Surrey, White Rock, 4 pour.
Miss Findlay, Haldeman, Norfolk.
I vote for the motion.
Miss Finley, Haldeman, Norfolk, 4 pour.
Mrs. Gallant.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Gallant, 4 pour.
Mr. Genius.
I vote for the motion.
4 pour.
Ms. Gladue.
I vote yes.
Miss Gladue, 4 pour.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Godin, pour 4.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Gourde, pour 4.
Mrs. Gray.
I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Gray, 4 pour.
Mr. Hallan.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Hallan, 4 pour.
Ms. Harder.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Harder, 4 pour.
Mr. Hoback.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Hoback, 4 pour.
Mrs. Jensen.
I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Jensen, 4 pour.
Mr. Kelly.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Kelly, 4 pour.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Kent, 4 pour.
Mr. Kitchen.
4. I vote for the motion.
Mr. Kitchen, 4 pour.
Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Kimmich, 4 pour.
Mr. Cram.
I vote for the motion.
Cram, 4 pour.
Mr. Kurek.
4.
Kurek, 4 pour.
Mr. Lake. Mr. Lake.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Lake, 4 pour.
Mr. Lawrence.
I vote for the motion.
Lawrence, 4 pour.
Monsieur Lew.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Lew, pour 4.
Mr. Lewis, Essex.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Lewis, Essex, 4 pour.
Mr. Liepert.
I support the motion.
4 pour.
Mr. Lloyd.
In favor.
Mr. Lloyd, 4 pour.
Mr. Lukiski.
In favor.
Mr. Lukiski, 4 pour.
Mr. McKenzie.
In favor.
Mr. McKenzie, 4 pour.
Mr. McGuire.
For the motion.
Mr. McGuire, 4 pour.
Monsieur Martel.
Pour. Pour.
Mr. Martel, pour 4.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Mazer, 4 pour.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, in favor, please.
Macaulay, Edmonton West, 4 pour.
Mr. McColman.
In favor.
Coleman, 4 pour.
Mr. McLean.
In favor.
Mr. McLean, 4 pour.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
In favor.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, 4 pour.
Mr. Moore.
In favor.
Mr. Moore, 4 pour.
Mr. Morant.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Morant, 4 pour.
Mr. Morrison.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Morrison, 4 pour.
Mr. Mott.
I vote in favor, Mr. Speaker. In favor?
Mr. Mott, 4 pour.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Nater, 4 pour.
Mr. O'Toole.
I vote for.
Mr. O'Toole, 4 pour.
Mr. Petzer.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Patzer, 4 pour.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Paulus, pour 4.
Mr. Poilievre.
For.
Mr. Poilievre, 4 pour.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Redekop, 4 pour.
Mr. Reid.
In favor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Reid, 4 pour.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Rempel Garner, 4 pour.
Ms. Rood.
I vote in favor.
Ms. Rood, 4 pour.
Mr. Ruff.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Ruff, 4 pour.
Ms. Sahota, Calgary Skyview.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Sahota, Calgary Skyview, 4 pour.
Mr. Saroya. Mr. Saroya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote for the motion.
Mr. Saroya, 4 pour.
Mr. Schmale.
Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Schmale, 4 pour.
Mr. Seaback. Mr. Seaback.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Seaback, 4 pour.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Speaker, I vote
Shields, 4 pour.
Ms. Shin.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of this motion.
Ms. Shin, 4 pour.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Shipley, 4 pour.
Mr. Soroka.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Soroka, 4 pour.
Mr. Stanton.
I vote for this motion.
Mr. Stanton, 4 pour.
Mr. Steinley.
I vote in favor of this motion.
Stanley, 4 pour.
Mr. Strahl.
For.
Mr. Strahl, 4 pour.
Mrs. Stubbs.
In favor.
Mrs. Stubbs, 4 pour.
Mr. Sweet.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Sweet, 4 pour.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Tucker, 4 pour.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Upal, 4 pour.
Mr. Van Popta.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Van Popta, 4 pour.
Mrs. Vecchio.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mrs. Vecchio, 4 pour.
Mr. Vidal.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Vidal, 4 pour.
Mr. Viersen. Mr. Viersen.
In favor.
Mr. Viersen, 4 pour.
Mr. Viss.
I vote in favor of this motion.
Viss, 4 pour.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
In favor, Mr. Speaker.
Mrs. Wagenthal, 4 pour.
Mr. Walkington.
For. In support.
Mr. Walkington, 4 pour.
Mr. Waugh.
I vote in favor of this motion.
Mr. Waugh, 4 pour.
Mr. Weber.
I support the motion.
Weber, 4 pour.
Mr. Williamson.
I vote in favor. Je vote pour.
Williamson, 4 pour.
Mrs. Wong.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mrs. Wong, 4 pour.
Mr. Yurdega.
I vote for the motion.
Odega, 4 pour.
Mr. Zimmer.
Vote in favor of the motion.
Zimmer, 4 pour.
Les députés du Bloc québécois.
Members of the Bloc québécois.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Pour, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval, pour 4.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Pour.
Monsieur Beaulieu, pour 4.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de cette motion.
Monsieur Bergeron, pour 4.
Madame Bérubé.
Je vote pour.
Madame Bérubé, pour 4.
Monsieur Blanchette.
En faveur. Merci.
Monsieur Blanchet, pour 4.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Pour la motion.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca, pour 4.
Monsieur Boudria.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Boudria, pour 4.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Je vote pour la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe, pour 4.
Madame Chabot.
Je vote pour.
Madame Chabot, pour 4.
Madame Charbonneau.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Charbonneau, pour 4.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
En faveur de la motion.
Madame de Bellefeuille, pour 4.
Madame Desbiens.
Je vote pour, merci.
Madame Desbiens, pour 4.
Monsieur Désilet.
Pour. Pour la motion.
Monsieur Désilet, pour 4.
Monsieur Fortin.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Fortin, pour 4.
Madame Gaudreau.
Je vote pour la motion.
Voilà.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Goudreau, est-ce que vous pouvez répéter, s'il vous plaît? La caméra n'a pas déclenché.
Je vote pour la motion.
Un peu plus fort, s'il vous plaît.
Je vote pour la motion.
Et voilà. Merci beaucoup.
Madame Gaudreau, pour 4.
Madame Gill.
Je vote pour la motion.
Gill, pour 4.
Madame Larouche.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Larouche, pour 4.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Lemire, pour 4.
Madame Posé.
Pour la motion.
Madame Posé, pour 4.
Monsieur Perron.
Je vote en faveur de la motion. Merci beaucoup.
Monsieur Perron, pour 4.
Monsieur Perron, pouvez-vous répéter, s'il vous plaît?
Oui, je vote en faveur de la motion. Merci.
Parfait. Merci beaucoup.
Monsieur Perron, pour 4.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Plamondon, pour 4.
Monsieur Simard.
Pour la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Simard, pour 4.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Je vote en faveur.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie, pour 4.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour.
Monsieur Thériault, pour 4.
Monsieur Trudel.
Pour, merci.
Monsieur Trudel, pour 4.
Madame Vignola.
Je vote pour, Monsieur le Président.
Madame Vignola, pour 4.
Members of the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Angus.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Angus, 4 pour.
Ms. Ashton.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Ashton, 4 pour.
Mr. Backrack.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Backrack, 4 pour.
Mr. Blakey.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Blakey, 4 pour.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
I vote for.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River, 4 pour.
Monsieur Boulris.
Je suis pour la motion.
Mr. Boulris, pour 4.
Mr. Cannings.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Cannings, 4 pour.
Ms. Collins.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Collins, 4 pour.
Mr. Davies.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Davies, 4 pour.
Mr. Duval.
In favor?
Mr. Duval, 4 pour.
Mr. Garrison.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Garrison, 4 pour.
Ms. Gazan.
Je vote pour la motion.
Ms. Gazan, pour 4.
Mr. Green.
I vote for the motion.
Green, 4 pour.
Mr. Harris.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Harris, 4 pour.
Madame Hughes.
Pour.
Madame Hughes, pour 4.
Mr. Johns.
I vote for the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Jones, 4 pour.
Mr. Julian.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Julian, pour 4.
Ms. Kwan.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Kwan, 4 pour.
Mr. McGregor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. McGregor, 4 pour.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Speaker, yes.
Mr. Massey, 4 pour.
Ms. McPherson.
Je vote pour la motion.
Ms. McPherson, pour 4.
Ms. Kakak.
I vote for.
Kakak, 4 pour.
Mr. Singh.
I vote for.
Mr. Singh, 4 pour.
Les députés du Parti vert.
Members of the Green Party.
Atwin.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Ms. Atwin, 4 pour.
Mr. Manley.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Manley, 4 pour.
Ms. May Sanish, Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands, 4 pour.
Independent members.
Ms. Ratansi.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Tansey, 4 pour.
Mr. Sangha.
I vote for the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Sangha, 4 pour.
Mr. Sloan.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Sloan, 4 pour.
Mr. Tabara.
In favor of the motion.
Mr. Tabara, 4 pour.
And Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould, 4 pour.
Assuming that you did hear the question, if you wish to register your vote and weren't able to do so due to technical difficulties that are now resolved, use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize you. Ms. Haidu.
I vote for the motion.
Can you repeat? Maybe the arm on your headset might not be down. There we go.
I vote for the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Perfect, thank you.
Ms. Haidu, 4 pour.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Je vote pour la motion, s'il vous plaît.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. El Khoury, 4 pour.
I
Mr.
vote in
Shifke.
favor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Shifke.
In favor.
Mr. Shifke, 4 pour.
Mr. O'Regan. Mr. O'Regan? Believe you're on mute.
His microphone is unmuted.
Okay, we've got a thumbs up. That's no, it's okay. Just while I've got this opportunity, it's a learning opportunity. There's one on your headset, and there's also one on the screen where you see a little microphone on the end. It's got a red mark across it, just so that we all know. Perfect. Mr. Fast.
Between Falk and Findlay, somehow I slipped through the cracks. So I'm in favor of the motion.
Mr. Fast, 4 pour.
Mr. Chu.
Mr. Speaker, my computer spontaneous combustion would not prevent me from voting in favor of this. Thank you.
Mr. Chu, 4 pour.
Thank you. That's all. Very good.
Yeas for 328, 328. Nays, compte, 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried.
Second reading of this bill. Deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Avant de procéder au prochain vote, nous ferons...
Before moving to the next vote, we will have a short break to enable our staff to quickly change safely.
Coming up.
Conformément à l'ordre adopté le lundi 25 janvier 2021, la Chambre...
Pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion and second reading stage of Bill C-218 under private members' business.
Ils sont prêts, là? Ah, ils sont là. On n'a pas besoin d'attendre les... Bon. Alors, la liste des députés votant par...
The list of members voting by video conference has now been established for use by the table.
Is as follows. Mr. Waugh, seconded by Mr. Baldinelli, moved that Bill C-218, an act to amend the Criminal Code, sports betting, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. All those... Oh, no, we have to start by the sponsor of the bill. So, Mr. Waugh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to vote yes on this private member's bill here this afternoon.
4 pour.
Now, we will proceed for the members participating in person, starting with the 6th row. All those on my left in favor of the motion will please rise. 5th row on my left.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
4th row at my left. 3rd row at my left.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Monsieur Champoux.
Mr. Champoux.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
2nd row at my left.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Première rangée.
1st row at my left.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Commençons par la 6e.
Starting with the 6th row, all those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
5e rangée.
5th row at my right.
McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
4e.
4th row at my right.
3e rangée.
3rd row at my right.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Miss Vandenbeld.
Miss Vandenbeld.
2nd row at my right. 1st row at my right. Tous ceux... commençons par la 6e rangée.
Starting with the 6th row, all those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise.
5e rangée.
5th row at my left.
4e rangée.
4th row at my left.
3e rangée.
3rd row at my left. 2nd row at my left. 1st row at my left. Starting with the 6th row, all those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. 5th row at my right. 4th row at my right. 3rd row at my right. 2nd row at my right. 1st row at my right.
So we will now call members who are participating by video conference one by one in alphabetical order and by party based on the list at the table. After you have been called, indicate whether you vote for or against the motion. Please ensure that your camera is turned on at all times and your microphone turned on only when you vote. And please have your headsets on so that we are sure to hear you when you vote. Members of the Liberal Party.
Mr. Alghabra.
Madam Speaker, I vote in favor.
Mr. Alghabra, 4 pour.
Mr. Amos.
Madame la Présidente, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Amos, pour 4.
Miss Annan.
En faveur.
Miss Annan, pour 4.
Mr. Anand Sangari.
In favor.
Anand Sangari, 4 pour.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Madame la Présidente, en faveur.
Mr. Arsenault, pour 4.
Mr. Aria.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Aria, 4 pour.
Mr. Badaway.
Madam Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Badaway, 4 pour.
Mr. Bagnall. Mr. Bagnall.
Madame Présidente, en faveur.
Mr. Bagnall, pour 4.
Mr. Baines.
Madam Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Baines, 4 pour.
Mr. Baker.
Madame la Présidente, je vote.
Pourriez-vous répéter, Monsieur Baker?
Oui, Madame la Présidente, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Baker, pour 4.
Mr. Baptiste.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Baptiste, 4 pour.
Mr. Beach.
Madam Speaker, I abstain from this motion.
Mr. Beach, abstention.
Madame Bendayan.
Oui, merci, Madame la Présidente. Je vote en faveur.
Mr. Bennett, Ms. Bendayan, pour 4.
Miss Bennett.
In favor.
Ms. Bennett, 4 pour.
Madame Bessette.
Je vote pour.
Madame Bessette, pour 4.
Madame Bibeau.
Je vote pour.
Madame Bibeau, pour 4.
Mr. Biddle.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Biddle, 4 pour.
Mr. Blair.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Blair, 4 pour.
Mr. Blois.
In favor.
Mr. Blois, 4 pour.
Mr. Brettina.
In favor of the motion.
Mr. Bertina, 4 pour.
Madame Brière.
Madame la Présidente, je vote pour la motion.
Madame Brière, pour 4.
Mr. Carr.
Je vote pour.
Monsieur Carr, pour 4.
Mr. Casey.
Vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Casey, 4 pour.
Miss Chagger.
Mr. Speaker, for.
Ms. Chagger, 4 pour.
Monsieur Champagne.
Pour, Madame la Présidente.
Monsieur Champagne, 4 pour 4.
Mr. Chen.
In favor, Madam President.
Mr. Chen, 4 pour.
Monsieur Cormier.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Cormier, pour 4.
Miss De Brusen.
I'm sorry. I was in favor. I just had problems with my my camera.
Brusen, pour 4.
Miss Demoff.
I vote in favor.
Ms. Demoff, 4 pour.
Mr. Dollywall.
Madam Speaker, I support the motion.
Mr. Dollywall, 4 pour.
Miss Dillon.
Je vote pour, Madame la Présidente.
Ms. Dillon, pour 4.
Mr. Dong.
Speaker, I vote in favor of this motion. Thank you.
Mr. Dong, 4 pour.
Monsieur Drouin.
En faveur.
Monsieur Drouin, pour 4.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Madam Speaker, I vote in favor of this motion.
4 pour.
Monsieur Duclos.
I vote in favor.
Duclos, 4 pour.
Mr. Duguid.
In favor, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Duguid, 4 pour.
Miss Zerowitz.
Madame la Présidente, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Ms. Zerowitz, 4 pour.
Mr. Easter.
Je vote pour, Madam President.
Mr. Easter, pour 4.
Mr. Isasi.
I vote in favor, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Sassi, 4 pour.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Je vote en faveur, Madame la Présidente.
Monsieur El Khoury, pour 4.
Mr. Ellis.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Ellis, 4 pour.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Erskine Smith, 4 pour.
Monsieur Fergus.
Madame la Présidente, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Fergus, pour 4.
Mr. Fillmore.
In favor of the motion.
Fillmore, 4 pour.
Mr. Finnegan.
Madam Speaker, I am for this motion.
Mr. Finnegan, 4 pour.
Mr. Fisher.
Madam Speaker, I'm in favor of this motion.
Mr. Fisher, 4 pour.
Mr. Fonseca.
Madame la Présidente, je vote en favor.
Mr. Fonseca, pour 4.
Mr. Fragiscaros.
In favor.
Mr. Fragiscaros, 4 pour.
Mr. Fraser.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Fraser, 4 pour.
Miss Freeland.
I vote for the motion.
Miss Freeland.
I vote for the motion.
Miss Freeland, 4 pour.
Miss Fry.
Je vote pour.
Miss Fry, pour 4.
Monsieur Garneau.
Madame la Présidente, je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Garneau, pour 4.
Miss Gould.
Madame la Présidente, je vote pour la motion.
Miss Gould, pour 4.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Madame la Présidente, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Guilbeault, pour 4.
Miss Haidu.
Madam Speaker, I'm in favor of the motion.
Ms. Haidu, 4 pour.
Mr. Hardy.
Madam Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Hardy, 4 pour.
Mr. Holland.
En faveur, Madame le Président.
Mr. Holland, pour 4.
Mr. Housefather.
Madam Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Housefather, 4 pour.
Mr. Hussein.
Madame la Présidente, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Hussein, pour 4.
Miss Hutchings.
I vote in favor, Madam Speaker.
Ms. Hutchings, 4 pour.
Monsieur Iacono.
Madame la Présidente, je vote en faveur.
Monsieur Iacono, pour 4.
Miss Ian.
Madame la Présidente, je vote en faveur.
Ian, pour 4.
Miss Jacek.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Jacek, 4 pour.
Madame Joly.
Madame la Présidente, je vote pour la motion.
Madame Joly, pour 4.
Mrs. Jordan.
Madam Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mrs. Jordan, 4 pour.
Mr. Johari.
Madam Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Johari, 4 pour.
Mr. Callaway.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Callaway, 4 pour.
Miss Khalid.
Je vote en faveur.
Khalid, pour 4.
Miss Kara.
Madam Speaker, I vote in favor.
Kara, 4 pour.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame la Présidente, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Madame Koutrakis, pour 4.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk. Mr. Kuzmarchuk. Madame Lalonde.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Lalonde, pour 4.
Miss Lambropoulos.
Je vote en faveur de la motion, Madame la Présidente.
Madame Lambropoulos, pour 4.
Monsieur Lamati.
Madam Speaker, I vote in favor.
Lamati, 4 pour.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madam Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Lamoureux, 4 pour.
Miss Latanzio.
Madam Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Latanzio, 4 pour.
Monsieur Lauzon.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Lauzon, 4 pour.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Madam Speaker, I am in favor of the motion.
Mr. Leblanc, 4 pour.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame la Présidente, je vote pour la motion.
Madame Leboutier, pourriez-vous réessayer peut-être avec...
Please repeat your answer, Ms. Leboutier. Perhaps to send your microphone. We did not see you either.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Le Boutillier, pour 4.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Je vote pour, Madame la Présidente.
Mr. Lightbound, pour 4.
Mr. Long.
Madame la Présidente, je vote in favor.
Mr. Long, pour 4.
Mr. Longfield.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Longfield, 4 pour.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madam Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga, 4 pour.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madam Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan, 4 pour.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame la Présidente, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau, pour 4.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Maloney, 4 pour.
Madame Martinez Farada.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Martinez Farada, pour 4.
Mr. May Cambridge.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. May Cambridge, 4 pour.
Mr. McDonald.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. McDonald, 4 pour.
Mr. McGinty.
I vote in favor of the motion.
McGinty, 4 pour.
Mr. McKay.
In favor.
Mr. McKay, could you try again, please? We didn't see you.
In favor.
Mr. McKay, 4 pour.
Miss McKenna.
I vote in favor.
Miss McKenna, 4 pour.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Madame la Présidente, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam, pour 4.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories, 4 pour.
Mr. Mendocino.
In favor.
Mendocino, 4 pour.
Monsieur Miller.
Je vote pour.
Mr. Miller, pour 4.
Miss Monsef.
Madam Speaker, I vote in favor.
Ms. Monsef, four pour.
Mr. Morrissey.
I vote in favor.
Morrissey, four pour.
Miss Murray.
Je vote pour.
Ms. Murray, four.
Miss Ing.
I vote in favor.
Ing, four pour.
Miss O'Connell.
Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. O'Connell, four pour.
Mr. Oliphant.
In favor.
Mr. Oliphant, four pour.
Mr. O'Regan. Mr. O'Regan.
He has his thumb up.
Mr. O'Regan, four pour.
Miss Petitpas-Taylor.
En faveur.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor, pour four.
Mr. Pawlowski.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Pawlowski, four pour.
Miss Qualtrough.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Qualtrough, four pour.
Mr. Regan.
Je vote pour.
Mr. Regan,
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame la Présidente, je vote en faveur.
Monsieur Robillard, pour four.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Madame la Présidente, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Rodriguez, pour four.
Mr. Rogers.
Madam Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Rogers, four pour.
Mrs. Romanado.
Madame la Présidente, je vote pour la motion.
Mrs. Romanado, pour four.
Miss Sahota Brampton North.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Sahota Brampton North, four pour.
Mr. Saini.
Madame la Présidente, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Saini, pour four.
Mr. Sajan.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Sajan, four pour.
Miss Sachs.
Madame la Présidente, je vote pour.
Sachs, pour four.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame la Présidente, je vote en faveur de cette motion.
Sanson, pour four.
Mr. Sarai.
Madam Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Sarai, four pour.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Madame la Présidente, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Scarpellegia, pour four.
Monsieur Chifquet.
Madame la Présidente, je vote en faveur.
Mr. Chifquet, pour four.
Mrs. Scholt. Mrs. Scholt. Monsieur Serré.
Madame la Présidente, je vote en faveur.
Serré, pour four.
Miss Groh.
I vote in favor.
Ms. Groh, four pour.
Madame Shanahan.
I vote in favor.
Could you repeat, Ms. Shanahan? We couldn't get you.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Shanahan, four pour.
Mr. Sheehan.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Sheehan, four pour.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Madam Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Sidhu Brampton East, four pour.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Madam Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Sidhu Brampton South, four pour.
Mr. Sims.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Sims, four pour.
Mr. Sobera.
Je vote pour, Madame la Présidente.
Mr. Sobera, pour four.
Mr. Spangeman.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je suis pour la motion.
Mr. Spangeman, pour four.
Miss Tassi.
Madam Speaker, I vote for.
Tassi, four pour.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Madam Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Trudeau, four pour.
Mr. Turnbull.
Madam Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Turnbull, four pour.
Mr. Van Bynen. Mr. Van Bynen.
No, sorry about that. I was just staring at the calendar. I forgot about it.
Mr. Vancouverden.
I vote for.
Mr. Vancouverden, four pour.
Monsieur Vandal.
Je vote pour.
Mr. Vandal, pour four.
Mr. Vaughan.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Vaughan against. Contre.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Virani, 4 pour.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Weiler, 4 pour.
Mr. Wilkinson.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Wilkinson, 4 pour.
Miss Yip.
Madam Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Miss Yip, 4 pour.
Miss Young.
Je suis pour la motion.
Miss Young, pour 4.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madam Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Zaid, 4 pour.
Miss Zan.
Madame la Présidente, je vote en faveur.
Miss Zan, pour 4.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Madame la Présidente, je vote en faveur.
Zuberi, pour 4.
Les députés du Parti conservateur.
Members of the
Mr.
Madam Speaker, I congratulate my colleague from Saskatoon Grasswood and I vote yes.
Mr. Bouter, 4 pour.
Mr. Aitchison.
I vote in favor, Madam Speaker.
Aitchison, 4 pour.
Mr. Albus.
I vote in favor.
Albus, 4 pour.
Miss Alislav.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Miss Alislav, 4 pour.
Mr. Allison.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Allison, 4 pour.
Mr. Arnold.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Arnold, 4 pour.
Mr. Baldinelli.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Baldinelli, 4 pour.
Mr. Barlow.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Barlow, 4 pour.
Mr. Barrett.
I vote yay in favor.
Mr. Barrett, 4 pour.
Mr. Benzen.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Benson, 4 pour.
Ms. Bergen.
I vote yes.
Ms. Bergen, 4 pour.
Monsieur Berthold.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Berthold, pour 4.
Mr. Bazan. Mr. Bazan. Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Légitimain, Lévy.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Légitimain, Lévy, pour 4.
Mrs. Block.
Give me a sec.
Mrs. Block. Mr. Bragdon.
Madame la Présidente, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Bragdon, pour 4.
Mr. Brassard.
Madam Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Brassard, 4 pour.
Mr. Carey.
4.
Mr. Carey, 4 pour.
Mr. Chu.
Madam Speaker, I'm still having computer problem. I'm working with IT right now. So I see that you can't see my camera, but I will be abstaining from the vote.
Thank you for letting us know.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Chong, against. Contre.
Mr. Cumming.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Cumming, 4 pour.
Mr. Dalton.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Dalton, 4 pour.
Ms. Dancho.
Madam Speaker, I vote in favor.
Ms. Dancho, 4 pour.
Mr. Davidson.
Madam Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Davidson, 4 pour.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Madam Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. D'Entremont, 4 pour.
Mr. Diot. Mr. Diot.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Diot, 4 pour.
Mr. Doherty.
4.
Could you repeat, Mr. Doherty? We couldn't see you.
Madam Speaker, I vote for.
Mr. Doherty, 4 pour.
Mr. Dowdall.
Madam Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Dowdall, 4 pour.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Madam Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Dreeshen, 4 pour.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry, pour 4.
Mr. Epp.
Madame la Présidente, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Epp, pour 4.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lordsminster.
I vote against the motion.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster, against, contre.
Mr. Falk, Provencher.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Falk, Provencher, against, contre.
Mr. Fast.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Fast, 4 pour.
Miss Finley, South Surrey, White Rock.
I vote for the motion.
Miss Finley, South Surrey, White Rock.
I vote for the motion.
Miss Finley, South Surrey, White Rock, 4 pour.
Miss Finley, Haldeman, Norfolk.
I vote for the motion.
Miss Finley, Haldeman, Norfolk, 4 pour.
Mrs. Gallant.
I'm opposed to the motion.
Could you repeat, Mrs. Gallant? We couldn't see you.
Opposed.
Could you lower your microphone in your headset, please? We are not catching your sound. It's very faint. On peut à peine l'entendre.
Mr. Jennis.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Jennis, against, contre.
Ms. Gladue.
Je vote pour la motion.
Ms. Gladue, 4 pour 4.
Monsieur Godin. Monsieur Godin.
Je vote pour, Madame la Présidente.
Monsieur Godin, pour 4.
Monsieur Gourde.
Madame la Présidente, je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Gourde, pour 4.
Ms. Gray.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Gray, 4 pour.
Mr. Hallan.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Hallan, 4 pour.
Ms. Harder.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Harder, 4 pour.
Mr. Hoback.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Hoback, 4 pour.
Ms. Jensen.
I vote against.
Jensen, against, contre.
Mr. Generou.
Madam Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Generou, 4 pour.
Mr. Kelly.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Kelly, 4 pour.
Mr. Kent.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Kent, 4 pour.
Mr. Kitchen.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Kitchen, 4 pour.
Mr. Kimmich.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Kimmich, 4 pour.
Mr. Cram.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Cram, 4 pour.
Mr. Couric.
4.
Mr. Couric, 4 pour.
Mr. Lake.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Lake, pour 4.
Mr. Lawrence.
I vote against.
Lawrence, against, contre.
Monsieur Leroux.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Leroux, pour 4.
Back to Mr. Lawrence.
I vote against.
Mr. Lawrence, against, contre.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Lewis Essex, 4 pour.
Mr. Leipert.
I support the motion.
Mr. Leipert, 4 pour.
Mr. Lloyd.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Lloyd, 4 pour.
Mr. Lukivsky.
In favor.
Mr. Lukivsky, 4 pour.
Mr. McKenzie.
In favor.
Mr. McKenzie, 4 pour.
Mr. McGuire.
In favor.
Mr. McGuire, 4 pour.
Mr. Mazier.
Madam Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Mazier, 4 pour.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Madam Speaker, in favor.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West, 4 pour.
Mr. McColman.
Against
the motion.
Mr. McColman against, called.
Mr. McLean.
Madame le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. McLean, for.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
For the motion.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, for.
Mr. Moore.
In favor.
Mr. Moore, for.
Mr. Morantz.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Morantz, for.
Mr. Morrison.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Morrison, for.
Mr. Motts.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Motts, for.
Mr. Nader.
Madam Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Nader, for.
Mr. Padzer.
Madam Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Patzer, for.
Monsieur Paulus.
Madame la Présidente, je vote pour la motion.
Paulus, for.
Mr. Redekop.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Redekop, for.
Mr. Reed.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Reed, for.
Miss Rempel Gardner.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Miss Rempel Gardner, for.
Miss Rude.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Rude, for.
Mr. Ruff.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Ruff, for.
Miss Sahota, Calgary Skyview.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Sahota, Calgary Skyview, for.
Mr. Soroya. Mr. Soroya.
Madam Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Soroya, for.
Mr. Shear.
Madam Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Shear, for.
Mr. Schmale.
Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Schmale, for.
Mr. Seaback.
Madam Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Seaback, against, called.
Mr. Shields.
Madam Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Shields, for.
Miss Shin.
I vote for the motion.
Shin, for.
Mr. Shipley.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Shipley, for.
Mr. Soroka.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Soroka, for.
Mr. Stanton.
Madame la Présidente, je vote en faveur de cette motion.
Monsieur Stanton, est-ce que vous pourriez baisser votre microphone, s'il vous plaît? On ne vous a pas vu.
Pardonne-moi. Madame la Présidente, je vote en faveur de cette motion.
Mr. Stanton, for.
Mr. Steinley.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Stanley, for.
Mr. Strahl.
Against.
Mr. Strahl, against, called.
Mrs. Stubbs.
In favor?
Mrs. Stubbs, for.
Mr. Sweet.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Sweet, for.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Tucker, for.
Mr. Upal.
Madam Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Upal, for.
Mr. Van Papta.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Van Papta, for.
Mrs. Vecchio.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mrs. Vecchio, for.
Mr. Vidal.
I vote in favor.
Vidal, for.
Mr. Viersen. Mr. Viersen. Mr. Viss.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Viss, for.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
I vote against the motion.
Mrs. Wagenthal, against, called.
Mr. Workington.
In favor.
Mr. Workington.
In favor of the motion.
Mr. Workington, for.
Mr. Weber.
I support the motion.
Mr. Weber, for.
Mr. Williamson.
I too support the motion.
Mr. Williamson, for.
Mrs. Wong.
I vote against the motion.
Mrs. Wong, against, called.
Mr. Yerdiga.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Yerdiga, for.
Mr. Zimmer.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Zimmer, against, called.
Les députés du Bloc québécois.
Members of the Bloc québécois.
Barcelou Duval.
Pour la motion.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval, for.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Pour la motion.
Monsieur Beaulieu, for.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Madame la Présidente, je vote en faveur de cette motion.
Monsieur Bergeron, for.
Madame Bérubé.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Bérubé, for.
Monsieur Blanchet. Monsieur Blanchet.
Pour.
Monsieur Blanchet, for.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Pour la motion.
Blanchette-Jonca, for.
Monsieur Boudria.
Pour la motion.
Monsieur Baudria, for.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Pour la motion.
Brunel-Duceppe, for.
Madame Chabot.
Pour, je vote pour.
Madame Chabot, for.
Madame Charbonneau.
Madame la Présidente, je n'ai pas entendu la question. J'ai eu des problèmes de son. Alors, je m'abstiens. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Madame Charbonneau, abstention.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Je vote en faveur.
Madame de Bellefeuille, for.
Madame Desbiens.
Je vote pour, merci.
Madame Desbiens, for.
Monsieur Désilet.
Pour.
Monsieur Désilet, for.
Monsieur Fortin.
Je vote pour la motion.
Fortin, pourriez-vous baisser votre micro? On ne vous a pas vu. Il est très mal entendu.
Je n'ai pas vu. Bon. Je vote pour la motion.
Fortin, for.
Madame Godreau.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Godreau, for.
Madame Gill.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Gill, for.
Madame Larouche.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Larouche, for.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Lemire, for.
Madame Posé.
Pour la motion.
Madame Posé, for.
Monsieur Perron.
Je vote en faveur de la motion, merci.
Monsieur Perron, for.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Plamondon, for.
Monsieur Simard.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Simard, for.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Oui, je vote en faveur.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie, for.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame la Présidente, je vote pour.
Monsieur Thériault, for.
Monsieur Trudel.
Pour, merci.
Monsieur Trudel, for.
Madame Vignola.
Madame la Présidente, je vote pour la motion.
Madame Vignola, for.
The members from the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Angus.
I vote for this motion.
Mr. Angus, for.
Miss Ashton.
I vote for the motion.
Miss Ashton, for.
Mr. Backrack.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Backrack.
I vote for the motion. How's that going?
Now it's going.
Mr. Backrack, for.
Mr. Blakey.
I vote for the motion.
Blakey, for.
Miss Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
I vote for.
Miss Blaney, North Island, Powell River, for.
Monsieur Boulris.
Je suis pour.
Monsieur Boulris, for.
Mr. Cannings.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Cannings, for.
Miss Collins.
I vote for the motion.
Miss Collins, for.
Mr. Davies.
I vote for the motion.
Miss Davies, for.
Mr. Duval.
In favor?
Mr. Duval, for.
Mr. Garrison.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Garrison, for.
Ms. Gazan.
I vote in favor.
Ms. Gazan, for.
Mr. Green.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Green, could you try again? We didn't see you.
I certainly can. I vote in favor.
Mr. Green, for.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Harris, 4 pour.
Madame Hughes.
4.
Madame Hughes, 4 pour.
Mr. Johns.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Johns, 4 pour.
Mr. Julian.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Julian, pour 4.
Miss Kwan.
Madam Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Ms. Kwan, 4 pour.
Mr. McGregor.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. McGregor, 4 pour.
Mr. Mossing.
Madam Speaker, help end this 10-year adventure. I vote for the motion.
Mr. Massey, 4 pour.
Miss McPherson.
Madam Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Ms. McPherson, 4 pour.
Miss Cook.
I vote for the motion.
Ms.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Kirkuk, 4 pour.
Mr. Singh.
4.
Mr. Singh, could you repeat? We didn't see you, please.
Sure. I vote for.
Mr. Singh, 4 pour.
The members of the Green Party.
Mrs. Atwin.
Madam Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Ms. Atwin, 4 pour.
Mr. Manley.
Madam Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Manley, 4 pour.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote for the motion.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands, 4 pour.
The independent members.
Miss Ratansi.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Ratansi, 4 pour.
Mr. Sangha.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Sangha, 4 pour.
Mr. Sloan.
I vote against this motion.
Mr. Sloan, against. Called.
Mr. Tabera.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Tabara, 4 pour.
Miss Wilson-Raybould.
I vote for the motion.
Wilson-Raybould, 4 pour.
Si vous avez entendu la question et n'avez pas pu...
If you heard the question and were unable to vote, and you wish to register your vote and weren't able to do so due to technical difficulties that are now resolved, use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize you.
Mr. Kuzmaricek?
Madam Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Kuzmaricek, 4 pour.
Mr. Bazan?
Madam Chair, I am betting on yes on this motion.
Mr. Bazan, 4 pour.
Mrs. Block?
Against.
Mrs. Block, against. Called.
Mr. Poilievre?
4.
Mr. Poilievre, 4 pour.
Mr. Chu?
Madam Speaker, I would vote abstain.
Mr. Chu, abstention, abstention.
Yeas pour 303, 303. Nays contre 15, 15.
I declare the motion carried. Accordingly,
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Désolé, Before proceeding to the next vote, we will pause the sitting briefly in order to allow employees who provide support for the sitting to substitute each other safely. Ah, non, mais lui, il me... Pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-222 under private members' business. The list of members voting by video conference has now been established for use by the table. The question is the following one. Mrs. Gallant, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moved that Bill C-222, an act to amend the Expropriation Act, Protection of Private Property, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates.
We will start with the sponsor of the bill.
By video conference, Mrs. Gallant.
I vote in favor of the bill.
Mrs. Gallant.
We will now proceed to members participating in person, starting with the sixth row. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ranger.
Mr. Law.
Fifth row.
Quatrième.
Fourth row.
Troisième.
Third row.
Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Deuxième rang.
Second row at my left.
Première rang.
First row at my left.
Mr. Deltel.
Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion
Starting with the sixth row, all those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row. Third row. Second row. First row.
starting with the sixth row, all those at my right. Sorry, I'm going too fast. Starting at the sixth row, all those at my left opposing the motion, please rise.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Cinquième rangée, fifth row. Right?
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Third row.
Monsieur
Fourth row.
Monsieur pardon.
No, right, third row.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Deuxième rangée.
Monsieur Terrien.
Second row.
Terrien.
Madame Michaud.
Première rangée.
First row.
Tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion.
Starting with the sixth row, all those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row, fourth row, third row.
Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Deuxième rang.
Second row, first row.
We will now call members who are participating by video conference, one by one in alphabetical order and by party based on the list at the table. Lorsqu'on appellera votre nom, veuillez indiquer si vous votez.
After you have been called, indicate whether you vote for or against the motion. Please ensure your camera is turned on at all times and that your microphone is turned on only when voting.
Descendu sur votre écran.
And please make sure that the boom is lowered on your headset.
Libéral.
Members of the Liberal Party.
Speaker, against.
Mr. Alghabra, against. Contre.
Mr. Amos.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Amos, contre. Against.
Ms. Anand.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre la motion aussi.
Ms. Anand, contre. Against.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Ananda Sangari, against. Contre.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Madame la Présidente, contre.
Mr. Arsenault, contre. Against.
Mr. Aria.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Aria, against. Contre.
Mr. Badaway.
Madam Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Badaway, against. Contre.
Mr. Bagnell.
Madame Présidente, je suis contre la motion.
Mr. Bagnell, contre. Against.
Mr. Baines.
Madam Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Baines, against. Contre.
Mr. Baker.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Baker, contre. Against.
Mr. Baptiste.
I vote against.
Mr. Baptiste against, contre.
Mr. Beach.
Madam Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Beach against, contre.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre la motion.
Madame Bendayan, contre, against.
Ms. Bennett.
Against.
Ms. Bennett against, contre.
Madame Bessette.
Je vote contre.
Madame Bessette, contre, against.
Madame Bibeau.
Je vote contre.
Madame Bibeau, contre, against.
Mr. Biddle.
I vote against.
Mr. Biddle against, contre.
Mr. Blair. Mr. Blair. Mr. Blois.
I vote against.
Mr. Blois against, contre.
Mr. Brattina.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Brattina against, contre.
Madame Brière.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre la proposition.
Madame Brière, contre, against.
Mr. Carr.
Je vote contre.
Mr. Carr, contre, against.
Mr. Casey.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Casey against, contre.
Ms. Chager.
Opposed.
Ms. Chager against, contre.
Monsieur Champagne.
Contre, Madame la Présidente.
Mr. Champagne, contre, against.
Mr. Chen.
Contre.
Mr. Chen, contre, against.
Monsieur Cormier.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Cormier, contre, against.
Ms. de Brusen.
Je vote contre la motion.
Ms. de Brusen, contre, against.
Ms. de Moff.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. de Moff, against, contre.
Mr. Dollywall.
Madam Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Dollywall, against, contre.
Ms. Dillon.
Je suis contre la motion, Madame la Présidente.
Ms. Dillon, contre, against.
Mr. Dong.
Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Dong, against, contre.
Monsieur Drouin.
Contre.
Monsieur Drouin, contre, against.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre cette motion.
Monsieur Dubourg, contre, against.
Monsieur Duclos.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Duclos, contre, against.
Mr. Duguid.
I vote against the motion,
Mr.
Madam
Duguid,
Speaker.
against, contre.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Madam Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Zarowitz, against, contre.
Mr. Easter.
Madam Speaker, I vote against as well.
Mr. Easter, against, contre.
Mr. Assassi.
I vote against, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Assassi, against, contre.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Je vote contre, Madame la Présidente.
Monsieur El Khoury, contre, against.
Mr. Ellis.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Ellis, against, contre.
Mr. Erskine Smith. Mr. Erskine Smith.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Erskine Smith, against, contre.
Monsieur Fergus.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Fergus, contre, against.
Mr. Fillmore.
Contre la motion.
Mr. Fillmore, contre, against.
Mr. Finnegan.
Je vote contre la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Finnegan, against, contre.
Mr. Fisher.
I vote against, Madam
Fisher,
Speaker.
against, contre.
Mr. Fonseca.
Madam Speaker, I vote against.
Fonseca, against, contre.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Against, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Fagascatus, against, contre.
Mr. Fraser.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Fraser, against, contre.
Ms. Freeland.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Freeland, against, contre.
Ms. Fry.
Madam Speaker, I vote against the
Ms.
motion.
Fry, against, contre.
Monsieur Garneau.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Garneau, contre, against.
Ms. Gould.
Je vote contre la motion.
Ms. Gould, contre, against.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Je vote contre la motion, Madame la Présidente.
Mr. Guilbeault, contre, against.
Ms. Haidu.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Haidu, against, contre.
Mr. Hardy.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Hardy, contre, against.
Mr. Holland.
Opposed, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Holland, against, contre.
Mr. Hosfather.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Housefather called against.
Mr. Hussein.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Hussein called against.
Ms. Hutchings.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre la motion.
Ms. Hutchings called against.
Monsieur Iacono.
Madam Speaker, I vote against.
Mr. Iacono against called.
Ms. Yen.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre.
Ms. Ian called against.
Ms. Jazek.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Jazek against called.
Madame Joly.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre la motion. Merci.
Jolie called against.
Mrs. Jordan.
Madam Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Jordan against called.
Mr. Johari.
Madam Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Johari against called.
Mr. Kellaway.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Kellaway against called.
Ms. Khalid.
I vote against the motion.
Khalid against called.
Ms. Kara.
I vote against the motion, Madam Speaker.
Ms. Kara against called.
Madame Koutrakis.
Je vote contre, Madame la Présidente.
Koutrakis called against.
Mr. Kuzmerchek.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Kuzmerchek against called.
Madame Lalonde.
Je vote contre la motion.
Lalonde called against.
Ms. Lambropoulos.
Je vote contre.
Madame Lambropoulos called against.
Monsieur Lametti.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Lametti called against.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion, or I should say, Madam Speaker.
Monsieur Lamoureux against called.
Ms. Latanzio.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre la motion.
Madame Latanzio called against.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Je voterai contre la motion.
Lauzon called against.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Madam Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Leblanc against called.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre la motion.
Boutillier. Madame Le Boutillier called against.
Monsieur Lightbond.
Contre, Madame la Présidente.
Mr. Lightbound called against.
Mr. Long. Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield.
I vote excuse me, I vote against.
Mr. Longfield against called.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madam Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga against called.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madam Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan against called.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau called against.
Mr. Maloney.
Madam Speaker, I'll vote against the motion.
Mr. Maloney against called.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Oui, merci, Madame la Présidente. Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Martinez Ferrada called against.
Mr. May Cambridge.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. May Cambridge against called.
Mr. McDonald.
Can't.
Mr. McDonald called against.
Mr. McGinty.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. McGinty against called.
Mr. McKay.
Against.
Mr. McKay against called.
Ms. McKenna.
Contre. Contre la motion.
Ms. McKenna called against.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre.
McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam called against.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories against called.
Mr. Mendicino.
Against.
Mendicino against called.
Monsieur Miller.
Je vote contre.
Mr. Miller called against.
Ms. Monsef.
Madam Speaker, I vote against.
Ms. Monsef against called.
Mr. Morrissey.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Morrissey called against.
Ms. Murray.
Je vote contre.
Ms. Murray called against.
Ms. Ing.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Ing against called.
Ms. O'Connell.
Madam Speaker, I vote against.
Ms. O'Connell against called.
Mr. O'Regan.
I vote against.
O'Regan against called.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Against.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor against. Called.
Mr. Pulaski.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Pulaski against. Called.
Ms. Quattro.
I vote against the motion.
Quattro against. Called.
Mr. Regan.
Against the motion.
Mr. Regan, could you repeat? Oh, there we go.
Mr. Regan against. Called.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Robillard contre. Against.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Rodriguez contre. Against.
Mr. Rogers.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Rogers against. Called.
Mrs. Romanado.
Madam Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mrs. Romanado against. Called.
Ms. Sahota, Brampton North.
Madam Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Sahota, Brampton North against. Called.
Mr. Saini.
Madam Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Saini against. Called.
Mr. Sajan.
I vote against the motion.
Sajan against. Called.
Ms. Sachs.
Madam Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Sachs against. Called.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre cette motion.
Mr. Sanson contre. Against.
Mr. Sarai.
Madam Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Sarai against. Called.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
I vote against the motion, Madam
Mr. Scarpaleggia against. Called.
Monsieur Shifke.
I vote against the motion, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Shifke against. Called.
Mrs. Schult.
Madam Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Schult against. Called.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Serré contre. Against.
Ms. Gros.
Madam Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Gros against. Called.
Madame Shanahan.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Shanahan contre. Against.
Mr. Sheehan.
Against the motion.
Mr. Sheehan against. Called.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton East.
Madam Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton East against. Called.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Madam Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South against. Called.
Mr. Sims.
Hi, Madam Speaker. Against. Nope.
Mr. Sims against. Called.
Mr. Sorbara.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Sorbara called. Against.
Mr. Spengeman.
Je m'oppose à la motion, Madame la Présidente.
Mr. Spengeman called. Against.
Ms. Tassi.
Madam Speaker, against.
Ms. Tassi against. Called.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Against.
Mr. Turnbull.
Madam Speaker, I vote against.
Mr. Turnbull against. Called.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Van Bynen called. Against.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Vote against.
Mr. Van Couverden against. Called.
Monsieur Vandal.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Vandal called. Against.
Mr. Vaughan.
I vote no to the motion. I vote no to the motion.
Mr. Vandal. Mr. Vaughan called. Against.
Mr. Virani.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Virani called. Against.
Mr. Weiler.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Weiler called. Against.
Mr. Wilkinson.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Wilkinson against. Called.
Ms. Yip.
Je vote contre la motion.
Ms. Yip called. Against.
Ms. Young. Ms. Young.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Young against. Called.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madam Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Zaid against. Called.
Ms. Zahn.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre la motion.
Ms. Zahn called. Against.
Monsieur Zubiri.
Madam Chair, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Zubiri against. Called.
The members from the Conservative Party.
Mr. Abultaif.
I vote yes.
Mr. Abultaif, yes. Pour.
Mr. Aitchison.
I vote yes, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Aitchison, pour 4.
Mr. Albus.
I vote yay in support.
Mr. Albus, 4 pour.
Ms. Alislav.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Alislav, 4 pour.
Mr. Allison.
I support the motion.
Allison, 4 pour.
Mr. Arnold.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Arnold, 4 pour.
Mr. Baldinelli.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Baldinelli, 4 pour.
Mr. Barlow.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Barlow, 4 pour.
Mr. Barrett.
I vote yay in favor.
Mr. Barrett, 4 pour.
Mr. Benzen.
I vote in favor.
Benzen, 4 pour.
Ms. Bergen.
I vote yes.
Ms. Bergen, 4 pour.
Monsieur Berthold.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Berthold, 4 pour.
Mr. Bazan.
I'm in favor.
Mr. Bazan, 4 pour.
Monsieur Blaney Bellechasse Les Etchemins Lévis.
Je vote en faveur.
Monsieur Blaney Bellechasse Les Etchemins Lévis, pour 4.
Mrs. Block.
I vote in favor.
Mrs. Block, 4 pour.
Mr. Bragdon.
Madam Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Bragdon, 4 pour.
Mr. Brassard.
Madam Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Brassard, 4 pour.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey, 4 pour.
Mr. Chu.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Chu, 4 pour.
Mr. Chong. Mr. Chong. Mr. Cumming.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Cumming, 4 pour.
Mr. Dalton.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Dalton, pour 4.
Ms. Dancho.
I vote in favor.
Ms. Dancho, could you repeat, please? We couldn't see you.
I vote in favor.
And Ms. Dancho, 4 pour.
Mr. Davidson.
Madam Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Davidson, 4 pour.
Monsieur D'Entremont.
Madam Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. D'Entremont, 4 pour.
Mr. Diot.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Diot, 4 pour.
Mr. Doherty.
Vote in favor.
Mr. Doherty, 4 pour.
Mr. Doddle.
Madam Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Doddle, 4 pour.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Madam Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Dreeshen, 4 pour.
Mr. Duncan. Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont Dundas South Glengarry, pour 4.
Mr. Epp.
Madam Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Epp, 4 pour.
Mrs. Falk. Battlefords Lloydminster.
I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster, 4 pour.
Mr. Falk. Provencher.
Madam Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Falk, Provencher, 4 pour.
Miss Findlay. South Surrey White Rock. Miss Findlay. South Surrey White Rock.
How about me?
Sorry.
I think you missed my colleague.
So back to
MP
Mr. Fast. Back to Mr.
That's the second time. That's the second time what's happening here.
It went by too fast.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Fast, 4 pour.
And then Miss Findlay, South Surrey White Rock.
I think you were just going too fast, Mr. Clerk. I vote in favor of the motion.
Miss Findlay, South Surrey White Rock, 4 pour.
Miss Findlay, Haldeman, Norfolk.
I vote for the motion.
Miss Findlay, Haldeman, Norfolk, 4 pour.
Mr. Jennis.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Jennis, 4 pour.
Ms. Gladue.
I vote for the motion.
Miss Gladue, 4 pour.
Monsieur Godin.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Godin, pour 4.
Monsieur Gourde.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Gourde, pour 4.
Mrs. Gray.
I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Gray, 4 pour.
Mr. Hallan.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Hallan, 4 pour.
Ms. Harder.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Harder, 4 pour.
Mr. Hoback.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Hoback, 4 pour.
Mrs. Jensen.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Jensen, 4 pour.
Mr. General.
Madam Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. General, 4 pour.
Mr. Kelly.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Kelly, 4 pour.
Mr. Kent.
Madam Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Kent, 4 pour.
Mr. Kitchen.
In favor.
Mr. Kitchen, 4 pour.
Mr. Kimmich.
Madame la Présidente, je vote pour.
Mr. Kimmich, pour 4.
Mr. Cram.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Cram, 4 pour.
Mr. Kurek.
For.
Mr. Kurek, 4 pour.
Mrs. Kuzi. Mrs. Kuzi. Mr. Lake.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Lake, 4 pour.
Mr. Lawrence.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Lawrence, 4 pour.
Monsieur Leroux.
Madame la Présidente, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Leroux, pour 4.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Lewis Essex, 4 pour.
Mr. Leipert.
I support the motion.
Mr. Leipert, 4 pour.
Mr. Lloyd.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Lloyd, 4 pour.
Mr. Lukiski.
In favor.
Mr. Lukiski, 4 pour.
Mr. McKenzie.
I'm in favor.
Mr. McKenzie, 4 pour.
Mr. McGuire.
In favor.
McGuire, 4 pour.
Mr. Mazier.
Madam Speaker, I'm in favor of the motion.
Mr. Mazer, 4 pour.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Madam Speaker, in favor.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West, 4 pour.
Mr. McColeman.
In favor.
Mr. McColeman, 4 pour.
Mr. McLean. Madam Speaker, I'm in favor of this motion.
Mr. McLean, 4 pour.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
In favor.
Mr. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, 4 pour.
Mr. Moore.
In favor.
Mr. Moore, 4 pour.
Mr. Morans.
In favor.
Mr. Morans, 4 pour.
Mr. Morrison.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Morrison, 4 pour.
Mr. Motz.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Motz, 4 pour.
Mr. Nater.
Madam Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Nater, 4 pour.
Mr. Petzer.
Madam Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Patzer, 4 pour.
Monsieur Paulus.
Madame la Présidente, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Paulus, pour 4.
Mr. Poiliev.
For.
Mr. Polyev, 4 pour.
Mr. Redekop.
I'm for the motion.
Mr. Redekop, 4 pour.
Mr. Reed.
Madam Speaker, I vote for the motion, and I apologize for calling you Mr. Speaker the last time you were in the chair.
Mr. Reed, 4 pour.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
4.
Ms. Rempel Garner, 4 pour.
Ms. Rude.
I vote in favor.
Ms. Rude, 4 pour.
Mr. Ruff.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Ruff, 4 pour.
Ms. Sahota, Calgary Skyview.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Sahota, Calgary Skyview, 4 pour.
Mr. Soroya.
Madam Speaker, for the motion.
Mr. Soroya, 4 pour.
Mr. Shear.
Madam Speaker, in favor.
Mr. Shear, 4 pour.
Mr. Schmale.
Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Schmale, 4 pour.
Mr. Seaback.
In favor.
Seaback, 4 pour.
Mr. Shields.
Madam Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Shields, 4 pour.
Ms. Shin.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Shin, 4 pour.
Mr. Shipley.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Shipley, 4 pour.
Mr. Soroka.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Soroka, 4 pour.
Mr. Stanton.
Madam Speaker, I vote in favor of this motion.
Mr. Stanton, 4 pour.
Mr. Steinley. Mr. Steinley.
Madam Speaker, I vote in favor
of the motion.
Mr. Stanley, 4 pour.
Mr. Strahl,
4.
Mr. Strahl, 4 pour.
Mrs. Stubbs,
4.
In favor? In favor?
Mrs. Stubbs, 4 pour.
Mr. Sweet,
I vote for the motion.
Sweet, 4 pour.
Mr. Tucker,
Madam Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Tucker, 4 pour.
Mr. Upal,
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Upal, 4 pour.
Mr. Van Popta,
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Van Popta, 4 pour.
Mrs. Vecchio,
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mrs. Vecchio, 4 pour.
Mr. Vidal,
I vote in favor.
Mr. Vidal, could you try again, please?
I vote in favor, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Vidal, 4 pour.
Mr. Viersen,
In favor.
Mr. Viersen, 4 pour.
Mr. Viss, Mr.
I
Viss,
vote in favor.
Mr. Viss, 4 pour.
Mrs. Wagenthal,
I support the motion.
Mrs. Wagenthal, 4 pour.
Mr. Walkington,
In favor. In favor of the motion.
Mr. Workington, 4 pour.
Mr. Waugh,
In favor of the motion.
Mr. Waugh, 4 pour.
Mr. Weber,
I support the motion.
Mr. Weber, 4 pour.
Mr. Williamson,
It's MP Williamson. I support the motion.
Mr. Williamson, 4 pour.
Mrs. Wong,
Madam Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mrs. Wong, 4 pour.
Mr. Yurdega,
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Yordega, 4 pour.
Mr. Zimmer,
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Zimmer, 4 pour.
Les députés du Bloc québécois.
Monsieur Barcelo-Duval,
Contre la motion.
Mr. Barcelo-Duval, contre, against.
Monsieur Beaulieu,
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Beaulieu, contre, against.
Monsieur Bergeron,
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre cette motion.
Mr. Bergeron, contre, against.
Madame Bérubé,
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Bérubé, contre, against.
Monsieur Blanchette, Monsieur Blanchette, Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca,
Je vote contre la motion.
Blanchette Jonca, contre, against.
Monsieur Boudria,
Contre la motion.
Mr. Boudria, contre, against.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe,
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Brunel Duceppe, contre, against.
Madame Chabot,
Je vote contre.
Madame Chabot, contre, against.
Madame Charbonneau,
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre la motion.
Madame Charbonneau, contre, against.
Madame Desbiens,
Je vote contre la motion.
Eh bien, contre, against.
Monsieur Désilet,
Contre.
Monsieur Désilet, pourriez-vous réessayer, s'il vous plaît? On ne vous a pas vu.
Contre.
Monsieur Désilé, contre, against.
Monsieur Fortin,
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Fortin, contre, against.
Madame Gaudreau,
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Gaudreau, contre, against.
Madame Gill,
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Gill, contre, against.
Madame Larouche,
Je vote contre.
Madame Larouche, contre.
Monsieur Lemire,
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Lemire, contre, against.
Madame Posé,
Contre la motion.
Madame Posé, contre, against.
Monsieur Perron,
Je vote contre la motion, Madame la Présidente. Merci.
Monsieur Perron, contre, against.
Monsieur Plamondon,
Je suis contre la motion.
Monsieur Plamondon, contre, against.
Monsieur Simard,
Contre la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Simard, contre, against.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie,
Je vote contre.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie, contre, against.
Monsieur Thériault,
Madame la Présidente, je suis pour.
Thériault, pour.
Contre.
Monsieur Thériault, contre, against.
Monsieur Trudel.
Contre, Madame la Présidente.
Monsieur Trudel, contre, against.
Madame Vignola.
Madame la Présidente, je suis contre.
Madame Vignola, contre, against.
The members from the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Angus. Mr. Angus. Ms. Ashton.
I vote against.
Ms. Ashton, against, contre.
Mr. Backrack.
Madam Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Backrack, against, contre.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Against.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River, against, contre.
Monsieur Boulris.
Je suis contre.
Boulris, contre, against.
Mr. Cannings.
I vote against the motion.
Cannings, against, contre.
Ms. Collins.
I vote against the motion.
Collins, against, contre.
Mr. Davies.
Je suis contre.
Mr. Davies, could you try again? We couldn't see you, please.
I vote against.
Mr. Davies, against, contre.
Mr. Duval.
Against.
Mr. Duval, against, contre.
Mr. Garrison.
I vote against.
Mr. Garrison, against, contre.
Ms. Gazan.
I vote against.
Ms. Gazan, against, contre.
Mr. Green.
Madam President, it's a hard no.
Mr. Green, against, contre.
Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris.
I vote against the motion,
Mr.
Madam
Harris,
Speaker.
Mr. Harris, against, contre.
Madame Hughes. Madame Hughes. Mr. Johns.
Vote against the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Johns, against, contre.
Mr. Julian.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre la motion.
Julian, contre, against.
Ms. Kwan.
I'm against the motion.
Ms. Kwan, against, contre.
Mr. McGregor.
Madam Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Berger, against, contre.
Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey. Ms. McPherson. Ms. McPherson. Ms. Kokok.
I vote against.
Ms. Kirkuk, against, contre.
Mr. Singh. Mr. Singh.
Les députés du Parti vert.
Mrs. Atwin.
Madam Speaker, I vote against.
Atwin, against, contre.
Mr. Manley.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Manley, could you try again, please? We couldn't see you.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Manley, contre, against.
Ms. May Sanish, Gulf Islands.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre.
Ms. May Sanish, Gulf Islands, contre, against.
The independent members.
Ms. Ratansi.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre la motion.
Ms. Ratansi, contre, against.
Mr. Sangha.
Against the motion.
Mr. Sangha, against, contre.
Mr. Sloan.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Sloan, pour.
Mr. Tabara.
Je vote contre.
Mr. Tabara, contre, against.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould, against, contre.
Si vous avez entendu la question et vous n'avez pas pu voter,
Assuming that you did hear the question, if you wish to register your vote and weren't able to do so due to technical difficulties that are now resolved, use the raised hand function. The chair will recognize you.
Mr. Long.
Against.
Mr. DeLong against, contre.
Mr. Blair?
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Blair against, contre.
Ms. Hughes? Ms. Hughes? You are on mute. Just a thumbs up or thumbs down.
Hughes against, contre.
Madam Speaker,
Yes. Who?
I vote against. I vote against the motion. Massey.
Oh, Mr. Macy. Okay.
Mr. Massey against, contre.
Okay, that's it.
Yeas pour 115, 115. Nays, contre 202, 202.
Je déclare.
I declare the motion defeated.
Have the honourable member for.
Just before we're going to do this. Just before we're going to do this,
and then we'll go to. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 90 minutes. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands has a point of order.
Right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on a point of order as a result of the vote that we just had in the House on the second reading of C-218, an act to amend the Criminal Code sports betting. The government is firmly in favor of single sports betting. This is why on November the 26th, Madam Speaker, of last year, we introduced C-13, an act to amend the Criminal Code single sports betting. We also supported unanimous consent motions to pass C-13 at all stages in December, and we were disappointed that that did not pass. We took action to decriminalize single event sports betting in Canada so that these activities take place in a safe and regulated environment while supporting good, well-paying jobs for Canadians. We also proposed. Madam Speaker, I am getting to the point.
The honourable member has the right to get to his point. Yeah. With the other.
I believe that the point of order has been discussed with. I see the opposition House, the opposition House leader nodding his head. So, if you would just let me continue, Madam Speaker, I will be no more than 30 to 45 seconds. We also proposed to engage with provinces and territories and with Indigenous communities and organizations that have expressed an interest in discussing how gambling is regulated. We believe that C-13 is substantively different from C-218 as it includes a horse racing provision and because it achieves its objectives through different means. Having said that, the government acknowledges that C-218 came to a vote first and that the horse racing amendments can be moved at committee. Given our strong support for single sports betting, we have therefore decided that in the interest of moving forward with legislation in the most efficient manner possible, that the government will now focus its energy on supporting Bill C-218. And that is why that we will seek to make the important amendments regarding horse race amendments at committee. Therefore, if you seek it, I hope that you will find unanimous consent, Madam Speaker, for the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, the order for second reading and reference to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights of Bill C-13, an act to amend the Criminal Code single event sports betting, standing in the name of the Minister of Justice, be discharged and the bill withdrawn from the order paper.
All those opposed to the honourable members moving the motion will please say nay.
Nay. Nay. Member from Windsor West.
Well, the House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Okay, it's defeated. Okay. So, routine proceedings. Tabling of documents. Who's tabling documents? Nobody? Okay, hold on. Where am I? Oh, here. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation.
Presenting reports from interparliamentary delegations, the Honourable Member from Malpeque.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages 2 reports of the Canada-United States Interparliamentary Group. The first is in relation to the National Governors Association winter meeting held in Washington, D.C., USA from February 7th to the 10th, 2020. The second concerns the Great Lakes Day and Great Lakes Congressional Breakfast held in Washington, D.C., USA from March 3rd to the March 5th, 2020. Thank you. Now, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, point of order. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I believe that there may have been some confusion with the last unanimous consent motion that I put out there. I would ask your permission, perhaps if you need unanimous consent, to rehear it from me, but I think that you might find unanimous consent this time that I put it forward.
Perhaps a more concise version of it might help. Thank you.
Notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, the order for second reading in reference to the Standing Committee on Justice, Human Rights of Bill C-13, an act to amend the Criminal Code, single event sports betting, standing in the name of the Minister of Justice, be discharged and the bill be withdrawn from the order paper.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member's moving of the motion will please say nay.
Nay. The member for Windsor West.
Okay, I'm afraid we don't have unanimous consent. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North is rising on a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not too sure, and maybe you could provide some clarification. In order for someone to say no, do they not have to be able to appear on the screen, on the monitor? The member now, on both occasions, was not on the monitor.
He was.
Yes, he was. On the second time? Yes. Why don't we ask the member if he was actually... You don't have unanimous consent.
Okay,
Let's move on.
if I can have order, we don't... One moment, if I may. In the chamber, when someone says no, we don't have to know who that person is. So we'll apply the same to this as long as we can hear someone say that they're not in favor. I'm afraid we don't have unanimous consent.
It's a good rule.
Thank you. I appreciate the comment. Okay, there's no more points of order. We can proceed. Very good.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
I'm not equipped with a headset, so I'll be brief, and if I need to, I'll come back to this tomorrow. But it seems out of line for the government to come back a second time on the exact same issue. In fact, earlier this week, an opposition member tried that, and the chair ruled it out of order because it was the exact same issue. I'm not sure what allows the government to come back a second time just for clarification when the House had already spoken. Thank you.
The terms on that was that there was some confusion because of the length of it, and there seemed to be some confusion in the chamber, but it was clarified. So it's that was the logic behind allowing the Honourable Member to present again. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands, you're not presenting again, I hope? Okay, good.
On that point of order, I did want to just make it clear that I did suggest that you might need to find unanimous consent in order to allow me to bring it forward a second time. I certainly wasn't trying...
Accept full blame for that. Thank you. Presenting reports from committees. Introductions of private members' bills. Mr. Duncan, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry, seconded by Mr. Bazan, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code Increasing the Period of Parole Integrity. The motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to be able to table my first private member's bill here in the House. This is the same PMB introduced by my colleague, the member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman, during previous parliaments, and I'm proud to take up this legislation and have him second it. The legislation will allow courts the discretion to increase parole ineligibility from 25 up to a maximum of 40 years for the most heinous and horrific crimes in our country. Mr. Speaker, this bill is not about sentencing, but rather about protecting the victims' families. This bill aims to limit the exposure of victims' families to the person who abducted, sexually assaulted, and murdered their loved ones during automatic parole hearings after 25 years of incarceration and every 2 years after, despite the fact they are likely never to be granted parole. Many of these criminals have used their parole hearings as a platform to re-victimize the families by recounting their crimes in grotesque detail, seeking to terrorize the families. Mr. Speaker, this bill has enjoyed support from MPs and other parties in past parliaments, and I look forward to working with all parties to get this compassionate bill for victims' families across the finish line this time. Thank you very much.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry, seconded by Mr. Bazan, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Première lecture.
First reading of Senate Public Bills.
Motion.
Motions.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today and present a petition on behalf of over 700 Canadians who are recognizing that the Falun Gong have been unfairly targeted and persecuted by the Communist Party of China, and they recognize that for over 21 years, Falun Gong practitioners have been political prisoners, that they have been tortured, and horrifically been had their organs harvested for sale on the open market. Now, they also recognize the fact that we did pass in Parliament back in 2018 the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, or also called the Magnitsky Law, and are calling on the government to sanction 14 individuals in China who are the primary people that are carrying out these illegal operations of organ harvesting and profiting from doing just that. So I just want to thank the petitioners for bringing this forward, and it's about time that we use the Magnitsky Act to target, name, and shame, and make sure that these Chinese officials are not using Canada as a safe haven for travel, for their investments, or bringing their families to Canada when they are carrying out these horrific acts against such peaceful people on the Falun Gong.
Petitions, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and today I have the honour to present two petitions. Just get rid of my microphone there. The first petition I'm presenting here today seeks to support Canadian firearms owners and their health and safety. The petitioners are calling for the recognition that Canada is the only G7 nation that does not allow for the use of sound moderators when hunting, sport shooting, or for noise pollution reduction. The petitioners are calling on the government to allow legal firearm owners to purchase and use sound moderators for all legal hunting and sport shooting activities. The second petition I have to present today, Mr. Speaker, is on behalf of Canadians from across the country. These Canadians are looking for the government to crack down on the practice of forced organ harvesting that is happening around the world, and to prevent Canadians from traveling abroad to purchase organs on the black market. I look forward to the passage of Bill S-203 in the Senate and its rapid pass here in this place as well. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to be presenting three different petitions in the House today. The first petition calls on the House to recognize that Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in China have been and are being subject to an ongoing genocide. This petition, I know, has the support of most members in this House and support from some members, at least in all parties. The petition, in addition to that call, asks the government to impose Magnitsky sanctions on those responsible for gross violations of fundamental human rights in East Turkestan to end a sense of impunity for perpetrators of these terrible crimes. The second petition is in support of Bill S-204, currently before the Senate. This bill also deals with a human rights issue in China, but elsewhere as well, forced organ harvesting and trafficking. This bill would make it a criminal offense for a Canadian to go abroad and receive an organ for which there has not been consent. It would also create a mechanism by which a person could be deemed inadmissible to Canada if they had been involved in forced organ harvesting and trafficking. The third and final petition is raising concern about some of the provisions in Bill C-7. In particular, it echoes concerns from people in the disability community that Bill C-7 would increase vulnerability, that it focuses on pushing people who are disabled towards death instead of providing them with the means and support to live their lives. This petition as well raises concerns about same-day death, the possibility that someone could request and receive euthanasia on this same day as a result of the elimination of the 10-day reflection period. Petitioners want to see that reflection period left in place. I commend all three of these petitions, Mr. Speaker, to the consideration of members. Thank you.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions.
The honourable member for Bow River. Presenting petitions, the honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to table petition E-2890 today, signed by citizens across Canada. They point out that the Canadian Medical Protective Association, the CMPA, was incorporated by an Act of Parliament in 1913, and that Canada remains the only country in the world with a Medical Protective Association. This association is subsidized by taxpayer dollars and has $5.4 billion in assets that increase annually. They add that the CMPA uses what has been described by judges as scorched earth tactics to defend doctors accused of medical errors, and that only 2% of cases are settled in favor of patients. They therefore ask that government conduct a forensic examination of the CMPA and that the government defund the CMPA and repeal the act that incorporated the CMPA. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise virtually today to present two petitions submitted by mothers in my riding of South Surrey White Rock whose families have been affected by opioid addiction. Linda tragically lost her beautiful son Justin to a fentanyl overdose, and Brenda worries for her son who has struggled with addiction in the past. As a mother of four myself, I can understand the pain these families have endured. To Linda, Brenda, and all Canadians affected by drug addiction, my heart goes out to you and your families. Separately, the third petition, I'd also like to present one calling on the Liberal government to apply Magnitsky sanctions against 14 officials from China's Communist Party for various and serious human rights violations, including the persecution of the Falun Gong. As a lawyer and former administrative law judge on the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, I have been a lifelong advocate for human rights at home and abroad, and this is a matter that has to be taken seriously. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to table this petition initiated and signed by my constituents in Nanaimo Ladysmith. The petitioners note that natural time-tested immune system essentials and holistic health practices did not receive enough attention for their role in preventative health care. The petitioners request that the Government of Canada educate and empower Canadians on holistic approaches to optimize and maintain their natural immunity and well-being, cover practices for health, sustainability, and wellness care under the Canada Health Act, including chiropractic care, massage therapy, acupuncture, and naturopathic medicines, and support, promote, and enhance Canadians' access to holistic health services and natural products. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I table my third petition from constituents in Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon concerned for the safety of Indian farmers who are protesting changes affecting their agriculturally dependent livelihoods. They call on the federal government to condemn the use of violence and reaffirm Canada's international support for the fundamental freedoms of expression and assembly. Without farmers, we don't have food, we don't have a future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'm sorry. Oh, we have a point of order. I'm sorry. The Honourable Member for St. Albert. I always want to say Prince Albert, but so go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to present a petition respecting forest organ harvesting. The petitioners wish to draw to this place's attention the lack of a legal prohibition for Canadians traveling abroad, and call on Parliament to pass Bills C-350 and S-240. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I apologize. Sometimes in the peripheral you tend to miss things, but please catch my attention, and I'd be more than happy to recognize the honourable members. Questions on the order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Notice of motion for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Ask that all notices
okay,
of motion.
One moment. If I can just interrupt for a second. Is the Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill online?
I think, Sir Chair, the Government House Deputy House Leader was doing his thing.
Okay.
She's lowered her hand.
Oh, okay. Your hand was up. I'm sorry. It's down now. Very good. We didn't want to leave any points of order standing there. Very good. We'll proceed back to the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, that I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be allowed to stand also at this time, please.
Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Now we'll go to the Honourable Member.
She has her hand raised now. It's too late.
Oh, we've got some hands going up and down. I just want to make sure. The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill, you've got a point of order?
No, sorry, sir. Sorry.
Okay. There we go. Your hand's down. Good. Now we'll go on to a request for an emergency debate. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to request an emergency debate on the growing crisis of housing affordability across Canada. An estimated 1.8 million Canadian households spend more than the affordability threshold of 30% of their income on rent, and 80% of those households spend more than 50%. An estimated 2.4 million Canadian households experienced core housing need in 2020. Hundreds of thousands are on the verge of becoming homeless, joining the hundreds of thousands of Canadians who are already homeless. The affordable housing crisis in Canada is a result of structural problems and cannot be fixed by spending taxpayer dollars alone. It requires regulation and an all-of-government approach. Canadian real estate was identified as a major vehicle for money laundering and as a tax haven for the world's ultra-wealthy. This has driven up the price of real estate in major cities, and the ripple effect is part of the cause for an affordability crisis across the country. At the same time, real estate investment trusts, which receive a massive tax exemption, and other big investors are using predatory practices, raising rents by huge amounts with little notice, or using renovictions to empty buildings and jack up rents. Some investors even leave units empty because empty units increase demand and rental prices, and real estate values continue to rise regardless. Low-wage workers, people who have lost work due to COVID-19 restrictions, and people living on fixed incomes are finding themselves in a precarious situation in communities across Canada. Those evicted or facing substantial rent increases have serious problems finding reasonable rents and face potential homelessness. Last week, Vancouver City Council passed a motion to communicate to the federal government their concerns about the impact that real estate investment trusts and big investors are having on the human right to housing, the commodification of housing, housing security, and affordability for Vancouver residents. They intend to ask the government to protect and invest in existing rental stock for acquisition by nonprofits and cooperatives. Like many communities, Vancouver is in the midst of an affordable housing emergency. Existing government programs are oversubscribed and insufficient to meet demands. Investment companies are flipping rental units and removing them from affordable housing stock faster than new subsidized units can be built. This Parliament needs to address housing affordability and homelessness as twin emergency national crises. Holding an emergency debate will allow members of this House to discuss the crisis in their communities and assist in identifying options for lasting solutions to the housing affordability crisis. Those solutions might include such things as ensuring that the loopholes that allow residential real estate to be used for money laundering and tax evasion are properly closed, creating national standards for rental and vacancy controls, instituting empty home taxes on buildings and units left vacant by foreign and corporate residential property owners, regulation of foreign investment in residential real estate, and removing tax exemptions for real estate investment trusts. It is unreasonable to ask Canadians to pour billions of tax dollars into affordable housing while foreign investors and corporate interests are able to continue using predatory practices to destroy the Canadian housing market. The housing policy of the Government of Canada recognizes that housing is a fundamental human right, as defined by international human rights law. This Parliament must do more to protect these rights. Thank you for consideration of this request.
I want to thank the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith for his intervention. However, I am not satisfied that his request meets the requirements of the standing orders at this time. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills comments. First time debated at second reading of Bill C-15. In the name of the Minister of Justice, United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act.
Mr. Lametti, seconded by Madame Bibeau, moves that Bill C-15, an act respecting the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to speak during second reading of Bill C-15, a bill regarding the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Before speaking about the bill, I would like to speak about the dozens of years of work that were necessary to arrive at where we are today. In fact, negotiations and discussions have been taking place at the United Nations for over 20 years. Many Canadian Indigenous leaders have pleaded energetically on behalf of the Indigenous peoples of the world in favor of an instrument to protect the rights of Indigenous peoples around the world. Since UNDRIP was adopted by the UN in 2007, I would like to recognize the huge work by parliamentarians and Canadian Indigenous leaders to propose the legislative framework to implement the declaration. I would like to commend the work of our former colleague, Romeo Saganash, who tabled the parliamentary initiative C-262 during the last Parliament, which was read and studied in detail. Those efforts led us to where we are now and remind us of the discussions and conversations that were so constructive and that contributed to developing Bill C-15. Thank you, Romeo. Bill C-15 and the support of UNDRIP aim to renew and reinforce the relation between the Crown and Indigenous peoples. This is a relationship based on recognition, rights, respect, cooperation, partnership, and reconciliation.
To make progress together on our shared priorities for upholding human rights, affirming self-determination, closing socioeconomic gaps, combating discrimination, and eliminating systemic barriers facing First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. The United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples is an international human rights instrument that affirms the rights that constitute the minimum standards for the survival, dignity, and well-being of Indigenous peoples. It includes 46 articles that affirm a broad range of collective and individual rights, including rights related to self-determination and self-government, equality and non-discrimination, culture, language, and identity, lands, territories, and resources, and treaty rights, amongst others. The Declaration also recognizes, Mr. Speaker, that the situation of Indigenous peoples varies from region to region and from country to country. As such, it provides flexibility to ensure rights are recognized, protected, and implemented in a manner that reflects the unique circumstances of Indigenous peoples across Canada. This means that implementation of the rights it describes must respond to the specific and unique circumstances in Canada. In Canada, both the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in 2015 and the inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls in 2018 called upon governments in Canada to fully adopt and implement the UN Declaration in partnership with Indigenous peoples. We have heard these calls, and in 2016, the Government of Canada endorsed the Declaration without qualification and committed to its full and effective implementation. We have been making significant progress on the implementation of the Declaration on a policy basis. While we have done this, Bill C-15 would create a legislated, durable framework requiring government to work collaboratively with Indigenous peoples to make steady progress in implementing the Declaration across all areas of federal responsibility. This reflects the sustained transformative work the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and so many others have repeatedly told us is required to truly advance reconciliation in Canada.
Some principles from the Declaration are already expressed in a number of Canadian programs, policies, and laws, such as Section 35 of the 1982 Constitution Act. Sections relative to equal rights in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, among others. By basing ourselves on Canada's legal framework, the Government of Canada also took measures so that the Declaration be better reflected in federal laws and policies, including the Indigenous Languages Act. Bill C-15 is another important step in this direction. While encouraging collaboration and cooperation with Indigenous peoples, we are creating new opportunities to put an end to colonial structures, establish lasting and solid relationships, bridging socioeconomic gaps, and fostering prosperity for all Canadians.
The bill makes a number of important statements in the preamble. This includes acknowledging the importance of the Declaration as a framework for reconciliation, healing, and peace, recognizing inherent rights, acknowledging the importance of respecting treaties and agreements, and emphasizing the need to take diversity across and among Indigenous peoples into account in implementing the legislation. The preamble also specifically recognizes that international human rights instruments, such as the Declaration, can be used as tools to interpret Canadian law. This means that the human rights standards they outline can provide relevant and persuasive guidance to officials and courts. While this does not mean that international instruments can be used to override Canadian laws, it does mean that we can look to the Declaration to inform the process of developing or amending laws and as part of interpreting and applying them. This principle is further reflected in Section 4, which affirms the Government of Canada's commitment to uphold the rights of Indigenous peoples and the Declaration as a universal human rights instrument with application in Canadian law. Together, the objective of these acknowledgements is to recognize existing legal principles and not give the Declaration itself direct legal effect in Canada. The bill also includes specific obligations intended to provide a framework for implementing the Declaration over time. By requiring the Government of Canada to, first, take measures to align federal law with the Declaration, Clause 5, second, develop an action plan in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous peoples, Clause 6, third, report to Parliament annually on progress, Clause 7, Bill C-15 proposes a clear pathway to stronger, more resilient relationships between the government and Indigenous peoples. Bill C-15 would also contribute to our efforts to address discrimination, socioeconomic disparities, and other challenges on which we continue to make progress. By mandating a collaborative process for developing a concrete action plan on these and other human rights priorities, we should see an improvement in trust and a decrease in recourse to the courts to resolve disputes over the rights of Indigenous peoples.
Now I would like to speak about the way Bill C-15 was developed. This bill is the result of a process of cooperation and commitment carried out over the past months with rights holders, leaders, and Indigenous organizations. As part of these commitments, we used the former private member's Bill C-262 as a starting point. And we worked in close cooperation with the Assembly of First Nations, the Inuit Tapiriit Kanatami, and the Métis National Council. We also received invaluable comments from Indigenous communities that have concluded modern treaties, young Indigenous peoples, and regional and national Indigenous organizations, among others, especially those representing Indigenous women, Two-Spirit people, among others. All of these comments shaped the development of this piece of legislation, and we would like to thank everyone who contributed. We also held discussions with provincial and territorial governments, as well as with stakeholders from natural resources and the industry. These discussions were enriched through participation by Indigenous representatives and made it possible to gain insight into numerous initiatives and work already underway in provinces and territories, as well as in many sectors of natural resources, in order to develop partnerships and lasting relationships and to work together in an economically responsible way that includes Indigenous peoples. We often say that youth are have the way of the future, and this is very true. We organized virtual roundtables with Indigenous youth in order to ask their point of view and include them in the process. Young members of the Métis, Inuit, and First Nations across the country shared their points of view on the bill and their priorities for implementing the declaration. I recognize also the difficult and important questions that they asked me. It is clear to me that young Indigenous peoples have a vision for a better Canada. They see a future where strong Indigenous peoples are self-govern and thrive in their link with their own land and culture. Young Indigenous peoples also have a vision of a future where relations between the Indigenous peoples and the Crown are truly a nation-to-nation relationship. It is also clear that Bill C-15 will make it possible for us to harness the full potential of the Declaration to build a better Canada.
Government's mandate commitment Bill C-15 builds on the core elements of former Private Members Bill C-262, including the requirement to align federal laws with the Declaration over time, develop and implement an action plan in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous peoples, and report to Parliament on progress annually. However, our recent engagement process led to a number of key enhancements. In addition to new language in the preamble highlighting the contributions the Declaration can make to reconciliation, to sustainable development, and to responding to prejudice and discrimination, the addition of a purpose clause and more detail with respect to the development of an action plan and annual reporting requirements build on and enhance what was set out in C-262. Over the course of our engagement, we heard some questions about the scope of Bill C-15 and the concerns that it might create economic uncertainty. Let me be clear. Bill C-15 would impose obligations on the federal government to align our laws with the Declaration over time and to take actions within our areas of responsibility to implement the Declaration in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous peoples. It would not impose obligations on other levels of government. However, we know that the Declaration touches on many areas which go beyond federal jurisdiction. The preamble therefore recognizes that provincial, territorial, municipal, and Indigenous governments have, and would continue to take actions within their own areas of authority that can contribute to the implementation of the Declaration. Our goal is not to get in the way of good ideas and effective local action, but to look for opportunities to work collaboratively on shared priorities and in ways that are complementary. The Declaration, and by extension the legislation, provides a human rights-based framework for the development of the relationships required to support the effective exercise of the Indigenous people's right to self-government and self-determination. The exercise of these rights contributes in turn to creating more prosperous, resilient, and self-reliant communities. Découlant du droit de
Stemming from the right to self-determination, prior, free, and informed consent, as reflected in various sections of the Declaration, specifically addresses the importance of the meaningful participation of Indigenous peoples through their own mechanisms in decisions and processes that affect them, their rights, and their communities. Free, prior, and informed consent is a collaborative tool for building consensus through dialogue and other mechanisms to enable Indigenous peoples to meaningfully influence decision-making. It is not a veto over government decision-making. After all, human rights and the obligations and duties that flow from them, including those in the Declaration, are not absolute. In fact, the Declaration emphasizes that Indigenous peoples enjoy rights, individual and collective, equal to those of other peoples. This means that the provisions in the Declaration, including those referring to free, prior, and informed consent, must be read in their context. Different initiatives will have different impacts on the rights of Indigenous peoples and will require different types of approaches. For example, free, prior, and informed consent may require different processes or new and creative ways of working together to ensure meaningful and effective participation in decision-making. This legislation, if passed, will not alter Canada's existing duty to consult with Aboriginal groups and other consultation and participation requirements under other legislation such as the new Impact Assessment Act. As also explained in Section 2, it would not diminish the constitutional protection of Indigenous and treaty rights recognized and affirmed by Section 35. The Act would inform the government on how it plans to implement its legal obligations in the future. In addition, it would do so in a manner that would provide greater clarity and create greater certainty over time for Indigenous groups and all Canadians.
For decisions that may affect their communities, we are respecting their rights and encouraging stronger economic development and outcomes. As we work to implement the Declaration federally and support Indigenous peoples' inherent right to self-determination, we will help develop a stronger, more sustainable, and predictable path for Indigenous peoples, the Government of Canada, and industry. We are ready to work with all levels of government, with Indigenous peoples and other sectors of society to achieve the Declaration's goals. I would like now to turn to the roadmap this bill would lay out for the future. If passed, the bill would require the Government of Canada to develop an action plan in consultation and cooperation with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis to ensure we achieve the objectives of the Declaration. I believe the additional details included in Bill C-15 with respect to the action plan are very important. Indeed, the action plan is a central pillar of this legislation. As outlined in Clause 6 of the bill, developing and implementing the action plan would mean working together to address injustices, combat prejudice, and eliminate all forms of violence and discrimination, including systemic discrimination against Indigenous peoples, and this includes all forms of racism against Indigenous peoples. Promote respect, mutual understanding, as well as good relations, including through human rights education. Include measures related to monitoring, oversight, recourse or remedy, and other accountability with respect to the implementation of the Declaration, and include measures for the review and amendment of the action plan. Certains ont également demandé.
Some have also asked why introduce this bill in the midst of a global pandemic. We know that racism and discrimination have not stopped during the pandemic. On the contrary, COVID-19 has exacerbated many existing inequalities and has hit many people particularly hard, including Aboriginal people and Black and racialized Canadians. We cannot delay efforts to make Canada more just, inclusive, and resilient. Bill C-15 could help structure discussions on addressing the inequality and discrimination against Indigenous peoples who are at the root, who suffer from many of these vulnerabilities.
Find new measures to reflect the rights and objectives in the Declaration. Through the process, we'll continue to renew and strengthen the nation-to-nation, Inuit Crown, and government-to-government relations. Better respect and implement individual and collective rights of Indigenous peoples. Build on the momentum to date to increase the ability of Indigenous peoples to exercise their right of self-determination. Support Indigenous peoples as they restore and strengthen their governance systems and reconstitute their nations, as they collectively address the impacts of colonialization, and as we create a framework that will help increase clarity and certainty in the long term with respect to the rights of Indigenous peoples and their implementation. The bill provides a roadmap for generational and transformational work, including how to support while also getting out of the way of Indigenous self-determination. I thank the leadership that has helped us develop, and I thank the consultations that are continuing. And Mr. Speaker, I'm happy now to answer any questions in this regard. I'm proud to support this bill.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for that speech. I just want to reiterate on this side of the House that we do support treaty rights and the process of reconciliation with our Indigenous peoples, or the Indigenous peoples of Canada. And we also believe that the path to reconciliation lies in taking meaningful action to improve the lives of Indigenous peoples and ensuring that they are able to fully participate in Canada's economy. Now, I listened to the Minister and his speech, and I noticed some of the concerns we have on this side of the House pertain to some of the broadly worded provisions and the implications of that wording and the lack of definition on a number of them. I'll go a little further too. So the bill requires the plan to be developed within 3 years, but it really doesn't have a time frame to complete that work, nor are there clear and agreed upon objectives to be laid out in that plan. So I guess my question is to the Minister, if one does not even have an agreement or clarity on the work plan, on what basis can it be claimed that an entirely new approach based on free, prior, and informed consent can be implemented?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
I thank the honourable member for his question, and I am pleased that there's a support on the other side of the House for treaty rights and other Indigenous rights, and hopefully that will lead to supporting the bill more generally. The fact that the action plan is only called for in the legislation within a 3-year time frame is indicative of the fact that we have to co-develop that action plan with Indigenous peoples on a nation-to-nation basis, as well as with other Indigenous organizations across Canada, in the variety of leadership structures that exist across the diverse Indigenous peoples of Canada. So treaty holders, right holders, organizations representing particular groups such as Indigenous women. So we'll need to co-develop that plan. We feel ourselves enough time to co-develop that plan with our partners. And so it's actually a strength of the plan and indicative of what has to be a new approach in working with all peoples in Canada, Indigenous and non-Indigenous, to do things that better society.
And comments, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for his speech today. I think we can both agree that Bill C-15 is certainly imperfect and is going to require some amendments. For example, we know in Canada, there's a growing white national movement here and abroad. Issues of ongoing racism and policing. We hear about cases in the news. Healthcare, where people are literally dying in hospitals as a result of racism. And let's not forget the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal ruling that this government fails to respect to immediately stop racially discriminating against First Nations children, a clear indication of systemic racism. I know the bill mentions systemic barriers. I don't think that goes far enough. Would the minister be open to amending preambular paragraph 8 and article 6.2 and include a reference of racism? I certainly know that the calls have been strong from leadership and people on the ground that this be included in the bill. Would the minister be open to that amendment?
Well, Minister of Justice.
I thank the honourable member for her question and for her hard work in this area. I know that she has travelled across the country with a predecessor of this bill, helping to explain it and really support its development. As a Minister of Justice, I'm open to discussing all good faith amendments brought forward in the view of making this a better bill. We certainly have recognized that systemic racism exists in Canada. I've done it publicly. A number of my colleagues have done it publicly. And we have accepted the ruling of systemic racism from the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. We have a difference of opinion over jurisdiction, and we are negotiating in good faith to resolve those cases in a number of class action processes. But certainly, I'm open to working with all members of this House to make this a better bill.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the minister very much for his speech and his work in this area. I want to also commend him for acknowledging the extraordinary work of our former Member of Parliament, Romeo Saganash, and all the work done when it was a private member's bill. And I agree with the comments from the Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre. But I have a sense that I want to put to the Honourable Minister that we will be disappointed. Article 19 of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples makes it clear that before projects, administrative or legislative changes can happen that affect Indigenous peoples, the state party, in this case Canada, must ensure free, prior, and informed consent. Now, we bought a pipeline, the Kinder Morgan pipeline, and we knew at the time we bought it that it was opposed in court by the Tsleil-Waututh, the Musqueam, the Squamish. We know that to this day it's opposed by the Sartlip Nation. So I don't know how we can go forward with the notion of free, prior, and informed consent when there are many projects across Canada that have been undertaken, and in the case of Trans Mountain, subsidized to the tune of $17 billion of public funds in direct opposition and in violation of the notion of free, prior, informed consent. I know as the Minister of Justice, this isn't exactly his responsibility area, but how do we square that circle?
Minister of Justice.
I thank the honourable member for her question and her dedication both to the rights of Indigenous peoples and the advancement of so-called Indigenous causes and also protection of the environment. I know my understanding of free, prior, and informed consent is that it targets a process in which Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples work together from the beginning to evaluate and develop projects, and that I hope will become enshrined as a result of UNDRIP in everything that we do. And I hope that we, frankly, can do a better job moving forward with respect to the development of co-development of projects. And I'm hoping that free, prior, and informed consent means partnership from the get-go and at all stages through, and in a very meaningful and significant way.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for his comments and his leadership in this. This is a very important bill, as he has indicated, and I want to thank him for his work and his entire team, as well as those at Crown Indigenous Relations. Minister, the issue of reconciliation is imperative for Canada. It's really not a choice. It's something that we need to move forward on, and we've done many of the TRC calls to actions have been fulfilled, and this is one of those critical pieces that is still outstanding. In your view, how important is UNDRIP and implementing UNDRIP in Canada towards the path of reconciliation?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
I thank the honourable member for his question, as well as his work in helping us with the consultations that led to the tabling of this bill. I think it's critically important. The metaphor that I like to use is this becomes our North Star for reconciliation. It gives us a roadmap for generational and transformational work, and it really teaches us how to rethink the country such that Indigenous peoples finally have an equal place. That's the dream of Canada. That's the goal of Canada. And this helps us get there. Willie Littlechild, Dr. Willie Littlechild, former member of this House for the Conservative Party, and one of the people who helped draft the UNDRIP, the United Nations Declaration at the United Nations, says, we're at the starting line again, but this time we get to run the race together. And that's really the way I feel about this, and I think it's a fantastic step forward.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I rise today to speak to C-15, an act respecting the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, a bill that has had 7 iterations since 2008. Right from the beginning, Speaker, Conservatives have seen the value in UNDRIP as an aspirational document that provides guiding principles towards reconciliation. We also recognize that many of the articles of UNDRIP are supportable. However, the impact of free, prior, and informed consent and its impact for the cultural, social, and economic development of Indigenous peoples remains unclear. This is not coming as a surprise to this government, Speaker. Conservatives have been clear from day one that this needed clarification. The fact that the government, in its legislation, has failed to clarify free, prior, and informed consent yet again indicates they simply do not care about the implications this bill will have for Indigenous and non-Indigenous communities. Let me be clear, Speaker. Conservatives support Indigenous communities and their rights. We support the process of reconciliation with Canada's Indigenous people, including the importance of education, economic development, and employment and training opportunities. We supported the Indigenous Languages Act and legislation relating to Indigenous child welfare. We support many of UNDRIP's articles, But what we oppose is the government's lack of due diligence in putting forward legislation without reaching a common understanding of how free, prior, and informed consent will be interpreted. We also don't think enough consultation has been done with Indigenous communities, something that has been echoed across the country, in fact. This will lead to uncertainty and could potentially undermine trust if expectations are not met, which could in turn set back reconciliation. Now, the government speaker will say not to worry. They will sort it out later. We've heard this many times. In fact, this is exactly what the Justice Minister told the Assembly of First Nations recently. But when it comes to taking action that will impact the lives of Indigenous peoples, such as ending long-term boil water advisories, the Liberals have consistently failed to keep their promises. The Liberal government has a track record of saying, we will sort it out later, and then never delivering. So, Speaker, how can we trust them this time to do any differently? And that is why, Speaker, with this government, we have to worry. We have to worry that the undefined statement of free, prior, and informed consent could be interpreted as a de facto veto right and thus have profound detrimental effects, not only on a variety of industries across Canada, but for Indigenous communities as well. National Chief Perry Bellegarde stated on May 12, 2016, that free, prior, informed consent, very simply, is the right to say yes and the right to say no. What if two or more Indigenous communities want different things? The exact impacts on workers across regions and industries are unknown. The impacts on Indigenous entrepreneurs are unknown. However, with the uncertainty created by the Liberals around its interpretation of free, prior, and informed consent, the cost to communities, labor unions, Indigenous businesses, and provincial and territorial governments could be astronomical. If existing laws and regulations could be superseded by implementing UNDRIP, the regulatory burden on industries could increase and deter business from Canada. This uncertainty hurts both prospective development and Indigenous communities. There is a lack of clarity regarding how UNDRIP will work with Canadian jurisprudence and within each level of government. Everyone has a different interpretation, Speaker. The only people who stand to benefit from a lack of clarity or a lack of definition are lawyers. During a December 3, 2020 briefing for parliamentarians, representatives from the Department of Justice stated that C-15 respects Canadian jurisprudence, while officials from Natural Resources Canada stated that the bill does not create requirements for industry, just government. So, Speaker, who is correct? We know from the Wet'suwet'en dispute that many Indigenous Canadians believe the government and all industries operating in British Columbia, where a bill similar to C-15 was passed, are bound by UNDRIP. In this case, hereditary chiefs maintained that they had not given their free, prior, and informed consent required for the pipeline. This despite the proponent entering into agreements with all elected chiefs and council along the approved route. As I stated earlier, what if two or more Indigenous communities want different things? And even within the same community, what if there is conflict between what the elected bound council and hereditary chiefs want? Whose free, prior, and informed consent trumps whose? Government officials appear to believe that the Indian Act and therefore elected chiefs will take precedent. But then, why did the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations enter into an agreement with hereditary chiefs and ignore the elected chiefs of the Wet'suwet'en? There is just not enough clarity, Speaker. There are many more examples too. Article 3. Indigenous peoples have the right to self-determination. By virtue of that right, they freely determine their political status and freely pursue their economic, social, and cultural development. How does this work regarding Supreme Court decisions such as Marshall I and Marshall II, and state that there are limitations on economic rights subject to definition by the responsible minister and the Badger test? Article 19 states that we shall consult and cooperate in good faith with the Indigenous peoples concerned through their own representative institutions to obtain their free, prior, and informed consent before adopting and implementing legislative or administrative measures that may affect them. So, how does this work with the October 11, 2018 Supreme Court decision that clearly states the duty to consult does not extend to the legislative drafting phase. Further, Speaker, Article 28, subsection 1, Indigenous peoples have the right to redress by means that can include restitution or, when this is not possible, just, fair, and equitable compensation for the lands, territories, and resources which they have traditionally owned or otherwise occupied or used, and which have been confiscated, taken, occupied, used, or damaged without their free, prior, and informed consent. What does this mean for the City of Ottawa, for example? Furthermore, it should be noted that the Supreme Court established in 1901 that it does not need to be bound by previous decisions, meaning that it could subsequently choose to revise certain decisions once UNDRIP is affirmed as a tool for interpreting Canadian laws, which includes the Canadian Constitution. Another important question is that of how land claims and modern treaties will be affected by UNDRIP. Currently, for example, Article 4 of the Nunavut Land Claim Agreement lays out a division of powers within the territory. It included a political accord granting powers, like other provinces and territories, to a public government and creating space and decisions that would affect the socio-cultural development of Inuit for input from the beneficiary organization. However, the lack of clear definition on free, prior, and informed consent may lead to the reopening of that land claim, as is already happening in Nunavut. Now, ITK President Naden Obed stated on December 3rd, 2020, and that's an interview with a news agency, he said, "There are many things that the land claims are silent on. Since devolution has not occurred, these discussions can still happen between Canada and Nunavut Inuit. Is it possible that modern treaties and established land claims across the country may move to reopen negotiations to reclaim rights they feel they may have given up in exchange for self-government?" In their December 2008 resolution, the AFN specifically states that the relationship between First Nations and the Crown has been and must continue to be governed by international law. They added that treaties concluded with European powers are international treaties created for the purpose of coexistence rather than submission to the overall jurisdiction of colonial governments, and that the Canadian government has at no point been able to provide proof that First Nations have expressly and of their own free will renounced their sovereign attributes. This statement clearly suggests an unwillingness to accept Canadian jurisprudence as the ultimate authority, calling into question how discrepancies between Supreme Court rulings and UNDRIP articles will be resolved. And that is of critical importance. Clause 5 of the bill states, the Government of Canada must, in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous peoples, take all measures necessary to ensure that the laws of Canada are consistent with that declaration. Not some laws, but the laws of Canada. Not just federal, but provincial and municipal as well. So, has the government consulted provinces and municipalities? On November 27th, Speaker, 6 provincial ministers of Indigenous Affairs sent a joint letter to the government to share their concerns with this legislation. That includes Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, New Brunswick, and Quebec. They were concerned that they were only given 6 weeks to review the legislation and the impact it will have on the laws and the regulations in their provinces, stating that a delay is necessary both to allow for appropriate engagement with provinces, territories, and Indigenous partners on the draft of the bill, and to allow time for Canada to fully and meaningfully consider and address the legitimate concerns that we have already raised about the draft of this bill in its current form. It goes on, a hasty adoption of ambiguous legislation that could fundamentally change Confederation without the benefit of the widespread and necessary national and provincial consultation and consensus not only risks undermining reconciliation, but will create uncertainty and litigation and risk prompting deeper and broader divisions within our country. And the list goes on, Speaker. The lack of clarity in this bill could have sweeping implications. The purpose of legislation is to make the law clear. And Speaker, as I said at the beginning, this bill fails to do that. This Liberal government has failed to do the real work necessary to make good on their promise to implement UNDRIP. Instead, they present a bill that woefully incomplete because all they want to do is check a box. But this bill is nowhere near a promise kept. It is yet another in a long line of broken promises to Indigenous communities by this Liberal government. The National Coalition of Chiefs wrote on December 17th to the Prime Ministers expressing concern that, quote, while the affirmation of Indigenous rights is always welcome, there are implications to this legislation as currently drafted that is likely to have negative impacts on the many Indigenous communities that rely on resource development as a source of jobs, business contracts, and own source revenues. I don't want to see symbolic gestures of reconciliation come at the expense of food on the table for Indigenous peoples. And that's worth repeating. Legislation is likely to have negative impacts on many Indigenous communities. So, how is that keeping with reconciliation? Industry stakeholders are generally supportive. Like Conservatives, they share the aspirational spirit of UNDRIP and the need for renewed, nation-to-nation discussions on the path to reconciliation. But they share similar concerns as Conservatives and many Indigenous communities that before Bill C-15 is passed, the government must clarify free, prior, and informed consent. They are seeking clarity and want to ensure they understand the rules. But most concerning is the lack of consultation on C-15 with Indigenous communities. The National Coalition of Chiefs expressed concern, stating the lack of consultation is a flag for Indigenous leaders and communities across Canada. While the NCC was able to meet once with the Minister of Justice, there was an understanding that they would meet further to discuss their issues and concerns. The current comment period is far too short for them to consult, in their words, with the representatives of Parliament. Legislation of this magnitude only warranted one meeting they went on. On February 3rd, the elders of Saddle Lake Cree Nations wrote to the Minister, the Prime Minister, expressing deep concerns and indicating they fully disapprove of Bill C-15 and the process that has been followed to date by the Government of Canada, because the government had not made any attempts to meet with them to provide adequate time and opportunity to consult. Speaker, the Liberal government has repeatedly demonstrated their inability or perhaps just unwillingness to properly consult, let alone come to any agreements on the definition of Indigenous rights. It is this uncertainty in the ability and willingness of the government to really deliver on C-15 that has so many worried. Leaving interpretation to the courts over the ensuing years will lead to uncertainties that will have enormous implications for Canada. While the Conservative Party supports the goals and aspirations of UNDRIP, we are concerned that the government is going ahead with legislation enshrining it into Canadian law before we have developed a common understanding of what concepts like free, prior, and informed consent actually mean. There is currently a lack of a consensus in the legal community, and without a common understanding, we risk creating uncertainty and misunderstanding in the future. And that would mean letting Indigenous Canadians and their communities down yet again. Conservatives believe that the path to reconciliation lies in taking meaningful action to improve the lives of Indigenous peoples and ensuring that they are able to fully participate in Canada's economy. We are concerned that the lack of clarity and common understanding about key concepts in the bill could have unpredictable and far-reaching effects that could undermine reconciliation in the long term. Without a clear definition of free, prior, and informed consent, there are several outstanding and troubling questions left unanswered, such as whose consent must be sought when it is clear that consent has been given? Could an unelected individual or group undermine the will of elected Indigenous representatives or invalidate the decision of Indigenous-led process of institutions of public government? I appreciate that the government feels that free, prior, and informed consent doesn't mean a veto. The Justice Minister in the National Post is quoted as saying the word veto does not exist in the document. But in that same article, David Chartrand, the national spokesperson for the Métis National Council, said, quote, "We made it very clear this is not a veto. We're not out to kill industry," end quote. Then, Speaker, why not then include a definition of free, prior, and informed consent in this document? Why not spell it out for all Canadians that it does not mean a veto? If this process is about providing clarity for Indigenous, non-Indigenous communities and industry, let's start with some clarity around Bill C-15. And Speaker, when it comes to taking practical actions that will impact the daily lives of Indigenous people, such as ending long-term boil water advisories, the Liberals have unfortunately failed to keep their promises. And I feel Bill C-15 may be just another failed promise, Speaker. Thank you for your time, Speaker, and I welcome the questions from my colleagues.
Questions and comments. We'll go first to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my friend's intervention today. I do fundamentally disagree with his approach because a lot of what he has said is what we heard during 262. And if you recall, Mr. Speaker, it was 262 was stalled at the Senate by Conservative senators, and as a result, the hard work of former Member of Parliament Romeo Sagnash and his complete life work, in essence, did not pass the last Parliament. The consultation that he did and many others did during that process, I think, is unprecedented. He essentially, with the member for Winnipeg Centre, in many cases, went community to community to do the consultation. C-15 is built on the work of 262. The consultation has been extensive, and it's never perfect, but it's been extensive. The discussion with respect to the premiers, with the greatest respect to our provincial and territorial counterparts, it's worth noting that there's been 13 years to implement a very central human rights legislation, and sadly, many jurisdictions haven't taken that step forward, with the exception, notable exception of British Columbia, who's implemented UNDRIP in a fairly successful way.
We'll have to end it up there. We're almost up to the minute-and-a-half mark there, so try to get a few more questions in the 10-minute period we have for questions and comments. We'll go back for his response to the Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you to my friend across the way for that question, and I do mean friend in the true sense of the word. I do appreciate his work on the file as well, and this is what we're talking about. There are a number of Indigenous communities that are concerned about the wording of C-15, and we've even had letters from provincial ministers responsible for those files say the exact same thing. And I think as we come out of this pandemic, industry is going to be looking for certainty. They're going to be looking for markets that allow them to invest their money and have a light at the end of the tunnel if they meet all the requirements. And I think until we have a definition of free, prior, informed consent, that certainty still remains up in the air. And when we're trying to rebuild the economy, trying to bring these jobs back, trying to bring opportunity to some of these First Nations communities that in many cases rely on natural resources for their source of revenue and jobs, we need to have that certainty.
Question commentaire.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, EU. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the absence of agreement on any project can lead to issues, which was the case for the Wet'suwet'en case. So can the MP tell us what is an issue with the fact that we have to make sure that natural resource development projects have to be done in an appropriate way pursuant to this agreement? The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my friend. Yeah, I agree. Everything has to be done in the proper way, and whether it be natural resources projects or anything really, the rules have to be clearly defined and outlined so that people undertaking the application process understand the path forward. And if there is a path forward, and if you don't know that at the beginning, it makes it very difficult to continue on a project or even start one in the first place. So that's why we keep saying that the government, we approve of the aspirational part of the UNDRIP legislation, so C-15, but what we're opposing and we're questioning and this is no secret, it's the lack of due diligence in putting forward this legislation without coming to a common understanding of what free, prior, and informed consent actually means.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honorable colleague for his remarks. I listened closely. I have a lot of questions, and I know I only have a short bit of time to ask them. He spent a lot of time speaking about this conflation between the concept of consent and the concept of a veto, which has been spoken to at length by legal experts and dozens of witnesses at committee. It's clear that there is a distinction between these two concepts. So it's unfortunate that he continues to conflate them. But my question is, partway through his speech, he said something along the lines of that him supporting the goals and aspirations of UNDRIP. And yet I listened carefully, and 90% of his speech was speaking negatively about the risks that he felt it posed. So I'm curious what parts of it he supports and feels are worthy of his support. The second question is that in his question to the minister, he indicated that he supports treaty rights. My question is, does he support Section 35 rights of Indigenous people in the Constitution of Canada? Thank you.
For Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you to my friends from the NDP for that question. There's a lot to unpack there. I'll try to get to it as quickly as possible. In regards to his first point regarding free, prior, and informed consent, if what he's saying is true, then why is it not included in the bill? If it's that simple, if it's that clear, why not put it in the bill and get unanimous support for this bill? The problem is it's not there, and it's not there, which is causing issues. And when we're here in this chamber to discuss issues such as this, which could have profound impacts on the way forward in terms of ensuring it doesn't have to be natural resources projects. I keep saying it's a larger impact than that. We should be debating this in the chamber, and we should be debating it instead of actually just pushing it through. So if it is clear, let's make sure it's clear. And in terms of his negative comment, I see the speaker trying to get up here. I'll be really quick, Speaker. In terms of his negative comment, yes, there's lots of positive things in there, addressing issues of discrimination and racism and a bunch of it. But what we're trying to do is reach consensus on the part we disagree with so that we can get to the path that we agree with and get this passed. So let's address the issues that we have on this side of the House. The definition, if it's clear, free, prior, and informed consent, and if it is clear, put it in the bill, and we'll be a lot happier with that, and I'm sure industry will as well.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for a very thoughtful speech. He rightly pointed out some of the issues and questions on the free, prior, and informed consent with the Wet'suwet'en, where even within the band there were people that didn't agree. I had conversations in my own riding with the leaders of various Aboriginal groups, and they had no expectation of having the right of veto. They agreed that no individual Canadian should be able to stand against something that's in the national interest. And so they said, why can you not just put a clarification in the bill to make that clear? And then, is there anything else that you wouldn't support? So I guess I would ask the member, is there anything else other than that free, prior, and informed consent that would keep you from supporting the bill?
Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I appreciate my friend from Sarnia for the question. Yeah, that is a big part of it. But like I said, we're not opposing UNDRIP per se. We're opposing the government's lack of due diligence. And when it comes to free, prior, and informed consent, that is a big piece of it, because we saw, as the member rightly mentioned, in the Wet'suwet'en community, the elected chiefs and the band councils, which had just gone through an election process, and many of the candidates were victorious on pro-energy platforms, wanted to move ahead with the energy project that was pre-approved. And then the hereditary chiefs expressed concern, and it felt, and when we talked to the members of the elected bands and councils, they felt that their voices weren't even heard in this debate. So this is why we need that clarity. This is why we need the certainty for industry, and that we need to ensure that consultations are done properly and in a meaningful way, so that we are able to have certainty and also the conversations to address any problems.
And that will leave the floor free. And it now being 7 p.m., the House will proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-213, Canada Pharmacare Act.
And we'll go to resuming debate and back to the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's a pleasure to rise to speak to this bill tonight on pharmacare. And I want to thank the member for New Westminster Burnaby for bringing it forward. I'm sure the reason he's bringing it forward is to call for action, because there's been a lot of talk about pharmacare, but to be fair, there's not been a lot of action. And as a way of background, the Liberals have been talking about pharmacare since 1992. But they've been studying and studying and studying and talking, and there hasn't really been anything concrete come forward. And so I'm glad to see that we're talking about this tonight. Now, as way of why you might want to pay some heed to my commentary, as a former shadow health minister, I was on the health committee when we studied pharmacare. So certainly we've heard from all kinds of testimony from every province and territory in the country, from all sorts of Canadians on what they think, and related topics like the drug approval process and rare disease medications, which also are important and need to be addressed. And so I think what is true is that all parties in the House are looking for a common outcome. We all want to see that Canadians have access to prescription medications. I think the discussion is about what is the best route to get there. And for this bill, we know that it's proposing to take provincial coverage and put everybody on it, essentially. That may be an oversimplification, but that's what it is. Now, if we look at the situation today, we know that about between 95 and 98% of Canadians have prescription drug coverage, depending on which report you're looking at and depending on the types of coverage. So many people have got private plans, and the private plans that they have cover typically more than 14,000 medications, compared to the public plans that cover 4,000 to 5,000 medications. The private plans cover, in addition to the medications, many services. People are getting physiotherapy, orthotics, various and sundry, with their plans. And so there are not a lot of people that have a private plan in the country that want to give up the private plan to go on a public plan that would have less coverage. So that's certainly one issue. Now, most provinces actually have a plan that covers people. There are some exceptions. So, for example, in Ontario, if you're under 24, you get coverage. If you're over 65, you get coverage. If you're on social assistance, you get coverage. But otherwise, unless you have a private plan, there is no coverage. So there are some gaps there. The other gap happens in the Atlantic provinces. And in some cases, there's a plan there. But because the list of approved drugs is small, many people cannot get coverage for the particular drug that they're taking. And this brings up an important consideration when we talk about this bill, because the member in the bill talks about, from the Canada Health Act, the requirements of accessibility and universality. And if we talk about universality, it's difficult to have that in the different provinces when each province has a different list of the drugs that are covered. And so this is called a formulary. And what I would suggest is that today we actually have some Canadians moving between provinces to get coverage for the medication that they need that's not covered in the province that they are currently in. And that's a situation that through consultation, I think, and discussion with the provinces and territories, we could come to a more common list of medications that will be covered. And I think that would go a long way. Now, many people that don't have coverage may not be aware that they have access to a provincial plan. So there is an opportunity to increase awareness in that way. And I think that is something that should be done. Now, in terms of the cost of one of these systems, the cost of transferring and putting everybody on the provincial plans has been estimated. The Liberal proposition was actually for a single payer federal system of pharmacare, and the Parliamentary Budget Officer had costed that at about $20 billion a year, but they underestimated some of the costs of prescription drugs that we were paying by about another 20 billion. So, looking at about 40 billion a year for that. And I think there was a lot of resistance in the public to that idea, because we've seen when the federal government tries to implement things, if we take, for example, the Canada Revenue Agency that has a 30% error rate in terms of the advice they're giving to people and are not always friendly on the phone, I would say that people wouldn't necessarily want their prescription medications administered in that kind of a system. But people are fairly happy with the provincial systems, and so filling the gaps that way is one option. There are other options that could be considered, and I certainly think it's worthwhile thinking about it, because C.D. Howe published a report that said if you put the people that don't have coverage on the existing provincial plans, the cost would be about $2.2 billion a year. And so that would be reasonable. For that similar cost, I would tell you that as an engineer, when I was a contractor, I had to buy my own benefits. And for $1,200 a year, I could not only have prescription drug coverage, but I could have dental coverage and medical coverage. And so on a volume discount, if you took the 2 to 5% that don't have coverage and you add that up, that's about $2 billion a year. So there's an idea where people could go on the government benefits. So there's a lot of ways to approach this. And I think, the discussion needs to be, what is the way that makes the best use of taxpayer money and takes advantage of some of the systems that are already in place? Now, let me talk for a minute about rare disease medications, because, this proposal will do nothing to address some of the issues with respect to that. Today, to get coverage for rare disease medications, private insurance companies pool their money so that not any one company has to take the risk of these very expensive medications, some of them $250,000 a year, $1 million a year, very expensive. If the government infused money into that pool on the condition that everybody got their rare disease medications covered, that would be another great way to ensure that people do have coverage for some of the most difficult to cover drug costs. The access to medications also depends on making sure that drug companies want to market their drugs in Canada. And unfortunately, the Liberals have put changes to the drug approval process in place that will make the process longer and more costly. And as a result, many companies do not want to market their medications in Canada because we're a small population and, they would have to operate at a loss. This is also impacted on the number of clinical trials that are happening in Canada. And so I think that, the government needs to reconsider that poorly thought out policy, definitely. I think that if you look at some of the examples of innovation that's happening in the world, we've got Chile that has a great funding model where they're infusing money into a rare disease fund, but also allowing people to buy government bonds that also kick into that fund. So there's a number of innovative ideas around the world that we should take a look at. So I look forward to working with my colleagues on this bill towards the common goal of, getting prescription medication access for all Canadians. There are a number of things that could happen to our benefit out of this. We would have better volume leverage. We could reduce the cost of drugs that way, take away some of the co-payer issues that provide barriers. And I look forward to discussing all of these things with my colleagues when this comes to committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-213 draws on the Canada Health Act to come up with a single-payer Canada Pharmacare. The federal government would give money to the provinces to come up with this Pharmacare plan, respecting criteria that the federal government will establish. If the federal government deems that the provinces are not respecting the criteria, they will be able to take actions, and there will be negotiations involved also for purchasing drugs. The Bloc is against this bill, first of all, because we are the voice of Quebec in Ottawa, and if the government didn't need the NDP's votes to stay in power, it would never be discussing this bill, which is not in Quebec's interest. Quebec was unanimous on June 14th. All parties at the Quebec National Assembly were unanimous and discussed the Canada-wide Pharmacare initiative, said that it was necessary to reaffirm Quebec's plan in place for 20 years. Quebec refused the establishment of the proposed plan and demanded a fully paid plan from the federal government. I am referring here to the unanimous decision by all parties in the province of Quebec. Now, for the Bloc Québécois, when our Quebec National Assembly speaks in such a united voice, we pay very close attention. And we make sure that we carry those voices to Ottawa. And since Quebec has spoken against this idea, we are not able to support this bill that is not in our interest. There is no doubt the finance critic, my colleague from Joliette, took a similar position before the Quebec Workers Association and said words to the following effect. For this union, a Pharmacare initiative should reflect the needs of its population. That is why Quebec is not in favor. The federal government cannot discuss Pharmacare without going into the funding of the system. It is unacceptable to us for the federal government to limit the funding to the provinces. Here we are referring to a union that is for universal Pharmacare. If the federal government wishes to move forward, Quebec must have full compensation rights, Ottawa must respect that solemn decision from last summer when Quebec adopted a unanimous motion for Ottawa not to interfere with the province. The member from New Westminster Burnaby, or rather, Quebec is a progressive nation. It is surprising that the NDP, that claims to be progressive, supports this idea that would tell us how to act. Quebec has the best family policy in the continent when it comes to childcare, the best policies when it comes to post-secondary education. And yes, we have pharmacare. Everyone in Quebec is covered by insurance. It is imperfect, but we are in a unique position in North America. When it comes to pharmacare, Quebec has been ahead of the rest of North America since 1996. Our coverage is unparalleled. The Quebec National Assembly was unanimously opposed, and so Quebec, the Bloc Québécois, stands in this House to echo that voice, and this will not go ahead with our support because it is against the interests of Quebecers. There are many examples of errors, such as the Phoenix pay system, and Quebec is capable on its own of improving its policies. What Quebec does need is an increase in health transfers. Since 2017, it hit a ceiling at 23%. However, costs are increasing because of the aging population, among other factors. Quebec is asking Ottawa to respect the will of the people and Quebec to increase health transfers unconditionally. In the past, the federal government funded up to 50%. The Bloc is also against the creation of a Canadian authority which would dictate pharmacare in Quebec. Quebec is already in charge of its system and uses a rigorous system. Quebec uses its own expertise from its own expert center to determine the list of drugs covered by Quebec provincial insurance. It is through this lens that I tabled a motion at the Health Committee on October 16th regarding the price of patented drugs. During the electoral campaign, the Liberals said they wanted to act on the price of drugs for rare diseases. They've reiterated that intention during the throne speech. We always hear about their strategy. They gave more details on what they want to do regarding the strategy on rare diseases to Quebec. In conclusion, Quebec's system is unparalleled on the continent. This doesn't mean our system is perfect, but Quebecers are perfectly capable of taking care of our own system. We should not be told where to spend our money. The federal government should consent to Quebec's request and permanently and substantially increase health transfer amounts so that Quebec can take care of its people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to share my thoughts on this very important bill. It is an immense honor for me to be able to take the mic right now and to speak to my colleague's bill. I want to thank my colleague from New Westminster, Burnaby, for bringing this forward. This is an opportunity, a very special opportunity that we have right now to make a massive difference in the lives of Canadians. Et je veux encore remercier le député.
And I would like to thank the member for New Westminster Burnaby for his work and devoted work to move this issue forward.
In Canada, in this pandemic, is that we have seen millions of Canadians lose their jobs. And when they lost their jobs, they also lost their benefits. That means millions of Canadians were not able to purchase the medication that they needed. This is on top of the already millions of Canadians that simply cannot afford their medication, whether they don't have coverage at all or have coverage that costs too much. There are so many Canadians that are not taking the medication that they need because they simply can't afford to. I've spoken to so many families, so many people that tell me of the pain of not being able to afford their medication. I think of a family where the father works in construction and he's got a heart illness that requires him to take medication to stay healthy, but he can't afford that medication. On top of it, his children need medication. And so he's got to choose between not only paying the bills and buying his medication, but also between buying the medication for himself or for his children that he loves. That is an impossible position to be in. And he's not alone. There are so many families that make the same decision. We know that 1 in 5 Canadians are not taking their medication simply because they can't afford to. We know that when you can't treat an illness, you end up at the worst stage of that illness, and it costs the system, it costs the family, it costs the person so much more. Having universal access to medication so that everyone in our country could afford medication would dramatically improve the lives for everyone. The Liberals have been promising universal pharmacare for 23 years. They promised again in 2019. But have people seen any difference in their lives when it comes to accessing medication? No. What we've seen again and again is that this Liberal government sadly sides with the pharmaceutical industry instead of with Canadians desperate to stay healthy and afford their medication. So we have a concrete solution. The solution is, let's use the combined power of our entire nation and use that to negotiate better prices so that everyone in our country can afford medication. This is so important. This is an opportunity to save lives. So I'm asking everybody to think about the millions of Canadians who can't afford medication, to think about our healthcare system that allows you to go to a doctor and get diagnosed for an illness, but not be able to afford the medication you need to stay healthy. To think about a healthcare system that is the only one in the world that provides universal healthcare that does not include medication coverage, and to pick up your phone and call your local MP. Sign petitions, write letters. We have a week left. This vote on the first step to establish the first of its kind free medication coverage for all Canadians is next week. And we can put pressure, we can show that this is the way forward, and we can win. People have shown the power of organizing. They've shown again and again when people come together, we fight and we win. Once implemented, the idea of having medication coverage for all Canadians, that no one in our country would have to worry about paying for their medication, that if you need medication in this country, you use your health card, not your credit card. That dream can be a reality. And in doing so, once implemented, it would establish a savings of at least $4.2 billion that could be reinvested into our healthcare system. Here is an opportunity for the Liberal government to back up their words. Their own commission, their own report states that one of the key steps to establishing a universal public medication for all system is to pass a Pharmacare Act like what we proposed. It is far past time to pass and deliver universal pharmacare to Canadians. Let's get it done now. Personne ne devrait choisir.
No one should have to choose between paying the rent or paying for a prescription. 1 out of 5 Canadians are not taking the medications they need because they cannot afford those medications. Many Canadians are cutting their pills in half or are foregoing purchasing that medication altogether because they do not have enough money. Too many people end up in the emergency room at the hospital because they do not have the means to take the medication they need. And hundreds of Canadians are dying premature deaths every year because of lack of medication. Even those who have private insurance see that their insurance, their job-related insurance is dropping, and they are taking jobs that give them less and less security. We have to make sure that families' lives are not made more difficult. I met a number of families in Quebec, even in Quebec, who say that it's getting harder and harder to get private pharmacare. And it's harder and harder to buy medication. I spoke to unions that represent thousands of workers who said the same thing. It is difficult for workers because it is too expensive to get pharmacare. So it's essential, even in Quebec and all over the country, to have fully public pharmacare. Canada is the only industrialized nation in the world where health insurance does not include universal public pharmacare. It doesn't make sense. The Liberals have been breaking their promises for 23 years. They prefer to protect the profits of big pharmaceutical companies rather than help people. Once again, they have promised that they would bring in pharmacare in 2019, but they haven't done anything concrete since then to fulfill that promise. The Liberals say lots of good things in public, but they continue to make sure that the profits of powerful pharmaceutical companies come first. But we have this bill to offer Canadians and provide them with a public universal pharmacare program. This bill is the first step toward implementing pharmacare. And if the Liberals really want to help Canadian families, they must work with us, and we will be able to provide a universal pharmacare system, the one that people need. I ask all Canadians to reach out to their federal MP and to ask that MP to vote yes for a public universal pharmacare system. Vote for yes for C-213 because it will help families and save lives. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak and to tell you about this, because I'm telling you we have an opportunity here, an opportunity to save lives, help families, help workers. It is essential for our healthcare system to cover everyone, and that includes universal public pharmacare. We can do it together. I urge everyone to get to this next step so that we can truly have a universal, complete healthcare system. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased certainly today to address Bill C-213. As you all know, I firmly support national universal pharmacare, and the government knows that pharmacare is the missing piece of universal healthcare in this country. Pharmacare must remain a priority for all members in this House. Mr. Speaker, implementing national universal pharmacare is one of the government's top priorities, as reiterated in the September 2020 speech from the throne and in the 2020 fall economic statement.
No Canadian should have to choose between paying their rent or paying for the prescription drugs that they need. Too many of my constituents, too many Canadians are experiencing this every day. And Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic has exposed many unfortunate truths in this country. And one of those truths is that too many Canadians are also a step away from this unfortunate reality. And while drug coverage is an area of provincial territorial jurisdiction, the pandemic has reminded us that collaboration between governments is essential to support the health of Canadians. The federal government recognizes the important role that both orders of government must play to ensure all Canadians have the drug coverage that they need. We understand that the federal government must support provinces and territories as they implement pharmacare so that it will become an enduring element of our health system. This simply is not achieved by imposing federal legislation without consultation and without cooperation of our partners at the provincial and territorial level. Mr. Speaker, I firmly support national universal pharmacare, and I will continue to work tirelessly with our government to move it forward. I will be opposing this private member's bill. The issue at the heart of this bill, and the reason I will be opposing it, is that it discounts the need for cooperation. We know that in order to make national pharmacare a reality in Canada, we need to recognize the key role the provinces and territories play in providing health care for their citizens. This bill misses the mark and overlooks the wealth of experience built up about how to do that, not in Ottawa, but in Dartmouth, in Victoria, in Quebec, in Charlottetown, and all across this amazing country. Establishing universal pharmacare successfully requires a collective approach, a collaborative approach, where the federal government works with and through the provinces and territories. Unilateral federal action to impose national universal pharmacare, as proposed under Bill C-213, would be akin to establishing public Medicare for hospital and physician services without prior discussion with provincial and territorial governments and health system stakeholders. Such unilateral action would contradict commitments the Government of Canada has made over the past 3 decades to take a collective approach to social policy issues of a national concern. Mr. Speaker, the government must be careful not to disregard the vital role that provinces and territories currently play in designing and delivering public drug coverage in Canada. Over time, provinces and territories have developed more than 100 distinct public drug plans, typically designed to provide coverage for vulnerable groups, including seniors and people on social assistance. If we're going to transform a complex patchwork of drug coverage into a national pharmacare program, we must do it in collaboration with our partners, relying on the considerable expertise that jurisdictions have in this area. Our government has been clear in its commitments to national pharmacare, Mr. Speaker. Now is the time for governments to take action and to make it a reality. Cooperation from provinces and territories won't just get pharmacare up and running. It will ensure it continues to operate smoothly well into the future. Mr. Speaker, in the 2020 speech from the throne and the fall economic statement, the government reiterated its intention to accelerate steps to implement national universal pharmacare, including a rare disease strategy to help Canadian families save money on high-cost drugs, establishing a national formulary and a Canadian drug agency to keep drug prices low. And Mr. Speaker, perhaps most importantly, working with those provinces and territories that are willing to move forward without delay. Mr. Speaker, we all know that actions speak louder than words, which is why I'm pleased to say that our government has already started taking these steps. In November, the government initiated discussions with provinces and territories on the strategy for high-cost drugs for rare diseases. Earlier this month, the government began engaging with key partners and stakeholders, including patients and patient groups. As public engagement continues, our government will also consult with clinicians, academics, researchers, health technology assessment organizations, pharmaceutical manufacturers, private insurance providers, and Indigenous partners. Budget 2019 also announced $35 million over 4 years to establish a transition office. This office is being created to provide dedicated capacity and leadership to advance work on pharmacare-related priorities. Mr. Speaker, we are committed to taking the appropriate next steps to implement national universal pharmacare. We're rolling up our sleeves and we're putting the resources in place to make it happen. First Ministers have initiated a dialogue on healthcare funding, and that conversation will continue. In parallel, the Minister of Health will seek to establish a collaborative process with willing provinces and territories to define the broad terms of the pharmacare plan. Mr. Speaker, our government fully supports, as I said, national universal pharmacare and will continue to do the work needed to make sure that this becomes a reality for all Canadians. And although we support the spirit of Bill C-213, we recognize that imposing this criteria on the provinces and territories without working with them would be premature and would not build national pharmacare as an enduring final piece of Canada's universal healthcare system. Mr. Speaker, you don't frame and put a roof on a house without building a strong foundation first. And that's why we're moving forward with willing jurisdictions to build a collective commitment to national pharmacare, guided by the Advisory Council on the implementation of national pharmacare. Turning our current patchwork of drug plans into a coherent, comprehensive approach that benefits all Canadians will be no small feat. As we move forward, we need a thoughtful conversation about how best to meet this challenge together. We must work with provinces and territories, as I've said, to implement a national pharmacare plan that works well for our residents. We must work with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis governments and representative organizations to make sure national pharmacare is appropriate for their communities. We must work with patients and providers to make sure a national pharmacare plan gets Canadians the drugs that they need. Mr. Speaker, I'm looking forward to discussions with provincial and territorial counterparts. Together, we're making progress towards a pharmacare program that will meet the needs of all Canadians from coast to coast to coast. I want to thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to speak.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the most difficult medication to buy is the one not available in Canada. It's the one where you go to your doctor, they tell you, it's in the United States. If you're an American citizen, you could get access to it, but since you're a Canadian, you can't. That's the news that too often happens to patients with rare diseases and their families. My family is one of those families. The families with cystic fibrosis are another, and those also with SMA are another, and those with cystinosis are another, and it goes on and on and on and on. This bill, C-213, is a solution looking to address the wrong problem. The problem is access. And access is what I want to talk about this evening, Mr. Speaker, because I've gone through the speech by the member for New Westminster Burnaby and my colleagues, the member for Calgary Nose Hill and Sarnia Lambton, I think went over a lot of territory of what is wrong with this particular piece of legislation. It's trying to address the wrong problem. And I want to demonstrate by some of the issues I'm going to have with what the member for New Westminster Burnaby said and address them piece by piece by piece to demonstrate why this is the wrong bill. This doesn't achieve any of the goals. The goal should be to provide access to patients in Canada to greater choice in drugs and the drugs that will actually ensure that they get over their condition, or it's a therapy that reduces the symptoms. Instead of looking at their American counterparts, citizens of America, some of them are dual citizens, and they, for example, get access to Orkambi when they go down to the United States, but you can't have it here in Canada unless you are one of the very few who has special access program for it. One of the NDP members mentioned that currently in Canada we have a patchwork of provincial systems. We know in Canada between 90 to 98% of Canadians have access to some type of either private or public insurance. In fact, nearly all the provinces have a public insurer. In Alberta, it's Alberta Blue Cross you can get access to. Two provinces that I'm aware of have already said they will not participate in national pharmacare. In November of 2019, Alberta Finance Minister Taves sent a letter to the federal government indicating that the provincial government, the government of Alberta, will not participate in national pharmacare, and they will want an opt-out, which the members for the Bloc have said that their government will not participate either. So what will happen? You'll have a patchwork system again. And so again, because this bill doesn't consult with anybody, doesn't ask the provinces what they're thinking, recognizing that it is a jurisdiction of the provinces, doesn't achieve any of the goals. Speaking of access, the Ontario government, the previous government, took a bunch of people and put them onto OHIP Plus. It transferred 2.1 million Ontarians who already had private plans onto a public plan that provided worse coverage than what they had before at higher cost. I had many people explain their particular situation. They like their private plan, and when survey is done on, do you like the private plan that you're on? Do you like the public plan that you're on? Most Canadians, by wide majority, say they do like the plans they are. And I agree, there are people who have difficulty paying for some of the co-pays. But this bill does not address that. This bill proposes to centralize everything in Ottawa and then figure it out later. And I've come to believe after 5.5 years here in Ottawa that when you say figure it out later, it usually will cause harm to Canadians in the long term, especially if you're one of those families. 1 in 12 Canadians has a rare disease. So many people have someone in their life who has a rare disease. I have 3 children with it. I had a daughter pass away from a different rare disease 3 years ago now, Mr. Speaker. The problem in Canada is access. It is being made worse by federal government action through the PMPRB, which will not be addressed through anything in this particular piece of legislation. They're doing it because they falsely believe that it can somehow artificially reduce the price of medication coming into the market in Canada. There's a PBO estimate that's been provided and repeated now from several members that will reduce by $4 to $4.5 billion the total spend on public health care. They call it the universal discount. Actually, if you look at the data in it, and this 25% is completely random in the PBO report. This is one of the rare times when I disagree with the methodology used by the PBO. This 25% discount is already happening through the PCPA, the Pan-Canadian Alliance, being used by the provinces to negotiate with manufacturers. They're basically assuming an extra 25% discount just because. I don't think that's the way statistics should be done, and I disagree with an analysis. In fact, one of the members on the NDP side then went so on to quote New Zealand as a good example of how they've been able to reduce drug costs. Do you know what you don't want to have in New Zealand? A rare disease, Mr. Speaker. There's very little access to rare disease medication or the latest and greatest, most innovative drugs that actually address your condition. There are countless examples online that you can find of people who are New Zealand citizens fleeing to other countries in order to obtain access to medication. New Zealand is the worst example if you have a rare disease anywhere in the world that you don't want to use. There's a Yiddish saying, Mr. Speaker, he who runs away from a fire will fall into the water. And that's what's happening here. There is a problem that we see, and the solution that's being called upon is a centralization of all the plans in Canada to wipe out the architecture, the jobs, the system that many Canadians rely on and like generally. And it's not perfect. There are issues with it. We're running into a system where we're going to fall into the water and drown, and things will be made worse by the changes being proposed. On the issue of the PMPRB's costing, for example, Rare Eye did an analysis, and often we talk about this rare disease drug costs and how it's putting a huge dent into provincial budgets. Well, if you look at non-oncology drugs, 70% of what the PMPRB says is for rare disease medication is actually being used for secondary uses. So you have a rare disease, there is a drug for it, it's given to you by your doctor, you're using it, but then it has maybe a second or third or fourth usage, and the medical system says you can use it for those other purposes. That's being included in that final statistic. So it's wrong to say that rare disease patients are going to cost the medical system more, when in fact different types of medication is also being used for other purposes and other uses. Now, again, according to PMPRB, the changes in the cost is 2.5% to 2.6% by their own annual report. I'm going to credit the Canadian Forum for Rare Disease Innovators for these statistics and these points because I think they're very, very compelling evidence that the costs for rare diseases are not caused by rare disease patients. In fact, it's other uses for the same innovative medicine that is coming to Canada. The hardest medication, to reiterate my point, the hardest medication to purchase in Canada is that not even available in Canada. I want to take a moment to credit and thank the Alberta Minister of Health, Minister Tyler Shandro, for his January 27th interim agreement for Zolgensma, which is groundbreaking, innovative medication for children with SMA1, spinal muscular atrophy 1, one of the most dangerous conditions that will kill children if they don't get access to some type of medication. This is the same minister who compassionately approved and ensured that there was access in Alberta quickly for Spinraza, 3 weeks, I believe, after he was named the minister, after he took his oath of office. And I told him I would hound him until he made it happen. And to his credit, he did. And compassionately, years later, he ensured that there was access to Zolgensma for children under 18 in Alberta. I do not believe that in a national pharmacare system, a minister like that could act as quickly as a provincial minister can act when he feels the pressure from constituents, from residents, and from, of course, elected officials. We have cystinosis. We have examples of cystic fibrosis and Trikafta and Orkambi. There's groundbreaking medication out there being made available to people living in other countries that is not available here. This bill will not fix any of those issues. There are other solutions to fill the gaps in place. And I'd love to discuss those solutions to try and look at ways that we can improve the system in different manners. You know, the member for Calgary-Nose Hill brought up a few of them, so I'm going to reiterate them. We could classify common drugs that are classified in different countries as over-the-counter. Australia does an amazing job of this. The United Kingdom does as well. We could look at what's the public health spend on certain medication, and could we find maybe a lower dose that could be available over-the-counter? Certain antibiotics come to mind. Now, some estimates suggest that just 3 of those drugs could save $1 billion a year on drug spending. Other things we could do is reduce the bureaucracy in the system. Too many Canadians I meet are trapped between the CADTH approval and the PCPA reimbursement agreement. So, Mr. Speaker, I see my time is coming short. There was a Yiddish proverb in there. What I care most about here is access for patients with rare diseases. C213 doesn't achieve any of those goals. I cannot support it.
Before we get to resuming debate and the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona, I'll just let her know that we're just short of the 10 minutes that are usually allocated. That's leaving 5 minutes for the sponsor to have his right of reply. So we'll get started. I'll give her the signal as we get close to that time, and around 8 minutes or so. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to be clear, you will give me the signal when my time is ready for the member from New Westminster Burnaby.
Correct. Yes. As we get close to that, I'll give you the 2-minute time or so to kind of know when you can start to wrap up, and 1 minute as well.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, I am delighted to speak in support of the Member of Parliament from New Westminster Burnaby's bill. This bill is historic. This is a bill that gives us the potential to finally make history, to finally get pharmacare to Canadians that so desperately want it. We've heard today that approximately 1 out of every 5 families in Canada struggle to pay for prescription medications. 1 in 5. We know that claims that all Canadians have access to medication just isn't true. It isn't accurate. And these aren't statistics. These are real families. Before COVID-19, when I was able to knock on doors and talk to constituents in person, access to prescription medicines was the #1 issue I would hear from people. I remember talking to a man who struggled to speak, caught up with emotion as he talked to me about skipping days between taking his blood pressure medication, hoping that he could get by, hoping that he would make it, hoping that he wouldn't die. I spoke to a senior in my own neighborhood who was sharing a prescription with her husband because they couldn't afford both. I'll never forget talking to one young father, who implored me to get pharmacare passed, not because his family needed it. His family was doing quite well, but because he knew families at his daughter's childcare center who did not have access. And he wanted to make sure that those children were taken care of. And this was all before the pandemic. This was before things got worse. There's no doubt that COVID-19 has made Canadians' ability to access medication so much worse. Millions of Canadians who lost their employment due to COVID-19 also lost their prescription drug coverage. People that before COVID could count on their health plans no longer could. You know, in Alberta, right at the moment that we were first entering the pandemic, just about a year ago, our provincial Conservative government cut drug benefits for seniors, spouses, and dependents, so that there were 46,000 people, mainly with ongoing health issues, including dependents living with disabilities, that were suddenly without coverage. I find it shocking that the Member of Parliament for Calgary Shepherd can speak of Minister Shandro as compassionate when 46,000 Albertans lost their drug coverage. So many Canadians were facing a stark reality that our Medicare system wasn't going to be able to keep them healthy. You know, and this pandemic has opened our eyes that COVID-19 has shown us just how vulnerable we are. And Mr. Speaker, Canadians have been waiting for this. Canadians have been waiting for nearly 60 years to get prescription medications included in our healthcare system. 23 years ago, the Liberals first promised Canadians a national pharmacare program, and they've been repeating that promise ever since. We've had 5 public commissions on pharmacare, study after study. You know, if the member for Calgary Shepherd doesn't want to believe the PBO report, perhaps the Hoskins report. All of these said the same thing. Canadians need pharmacare, and pharmacare will save Canadians money. And yet, here we are. As Canadians face an unprecedented health crisis with COVID-19, there is another health crisis that we can and need to fix right now. Millions of Canadians are without access to medications, and we can fix that with Bill C-213. We need to vote yes to Bill C-213. Because we have an obligation to learn from COVID-19 as well. We have a duty to Canadians to create a better Canada that will be more resilient to the crises of the future, including the next pandemic. We must build systems that protect all Canadians, not just some Canadians, not just Canadians who can afford it. When everyone has access to the medication they need, they are healthier and the burden on our healthcare system is lessened. It's really that simple. This government has floated the idea of partial pharmacare that's not universal. That is not what Canadians want. Canadians want a simple program that includes everyone. Canadians want to go to the pharmacy and pick up their medications. That's the system we want, and that's the system we need. A national, universal system protected against people like Jason Kenney who are determined to undermine it. A system that will actually save Canadians billions of dollars. And there's something else vitally important that we've learned from COVID-19. Canada has the capacity to do this. We saw how fast Canada moved when the pandemic was declared. The cost to enact pharmacare is pennies on the dollar compared to the savings. Pharmacare will save families more than $500 a year on average, whether insured or not, and employers, small businesses, will save $600 a year per job. Pharmacare will reduce emergency wait times and free up more hospital beds for those who need them, and will save government billions. I urge this House to follow the recommendations of the Hoskins report and apply them by supporting this bill. The Hoskins report recommended that the federal government enshrine the principles and national standards of pharmacare in federal legislation, separate and distinct from the Canada Health Act. The Hoskins report recommended that the 5 fundamental principles of Medicare embodied in the Canada Health Act also be enshrined in federal pharmacare legislation: universality, comprehensiveness, accessibility, portability, and public administration. And the Hoskins report proposes that this legislation come into force no later than January 1st, 2022. Mr. Speaker, now is the time. Now is the time we can do this. As parliamentarians, this is something we can give to Canadians right now at a time when they need it more than ever. Today is the day to support pharmacare for all, and I implore my colleagues within the House to vote yes on C-213. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We'll now invite the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby for his right of reply. The Honourable Member has up to 5 minutes. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's rare that we have an opportunity in the House of Commons to make a difference in the lives of so many of our constituents. Mr. Speaker, as we well know, over 90% of Canadians support the idea that we put into place public universal pharmacare. Over 90%. That means in every single riding across the country, the vast majority of Canadians support public universal pharmacare. And when Canadians are asked what they're proudest of, amongst our proudest institutions, it is our universal healthcare system. And of course, what the Canada Pharmacare Act does is put into place the same principles around pharmacare that we already have in place around universal healthcare. Any member of parliament who consults with his or her constituents will get the same reply. Canadians want to see this, and particularly with the pandemic and the devastating impacts that we've seen, both on health and on financial well-being of so many Canadians, it is absolutely essential that we move forward on universal pharmacare, that we put in place the public universal pharmacare that Canadians are asking for and desperately need. Mr. Speaker, we've been at this debate for a few months. Tens of thousands of Canadians have participated, and they've participated by emailing their member of parliament, by phoning their member of parliament, by telling their member of parliament to vote yes on Bill C-213. And during this debate, we've seen a number of facts come to be. First, we are aware through this debate that millions of Canadians have no access to a drug plan and have to struggle to pay for the medication that their doctors prescribe for their health and well-being. We've also learned that hundreds of Canadians die each year right across the country because they can't afford to pay for their medication. Through this debate, Mr. Speaker, we've also learned that for 60 years, Canadians have been waiting to have the public universal pharmacare that they so desperately need. And the Hoskins report points out very clearly what the roadmap is, that we have to lay the foundation by assuring that we have the same principles around public universal pharmacare that we have already around our public universal healthcare system. It would be dangerous to say no to this bill because that would reject public universal pharmacare. It would reject expanding our public health care system that Canadians are looking for, and it would be rejecting the Hoskins report, the Advisory Council. It would mean that there is no foundation to build the public universal pharmacare that Canadians so desperately need. Pendant ces débats aussi, Monsieur le Président, on a appris
During this debate, Mr. Speaker, we learned that in Quebec there are many people who want a system, a pharmacare system that is public and universal, and many Quebecers are not currently covered by the current system, and that is the reason for which large unions are asking for a public and universal pharmacare system. And, Mr. Speaker, over 40 municipalities in Quebec have asked MPs to vote for Bill C-213. And so we have support from coast to coast.
Learned that dozens of organizations with millions of members are asking all members of parliament to vote yes on C-213. We have doctors and nurses right across the country who are saying this is absolutely vital for Canadians' health and well-being. We must be listening to those voices. Mr. Speaker, I mentioned earlier, this is a historic moment. And this is one of those moments that determine the strength that a member of parliament has in consulting with their constituents. And we need to think of our constituents at this key decision point in our history. Mr. Speaker, I'm thinking of Cole and his family. He's a constituent in high school. His family struggles with $1,000 a month in drug costs. Those drug costs, that medication keeps the father of the family alive. $1,000 a month, that family struggles and really every day has to decide how they can pay for that medication and whether they can also put food on the table and keep a roof over their head. Around kitchen tables right across the country, there are millions of Canadian families that are in the same situation. So I ask members of parliament to think of their constituents who support this bill by over 90%. And if members of parliament do that, I have no doubt they will vote yes next week on Bill C-213, the Canada Pharmacare Act.
Accordingly, the question is as follows. Mr. Julian, seconded by Mr. Boulouris, moved that Bill C-213, an act to enact the Canada Pharmacare Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. And now if a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request either a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I ask them to now rise and indicate so to the chair. I see the honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We request a standing recorded vote.
All right. Therefore, pursuant to an order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, February 24th, 2021, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
At this time, under Standing Order 218, this matter was supported by the House. Now the motion is the following, that the House now adjourn.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill will not be present to raise the matter for which the adjournment notice had been given. Therefore, this notice is deemed withdrawn. We'll now go to the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's been a great deal of discussion in recent days about the Uyghur genocide, the genocide of Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in China. Now, the evidence of that genocide could not be clearer, and I look forward to continuing to make arguments about this issue, calling for recognition by the government of that genocide and an appropriate response. But today I'm speaking following a specific question that I asked about the Canadian pension plans investments made in Chinese military-affiliated tech companies who are playing a significant role in the surveillance, mass detention, and yes, genocide of Uyghurs. One of the particular characteristics of the Uyghur genocide is its high degree of technological sophistication and the use of the latest technologies to screen, track, control, suppress, and otherwise violate the rights of Uyghurs. These technological tools are deployed to facilitate the internment and the population suppression of Uyghurs through measures which include a systemic campaign of sexual violence. Certain companies, which are in some sense private but which are also very much state affiliated, are developing the technology for this genocide. People are sitting in office towers making investment decisions to maximize their profits and those of their shareholders by tasking researchers to find ways of better tracking and controlling other human beings. The Canadian pension plan invests money around the world with the goal of maximizing return for Canadian investors, and it has important work to do in this respect. But I would firmly contend that its only considerations should not be financial risk or financial return. During the tenure of the current government, our pension dollars have been invested in Dahua and Hikvision, two of the companies that are working closely with the Chinese government and supporting its horrific operations in East Turkestan. And we're not just talking about building components or tools that could be used in this context. We are talking about ongoing collaboration to facilitate the customization and deployment of this technology as part of this genocide. Now, when these issues have been raised in the past, the government has either ignored the question or defended the investment choices of the CPP Investment Board. When this was first raised in the House, the member for Louis Hebert said on behalf of the government that, quote, "I simply want to remind my colleague that the Canadian Pension Plan Investment Board operates independently at arm's length from the government, and we expect it to make wise investment decisions in the interests of Canadians and Canadian pensioners," end of quote. Frankly, I expect better from this government than to support these investments or to shrug them off. Considerations must include Canadian values as well as Canadian interests. While Conservatives oppose efforts by politicians to micromanage these investments, there must be some minimum moral standards. Those standards should involve clear and unambiguous criteria which exclude investments that violate international law and which involve deep and fundamental violations of international human rights. I expect and hope for better from the CPP Investment Board. But to be fair to the board, while I want to see minimum moral standards, the board operates within a legislative framework set by politicians, and politicians have to set those minimum standards. They easily could, but they haven't. So I'd like to ask the government, again, very specifically, what plans do they have to ensure the Canadian pension investment dollars are never again complicit in acts of genocide. Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, had some microphone problems there. It didn't seem to want to work and unmute. Mr. Speaker, the human rights violations in China affecting Uyghurs and other ethnic minorities are deeply disturbing and of grave concern for Canadians, this government, and the global community. The actions of the Chinese government in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, including repressive surveillance, mass arbitrary detentions, and religious persecution, run counter to the basic freedoms enshrined in China's own constitution and violate China's international human rights obligations. This government has taken every opportunity to raise this issue both directly with Chinese authorities and through multilateral institutions. We call on China to address and end the repression. Canada is not alone in voicing concerns. We are working in collaboration with other countries to call on China to abide by its obligations under international human rights law, and we will continue to take action as part of a concerted effort by the broader international community. Mr. Speaker, this government recognizes the risks that the alarming human rights situation in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region poses for Canadian businesses and investors. This is one reason why the Trade Commissioner Service has recently updated its guidance for businesses on the risks of doing business in China, including risks related to human rights abuses and forced labor in their supply chain. We expect all Canadian companies active abroad to respect human rights and adhere to the highest ethical standards. Mr. Speaker, as you know, the Canadian Pension Plan Investment Board was set up by the federal and provincial governments to prudently invest Canada pension plan funds. It is accountable to federal and provincial ministers of finance, but operates at arm's length, as the speaker said, as the member said, from Canadian governments. CPP Investments is recognized internationally as a leading example of sound pension plan management. It has an independent, highly qualified board of directors and operates with a commercial investment mandate. Companies that effectively manage environmental, social, and governance factors are more likely to create financial value over a long term, improving investment performance. As such, CPP Investments considers ESG factors, including human rights, when evaluating opportunities, making investment decisions, and engaging with companies to seek improvements in business practices and disclosure. CPP Investments was a founding signatory and abides by the United Nations supported principles for responsible investment, which provide guidance for incorporating ESG factors. Just as Canada will continue to hold China to account when it comes to human rights violations, so will we continue taking action to ensure that Canadian supply chains are free of forced labor and that Canadian businesses have the tools that they need to mitigate the risks of doing business abroad. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that response was obviously a total farce. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs can't even be bothered to show up here, so we have the Parliamentary Secretary for Health answering questions on things that are totally unrelated to his file. He's not answering the question. In some sense, I don't blame him for not answering the question because it's not even been his file. He's just been given a bloody sheet of paper to read on a fundamental issue of genocide instead of actually engaging with the subject matter at hand here. My question was about whether the government is prepared to define fundamental minimum moral standards for our investment, whether they're willing to put in place standards to ensure that Canadian pension investments are not complicit in genocide. And essentially the Parliamentary Secretary's response is no, to the extent that human rights might come into play when considering financial considerations, yes, well, then they're kind of brought in. But there's no willingness from the government to recognize this problem of Canadian pension investments complicit in genocide. The government needs to do so much better if they're going to pretend to be serious about human rights.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
And thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member. Canada's foreign policy will always be grounded in Canadian values, including the promotion and protection of human rights. Advancing human rights will continue to be a guiding principle in the Government of Canada's engagement with China. The government has taken steps to help Canadian firms mitigate the risks of doing business in China, and Canada will continue to stand up for human rights at home and around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What a disgrace. The Honourable Member for Bow River.
The Honourable Member for Bow River. The Honourable Member for Bow River. The Honourable Member for Bow River. The Honourable Member for Bow River. The Honourable Member for Bow River. The Honourable Member for Bow River. The Honourable Member for Bow River. The Honourable Member for Bow River. The Honourable Member for Bow River. The Honourable Member for Bow River. The Honourable Member for Bow River. The Honourable Member for Bow River. The Honourable Member for Bow River. The Honourable Member for Bow River. The Honourable Member for Bow River. The Honourable Member for Bow River. The Honourable Member for Bow River. The Honourable Member for Bow River. The Honourable Member for Bow River. The Honourable Member for Bow River. The Honourable Member for
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to be here tonight and to speak. Veterans. We've heard from a lot of veterans. Carbon tax in their homes is they're paying a lot more carbon tax, a lot of concerns. But carbon tax with agriculture is also growing significantly. We've got the carbon tax and the clean fuel standard. It's sort of wrecking havoc in the agricultural sector. You know, I've got 50 dairies in my riding. Dairies are not located in cities. They need diesel trucks, huge trucks to move that milk, which is an actual supply chain we have within our own country of food. But it takes a lot of carbon tax, clean fuel standard that they don't get to recoup. It's not rebated to them. So we've got a great industry in my riding, in our country, and they're paying huge costs. It's going to go up higher. This is tough. This is hard. At this time of year, there's a lot of heating that goes on in external buildings. We've got calving, and you got transporting a feed, shipping a final product. So whether you're in the cattle calf industry, whether you're in the dairy industry, the carbon tax clean fuel standard is really hurting our ag sector. Then you've got irrigation. There's 17 irrigation districts in Alberta, 5 in my riding. One of them, at $30, is costing farmers in my constituency, as calculated, over $1 million leaves my constituency out of one of 5 irrigation districts as a carbon tax at $30. Imagine that what's going to be when it goes much higher. That's money that's leaving our communities. The carbon tax, clean fuel standards, this is not money rebated. This is going to be tough. These are industries or supply chains within our own country that we're penalizing. Wrong. Well, let's look at something else that's having a problem. How about the agricultural supply chain? Yeah, it's working, but vaccines are not working well. The supply chain on vaccines is problematic. So instead of supporting companies like the one in Calgary, Providence, when they contacted Canada Health numerous times, getting crickets for answers, they went to China to try to make a deal. So we have supply chains that work in agriculture, but not in vaccines. We need this to work in our country. We need those vaccines built here. But the last part of that is really interesting, as they won't release the contracts. In other countries, the drug companies and those governments have released those contracts to the public. Not in Canada. What are they hiding in those contracts that they don't want us to see? Again, if they hadn't gone to China, they could have done it here. So last thing I want to talk about is gun legislation. We had a tremendous private members bill that would have penalized those people who were in possession of illegal guns. That was a great piece of legislation that dealing with the real issue of illegal guns and those who are using them. What did this government do when we brought that to a vote? They voted against it. A piece of legislation that would have made a difference where it is an issue, not the legal gun owners, but where people have illegal ones and are committing the crimes. That's where we should have focused that on, but this government didn't support that bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my friend for what might have been a question, but wasn't very clear in what he was asking. I will tell him, though, that he's someone that I've spent some time on committee with, Mr. Speaker, and I have a very good affection for this gentleman. Actually, nicknamed him the Walrus because of that beautiful mustache of his. He's given us a bevy of issues all in a late show question, Mr. Speaker, and it's difficult to, in the short period of time, comment on all the things he brought forward. But what I will do, and Mr. Speaker, this gives me an opportunity to talk about the diverse contracts that we have for vaccines for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, by the end of March of this year, we will have 6 million vaccines in Canada. By the end of September, every Canadian who wishes to have a vaccination will have a vaccination. Mr. Speaker, from day one, this government has had the backs of Canadians. We have done everything we could possibly do to keep Canadians safe, and we won't stop. There's more work to do. But, Mr. Speaker, the good news is Canadians know that we have their backs, and Canadians know what it takes to keep them safe. We know what worked in wave one with COVID, and we've learned an awful lot about COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, this side of the House, we have the backs of Canadians. We will continue to have the backs of Canadians. I invite my friend, the member from across the way who has sort of asked me a question, I invite him to join Team Canada. Hop on the bus rather than coming around in the middle of the night and trying to let the air out of the tires. Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for the time.
Honourable member for Bow River.
I would like to thank my colleague for responding. Again, my colleague from Nova Scotia, we have worked together, and I do agree that he is an honourable member, and I have enjoyed working with him, and we have often talked about issues and are able to discuss things in what would be called a very parliamentary way, and I appreciate that he does that. You know, Team Canada I'm very familiar with. I've had two former students that were Olympic athletes. I've been to Olympics. I've been to Canada House. I've seen Team Canada and how it works, not like what we do. And so I appreciate what Team Canada is because I've seen it in motion and I've seen it and I've been to Olympics and know how it works. Just one last thing though on seniors. We have a tremendous number of seniors on fixed incomes. They are desperate and they write to me about what the carbon tax is adding on to their costs. Their mental health, their physical health is deteriorating, and they identify those costs that are coming because of carbon tax. And that's a challenge for our seniors in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I share the thoughts on seniors. You know, our seniors are so important, and they've been so impacted by COVID-19. We're actually, I'm very proud of our government for having a Minister of Seniors. And, you know, I get a chance to hear you know, regularly from members of my community who are seniors, who are happy that we've started a Ministry of Seniors, and we've got more work to do, but we recognize the fact that this extremely important segment of our population that means so much, that built this country, Mr. Speaker, deserve to be taken care of in the best possible way by this government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Alors, la motion importante que la Chambre s'adjourne.
The motion on adjourning the House is now adopted, so the House will resume again tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.